Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was heir of Cursed Throne King? Movie 2. Naruto and the other genins were currently lounging off with Kakashi lying down in his room. Tazuna was drinking sake. Inari was glaring at the genins. Kurenai was alternating between tending to Kakashi and looking at the genins, while Tsunami kept glancing at Naruto every now and then. As Kurenai was about to check up on Kakashi, the said man appeared on the stairs. Why didn't I see it before? He muttered to himself. Kakashi, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be up. Kurenai exclaimed. I have strength enough for this, Kurenai. Kakashi said as he sat down at the table. Kurenai followed suit. All right, Kakashi, what seems to be so important that you have to get out of bed and get down here? Kurenai impatiently asked. It's Zabuza, he's alive. Kakashi replied, grimly. That mere sentence had heads snapping to his direction, along with Naruto's tenants. Along with some of the genins' eyes to widen. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. I mean, I thought that Hunter Nin killed him. Kakashi shook his head. What weapon did the Hunter Nin use, Sakura? Sakura replied, Senbon, why? Everyone's eyebrows twitched. She's supposed to be the smart one. Shino was the one who answered. Because, Sakura-san, a Senbon is one weapon in a ninja's arsenal that can render a person unconscious when thrown at the right pressure point. Sakura's eyes widened at this. Oh, right, she exclaimed. Sasuke decided to speak up. So, what do we do, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi eyes smiled. We train. He stood up, but Kurenai stopped him. You have to rest, Kakashi. She told him. And risk my team getting killed by Zabuza and his accomplice when we meet him. He countered. Kurenai was silent. In fact, you should train them as well. Kurenai nodded. She turned to her team. All right, let's go. Her team complied and left the room. Kakashi struggled to stand up. All right, I believe it's time for us to go, too. His team followed after him to the door, leaving Naruto alone with Tazuna and his family. He sighed. Oh. Well, let's continue with the bridge, Tazuna-san. Naruto suggested. Tazuna stood up. I agree, boy, he replied as he went to pick up his tools. Well, let's go. Naruto nodded, made some cage buncheons for guard duty at the house, and left along with Tazuna. Tazuna sighed in frustration. 4 other bridge builders resigned. This will make things harder. Well, this might put a hamper to the schedule. He grunted. Naruto grinned. Never fear, Tazuna of Nami no Kuni. I shall help you with this. He made a cross-shaped hand seal, ignoring Tazuna's confusing look, and said, Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. He said. Immediately, a lot of Narutos were littering the place. All right, Tazuna-san, tell the clones what they need to do and they'll do it. He said. Tazuna picked up his fallen jaw and said, all right, divide into 3 groups. They did so. Clone Group A. He pointed to the left group of clones, work on collecting wood, bricks, and cement for the bridge. Clone Group B. He pointed to the middle group, work on helping me build the bridge. Clone Group C. He pointed to the last group, work on analyzing the blueprints and make sure that the other clones are doing their jobs correctly. The clones chorused a hi before doing their respective jobs. The original, however, stayed behind. Tazuna looked at him. And, what are you going to do? He asked. Naruto shrugged. I'm going to train while protecting you. He started to take out a weapon scroll, but paused. I would much appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone of this. Tazuna nodded. Of course, boy, everyone has his secrets. Then, he walked over to the missing part of the bridge and began to build his bridge. Naruto, on the other hand, took out his katana and began to work on his katas. After a whole day of working, Naruto and Tazuna walked, tired, to the house. They walked in and Tazuna went to the couch, with Naruto slumping down on the ground in front of the table, not minding the 2 teams that were there waiting for them. Phew, I'm beat. Naruto sighed. Tazuna smirked. After all, who wouldn't? With all the help you've given me, heck, you didn't even let me do most of the work. He exclaimed. Naruto grinned. Hey, well, I gotta carry my weight around here, eh? He took a deep breath. Jii-san. He said. Tazuna chuckled. Well, at least, the nickname is much better than formalities, especially from someone like you. Formality doesn't suit you. It ain't your type, boy," he said. Naruto smiled. Really? Tsunami had enough. Okay, enough, time for dinner, people. Dinner was quiet. Naruto was bored, so, to kill time, he began to talk to his parents and ancestors. "Hey, guys, any more things you can teach me?" he thought, enthusiastically. Minato raised an eyebrow. "Naruto, we have nothing else to teach you that is ninja training related, unless if you want teachings outside ninja training." Naruto shrugged. "Anything that you guys want to teach me, I'll learn." Minato nodded. "All right, but not now, maybe when you're about to sleep, all right." Naruto nodded before disappearing from his mindscape. Naruto continued to eat his meal when, "Why do you try?" a voice said. Naruto's and the other occupants of this room's head turned to the source. It was, as Naruto remembered, Inari. "Why do you try to fight him?" Naruto raised an eyebrow but, nevertheless, continued to eat. "Who?" Sasuke asked. Inari glared at him. "Why do you continue to fight Gato when no one can fight him?" he shouted. Tsunami glared at him. "Inari," she shouted. Inari continued, as if he never heard her. "Gato is invincible. No one can kill him," he shouted. Kiba glared at him. "Hey, invincible or not, I can still fight him." Sasuke huffed. "After all, no one can stand us." Inari stood up, angrily. "You don't understand. Why don't you try to experience my life?" "Wait, you can't, because you are too busy living like a king back at your village. Why don't you just go back to that 5-star village of yours and continue living?" Everyone that stood up to him died. Everything that was held precious to this village was taken away. Why do you continue to sympathize with us? He continued his rant for a whole minute. Until Tsunami told him to stop. He turned to go to his room. He was almost on the first step when Naruto said 4 words that seemed to stop everything, even time itself. "You are a fool." The moment he said those words, Inari stopped walking. He turned to the blonde boy, glaring at him. "What did you say?" he asked. Naruto lightly laughed. "Are you deaf, as well as stupid?" "I said, you are a fool." He stood up. Inari shouted, "Why? Why do you call me a fool when you are the fool? Gato cannot be stopped. You will soon fall to high." "Do you truly believe that?" Naruto asked, making Inari stop. "Do you truly believe that this fool of a man is unstoppable?" Inari was silent. "Tell me something, Inari." He walked towards him. "If Gato is as invincible as you say, then, how come you are still here, alive and well? How come that your grandfather and you aren't dead and your mother is doing, as I suspect it, slave work for that worm?" He reached him. "Tell me, young man," he said in some sort of fatherly tone, "what happened to you to make you share your pain with us?" Inari looked at him and started to cry. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Inari leaned into him and whispered what he was about to say. Whisper. Naruto's eyes widened and he hugged him. "Tell me, Inari, how did he kill your father?" Everyone who was unfamiliar with the incident widened their eyes. Inari began to recount the events that had happened before, each paragraph of the story making more tears fall from his eyes. Naruto hugged him even tighter. "You say, he smiled at you before he died, right?" he asked. Inari nodded. Naruto smiled. "You know what? I bet that he thought about you, your grandfather, your mother and everyone from this village, and how he helped them." Inari looked at him with wide eyes. "That's what makes your father a respectable person in this village, to think about every good deed done and smile, even in the face of death. That's what makes a person a hero." Naruto looked at him. "When he smiled at you, he passed on his will to you. He knew that you will have to save this village, someday. When that time comes, Inari, remember those that loved you and still love you, and hold on tight with these 2 arms of yours." He pointed to his arms, "and never let go. Letting go means that you will give up on life." Naruto smiled at the teary-eyed Inari, who hugged him. Chizuna and Tsunami looked at the duo with teary eyes, as well. Chizuna thought, "Hey, not only a helper and a strong ninja, he also has a way with words." Tsunami, on the other hand, thought, "He's just like you, Kaiza-kun." The other occupants, however, were silent. Naruto held on to Inari, who was now sleeping soundly. He picked him up and gave him to Tsunami. Here, take him. I'll be going outside for a walk, Tsunami-san. He bowed to her, then at Tazuna before leaving the house. Sasuke scoffed. What a way to spoil the mood. Sakura nodded. Yeah, he said what Sasuke-kun's supposed to have said. Kakashi grimly shook his head. Naruto went into a clump of trees, comfortable enough, before going to a meditative sitting position and going into his mindscape. Naruto reappeared in front of his tenants, who had different reactions. Kushina was crying on Minato's shoulder, who was looking at his son with pride. Kyuubi was smiling at her container, proudly. Arthas chuckled at him. Alexandros patted him on the back. Minato said to him, "Good speech, Naruto. It made us emotional." Kushina couldn't help but nod. Naruto grinned then asked, "Hey, how about that lesson that you guys were supposed to teach me?" Minato nodded and let go of Kushina. He took out something from his pocket. "Since you were so caught up in the past few years training, we believe that it is time for you to learn about things outside the ninja world." He took out a book, a set of books. Human anatomy, human reproduction, inferiority complex, human mentality, and a whole lot of books. Naruto raised an eyebrow then grinned. "Oh, well, let's begin," he shouted. A figure could be seen walking through the forest, a girl teenager. She wore a pink kimono with sakura petals adorning it somehow. That is the only design I could think of. She had long black hair, reaching just past her shoulders. On her hand was a basket full of different kinds of plants. She was looking around for another herb when she saw the blonde-haired boy that had fought Zabuza and managed to beat him laying there, sleeping. What is he doing there, knowing that anyone might attack him? She thought. She walked towards him. She dropped the basket, knelt, and shook him. He didn't budge. She shook him again. He shifted, a little. She tried a third time. He shifted, again. Getting impatient and irritated, she leaned a bit closer to him, and used both hands to shake him. He reacted. All right. He swung an arm and trapped her in it, and made her suddenly lay down on the ground. She blushed at the action. Even if he's still asleep, he could be quite straightforward. She tried to squirm out of his hug, but Naruto just tightened his hug. In fact, he just pulled her closer to him. She blushed even more. Slowly, both their faces inched towards each other. And that, Naruto, is how you please a woman while making love. Minato finished as he smiled at his blushing son. The last lesson that Minato taught him was, as he had said earlier, how to please a woman while making love. Kushina lightly bonked him on the head. Told you that he is too young for that kind of stuff, Minato. Kushina scolded him. Minato pouted as he rubbed the lump. Yeah, but he is bound to learn about it sooner or later. Besides, he noticed something outside of Naruto's mindscape that nobody didn't and grinned. With the way that our son is going right now, he is going to learn it a bit sooner than expected. Everyone raised an eyebrow. And what do you mean by that, Minato? Arthas asked. Minato just grinned more. Simple. Our son's hitting on that lady trying to wake him up, while he sleeps. He said, as Naruto and Kushina panicked. Naruto because he was worried that the lady might shout, "Pervert," thus causing everyone in Wave to go to him and do Kami knows what. Kushina because she did not want Naruto to lose his innocence that fast. Arthas and Alexandros to raise their eyebrows. They were merely surprised by Naruto's straightforwardness, and Kyuubi to just giggle. She knew it was the hunter nin before. He what? Kushina shouted as Naruto backed away from the fuming redhead. Minato laughed. Yeah, apparently, a black-haired woman, wearing a pink kimono with sakura petals, tried to wake him up and Naruto managed to swing an arm around her and pin her down, and he is pulling her closer to him. Kushina growled and rushed over to Naruto and shouted, "You will wake up, this instant, do you hear me, young man? I will not have you losing your innocence this early." Naruto quickly nodded and disappeared. Naruto opened his eyes and suddenly rushed to a tree root and shouted, "I'm sorry." Over and over again. It finally ended when Naruto said, "I tend to move around in my sleep." The girl sat up and straightened herself and said, "No problem. Just wake up when you are being made to, all right." Naruto calmed down, stood up and walked to her. "All right, anyway, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, miss." Naruto held out his hand. The girl took it and replied, Haku. The moment the girl, now known as Haku, touched his palm, she felt a jolt of electricity trace from somewhere on her shoulder. She winced. Naruto noticed this. Hey, are you alright? Haku tried to shake him off, but he didn't budge. I'm fine, she said, hoping that he would let go, but he didn't. Nice try, Haku. I know if someone is fine or not. And you winced, showing a sign of pain. Now, tell me, where's the pain coming from? Naruto told her. Haku knew that it was useless to resist, since he saw the wince. So, she tried to tell him about the pain when another jolt of electricity stopped her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Haku tried to faint. Haku moved to pick up her basket, which was on her left, so Haku swung her head along with her hand, showing Naruto a seal on her right shoulder. Minato recognized it as a slavery seal. Minato wondered. Everyone looked at him. A what seal? Arthus asked. A slavery seal. It acts as a signaling device for the sealer, in case if the target defies any kind of order their master gives them. One order, however, is required for every slave. That is to not tell anyone about the seal. The other orders were given by the master. Kushina, not liking this aspect, asked him, well, can you remove it? Minato grinned. Are you kidding me, Kushi-chan? I handled harder seals before. Then, he frowned. However, due to the nature of the seal, we have to forcefully pin her down before we can remove the seal because it also prevents any kind of willing action towards any possible opponent. Everyone nodded. Minato told Naruto, let me control you for a while. Don't worry, I won't hurt her, just pin her. Naruto nodded and let Minato control him. Naruto closed his eyes and when it opened, it changed from a carefree blue to a serious blue. Forgive me for the forcefulness, my dear, but, judging from your reaction, you hate it, too. Then, he disappeared and reappeared behind her, tied up her hands and feet, and forced her down. She resisted the capture, albeit lazily, and stopped when she was on the ground. Minato, I'll call Naruto any of the person that controlled him, temporarily took out an ink and pen. He said, excuse me, to Haku before removing a portion of her kimono. Minato began writing on her skin. Haku resisted the urge to laugh due to tickling. A few seconds later, it was done. Alright, this might hurt a little, Haku-san. Then, Minato prodded 2 fingers on the seal and said, Fuin, Kai. Seal, release. Haku clenched her teeth when the pain came. When the pain subsided, Minato returned control to Naruto. Haku was sweating due to the pain. Naruto leaned over and put a hand on her. Hey, are you alright? He asked. Haku weakly looked at him and immediately regained her energy and glomped him. Thank you, she repeated for almost 100 times before she stopped hugging him and blushed in embarrassment. Sorry. Naruto blushed due to the closeness and scratched the back of his head. It's alright. Anyway, why do you even have such a seal? Haku suddenly became sad. To tell that, I have to start to how I became here. You see, I was born in the place and time where Kekkei Genkai is absolutely shunned. I discovered it and told my mother about it. My mother became afraid. She told me to not use it under any circumstances. However, my curiosity got the best of me. I got curious about my ability and tried tricks with it. Unfortunately, my father happened to come home and saw me playing with my bloodline. Now, my father knew of me and my mother's secret. My father grew afraid. Afraid of what would happen to him if he comes home and we kill him while his back was turned. How do you know that? Naruto asked. Haku replied, when I asked Zabuza, he said it. Speaking of him, my father was desperate to find someone that could kill them, so he looked for ninjas. But he claimed that, mere ninjas can't deal with them. So, he searched for the stronger. The 7 swordsmen of the mist, however, they were disbanded due to the assassination. However, he got lucky when he found Zabuza walking just a few meters away from our house. He explained the situation to him. In the end, Zabuza was ecstatic. He gave my father one condition, that he gets me as a tool. My father said he didn't care as long as he gets rid of us. So, Zabuza entered the house, killed my mother, and put the slavery seal on me. And, I've been with him, ever since. Naruto frowned. Well, since you are free now, what do you want to do? Haku shrugged. Well, first, I want to kill that bastard for doing this to me. Next, I don't know. Wander the world, I guess. Naruto grabbed her shoulders and said, hey, maybe you could come with me to Konoha. Haku looked at him. Huh, to Konoha. She thought about it. It could be possible since no one has heard of me yet, though, what about Zabuza? Naruto thought about it, then he found the solution. I have a solution, Haku, though, you're gonna have to trust me. What are you talking about? I need you to act the same until tomorrow. Haku's eyes widened. You mean, go back to the man who killed my mother and made me his damn tool? I'd sooner kill the man. Naruto sighed. It's either that or Zabuza will go freaky and hunt you down and possibly do things unimaginable. And I can't stand to see that happen to anyone. So, please, do this, he pleaded her. Haku looked at his eyes. His eyes held great concern for her. Her mind thought it over. If she had refused Naruto's suggestion, Zabuza might get impatient and look for her and possibly torture her for information and all that whatnot. If she agreed, however, she might be tempted to kill him. Then, again, when has she never been? She nodded. All right, tell me what I need to do. Naruto smiled and hugged her. Thanks. She blushed from the action. When he pulled back, he said, all right, what I need you to do is to act the same as before, you know, as if you hate the guy for putting the seal on you, hesitant when treating his wound, you know, stuff like that, to avoid him arousing suspicion. Haku nodded. All right, but, when will we? Tomorrow, at the bridge. You can kill him, if you want. Wait, can I kill him instead? I'm going to do something with him. To do that, I need you to incapacitate Uchiha Sasuke, so that he won't demand things from me, or demand the council to demand things from me. He's the boy with black hair, that looks like a duck's butt. He's wearing a blue t-shirt with some sort of fan on the back. Haku raised an eyebrow but nodded. All right, just wish me luck. Naruto grinned. Oh, just wish. Hey, maybe this will be good enough. He leaned forward and kissed her cheek. Good luck, Haku-chan, he exclaimed. Haku blushed as she touched her cheek. She nodded, took the basket and left. Naruto grinned when she blushed. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Then, Kakashi walked to the area. Well, here you are, Naruto. We were worried about you. Come on, it's time for lunch. Naruto complied. Haku returned to the hideout and went to Zabuza's bed. Zabuza was sitting on it, holding an apple. What took you so long, Haku? He gruffly asked. Haku lightly glared at him. Calm down. He'll have his time. Some herbs are harder to find than others, plus there are some Konoha that are wandering around. She said. Zabuza chuckled. Well, good thing that I'm more than ready for them, now. He crushed the apple in his hand. Tomorrow, he said. The time may be off but this is my FIC, no arguments. Tomorrow, various ninjas in Tezuna's home said as they trained continuously. Next day, Naruto shot up. Damn it, I overslept. That's what you gotta expect, Naruto, since you have trained all day, yesterday. Minato told him. Naruto bolted off the room and went down and found Tsunami and Inari at the dining room, cleaning the dishes. Excuse me, Tsunami-san, where are the others? Naruto asked. Tsunami turned to him. Oh, they're at the bridge, Naruto-san. She replied. Naruto thanked her and left in a rush. Team 7 and 8, along with Tezuna, arrived at the bridge to see a lot of people on the ground. Tezuna rushed to one of them. What happened? He asked him. Tezuna, he replied. Demon. Everyone's eyes widened. Zabuza. Then, mist surrounded the place and a lot of Mizu Bunshin of Zabuza surrounded them. Ah, you're here, good, wait, where's that blonde that almost kicked my ass? He, overslept. Kakashi replied. Whatever, you're all going to die anyway. He said. Kurenai replied. Such arrogance. Kakashi turned to Sasuke, who was trembling, his bangs overshadowing his eyes. Sasuke. Zabuza smirked at him. See, Kakashi, your student is trembling. Then, Sasuke looked up and smirked. I'm trembling, from excitement. Then, he blurred out and into focus as the Mizu Bunshins fell, all at once. Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow. Well, what do you know? We found you a rival in speed, Haku, he said to the masked nin beside him. Haku looked impassive as she stared at the team. Just a little more, she kept thinking. Kakashi turned to the team. Sasuke, Kiba, Shino, take on the nin beside Zabuza. Sakura, Hanata, Setsuna, protect Tazuna. Me and Kurenai will handle Zabuza. Zabuza smirked as Haku charged at the three males and as he removed the giant cleaver off his back. I'm going to enjoy this. He disappeared into the mist. Naruto knelt down at the figure in front of him, a pretty torn-up boar. Who could have done this? Naruto thought. He looked around and widened his eyes when he saw a bunch of slash marks around the place. He looked to the ground and saw footprints leading up to, damn, not there. He tore off towards Tazuna's house. Tsunami and Inari just finished cleaning the house when the door suddenly burst open and in came two dudes carrying swords. We've come for the woman. Stand aside, kid, or we'll kill you. One of them said. Like hell I will, Inari shouted. The other thug smirked. Good, it's look like we won't have to let the kid live, after all. The other responded. Hey, don't push it. The boss just wants the woman. The first dude walked forward and dealt with Inari. He dodged an attempt to damage him and grabbed him by the throat. Come on, man, just one attack, no one has to know. The second just sighed in frustration as he shrugged. Whatever, just hurry it up. No, a female voice shouted. All three occupants turned to the source of the voice, Tsunami. I'll go with you, just let him go. K-Ka-san, Inari choked out. The second dude smirked. Glad to see you're seeing it our way. Now, he turned to the first dude. Let him go. HMPH, no fun at all. He let go of Inari. Come on. Tsunami began to walk to them. Inari looked on. Then, he remembered Naruto's words. Recovering quickly, he ran towards the door. Remember, the thugs and Tsunami walked only. When he reached it, he opened his arms wide and shouted, I won't let you take my mother. Get out of the way, kid. The first threatened. Inari didn't listen and charged. Then, he stopped as a hand found itself on his shoulder. I'm proud of you, Inari. You took to heart my advice. A voice said from behind him. Everyone turned to see Naruto with Frostmourne on his right hand and his left hand on Inari's shoulder. Now, he glared at the figures. What are two uninvited people doing here? The thugs glared at him back. We're here for the woman, boy. Now, get out of the way. Both thugs took out their weapons. Naruto raised an eyebrow. First, she's not going anywhere. Second, he stabbed Frostmourne to the ground. Like hell I will get out of the way. Frostmourne no Higi. Seiken Kyushu. The usual blue glow covered the blade and the runes and worked its way towards the two thugs. The thugs smirked. And what will that? They slumped to the floor as the blue glow reached them. Naruto removed the sword from the ground. That, he walked towards the bodies. Tsunami rushed to her son, hugging him to death, figuratively. Naruto told them, close your eyes. They complied. Once, Naruto saw that their eyes are closed, Naruto created the necessary hand seals and said, Kaden, Shintai Kogasu. The bodies burned before his eyes, not that he cared, again. Once the bodies were ashes, he used his Hanu no Zengai bloodline to store the ashes to a container. Okay, you can look. They opened their eyes and saw that the thugs weren't there. Where are the Tsunami asked. Naruto smiled. That is a secret, Tsunami-san. Then, he patted Inari on the head. Good job, protecting your mother, Inari. Your father would be proud. He smiled again. Now, I will have to go. But, for now, he made a cross-shaped seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Once the clones appeared, Naruto had them protect them. Then, Naruto left. Kakashi cursed as he looked around. He had his Sharingan out and yet he can't see anything. Hey, what's wrong, Kakashi? Zabuza's voice carried from the mist. Can't find me, too bad. Then, Kakashi threw out his right arm to get kunai out of the way of Zabuza's cleaver as he parried it with his kunai in his left hand. Impressive, Sharingan no Kakashi. However, some people tend to get lucky. He disappeared again. Damn, Kakashi cursed. I can't find him. Where will he strike next? Kurenai wondered. Kakashi wondered as well. Damn it, if this keeps up, we'll have no energy before he shows himself. Where the hell is he hiding? Wait, shit, suddenly, he ran off. Kurenai shouted, Kakashi. Kakashi shouted back, I know where Zabuza will hit next. Kurenai's eyes widened when she knew the way where Kakashi was going. She ran as well. Hanata, Sakura, and Setsuna stood in a triangle position with Tazuna in the middle. Hanata had her Byakugan active as she studied the area, while in her Juken stance. Sakura was shaking like hell. She kept on looking around, nervously, while had her kunai out. Setsuna was in her Kenjutsu stance, holding her sword in a backhand fashion, and was looking around, suspiciously. Then, from the mist came Zabuza, with his cleaver aimed for the kill. All three girls reacted instantly. Sakura screamed and fainted. Setsuna went to his front and blocked it. Hanata followed, using her clan's taijutsu to disable his tenketsu. Zabuza, however, jumped back and melded with the mists again. Just in time, Kakashi and Kurenai came into view. Where's Zabuza? Kakashi asked. Setsuna and Hanata went back to their positions. Somewhere in the mist, they said simultaneously. Kakashi and Kurenai looked at each other. Well, at least they have teamwork, Kakashi said. Kurenai nodded and joined Kakashi as he and her took defensive positions. Then, a voice said, it's time. Inside the ice dome, Sasuke and Kiba cursed up a storm as another plan of theirs failed. They covered Shino as he kept on looking for possible openings to use. Is that all you've got, Konoha-nin? Haku asked. Sasuke glared at her along with Kiba. Hey, Shino, you found something yet? Sasuke asked the Aburame. Shino shook his head. The hunter nin is careful not to let any kind of openings show up. Sasuke growled. I can't catch up to Itachi if I die here. I can't let it end like this. Haku prepared to throw her Senbon needles. Time to end this. You first, she said to Sasuke. She threw it at him. Sasuke began to think of how to get out of the Senbon. Then, he thought of it. He kawaramied with Kiba. What the Kiba? Shino and Haku said as the Senbon hit Kiba and knocked him unconscious. Sasuke smirked. Worked like a charm, he said. Shino and Haku glared at him as they released Ki. Must you be so desperate to live that you would switch with a comrade? Shino asked. Sasuke smirked again. If you were the last of the clan, you tend to do everything to ensure your survival. Haku growled behind her mask. All right, enough holding back on the boy. I better disable his arms first before being able to incapacitate him. She threw her Senbon needles at Shino. Shino tried to avoid them but didn't notice a Senbon needle going straight for his legs. It hit him and he buckled to the floor. That's done. Now, time for you, Uchiha Sasuke. She threw the Senbon needles at him. Sasuke dodged some of them using his newly acquired Sharingan. He activated it during the earlier battle, but still got incapacitated by two Senbon needles going to his legs, one per leg. Gah! Sasuke screamed. Haku threw another set of Senbon at him. One by one, they pierced him. One managed to hit a pressure point in his neck and knocked him out. Haku looked at the downed Shino. Don't worry, I sense that you are trustworthy. I am Haku. She disabled her technique as she showed herself to Shino. Shino looked at her before replying. Aburame Shino, why aren't you trying to kill me? Haku slowly removed the Senbon needles as she helped Shino regain control of his legs. I am working with Naruto-kun against Zabuza. Shino slowly stood up as he brushed off some dust off his jacket. Naruto, well, if he trusts you, then, I have no need to ask for any kind of sign of trust. Haku nodded. Then, they heard a voice. It's time. Both had the same thought. Naruto. Naruto walked along the bridge. It's time. Then, a shadowy figure of Zabuza appeared. It's you. Well, it's time for a rematch. Then, Zabuza removed the Kubikiri Haucho from his back. Naruto smirked. With this mist, no one can find out about Frostmourne. Perfect. Naruto's hand immediately moved to Frostmourne and slashed at an arc to counter the attempt to cleave him in half, vertically, by Zabuza. Yes, I believe it is. He dodged another attempt to cleave him in half as he swung the runeblade at the point of origin. Zabuza jumped back to avoid being hit. Naruto disappeared from his front and reappeared at his back. Nice try. Naruto stabbed Zabuza in the stomach. Then, Zabuza turned to water. Hey, Mizu Bunshin. Impressive. Naruto returned to his original stance. However, he turned around and slashed at the area behind him. A scream broke the area as Frostmourne drew blood. I can sense you perfectly. Kakashi, Kurenai, Hanata, Setsuna, and Tazuna were looking around for Zabuza when a scream reached their ears. A scream that sounded like Zabuza's. Whoa, who? Setsuna said. Naruto. Kakashi said, relieved. He's battling Zabuza. Everyone turned to him. Then, doesn't he need help? Kurenai asked. Kakashi shrugged. Possibly. However, in the midst of their battles, it would be better if we didn't interfere, for now. You wouldn't want to be caught in a blade sandwich now, would you? He taunted the others, who shook their heads. I smiled. Good. Now, let's wait. Haku and Shino started to walk to the others, carrying Sasuke and Kiba, when a scream filled the air. Haku smirked. Good. Naruto-kun's winning against Zabuza. Shino nodded. Yes, the tone and texture of the voice is like Zabuza's. Zabuza clutched his chest wound. Damn brat. Good thing that the cut wasn't too deep or else it would have hit more than just skin and muscle tissue. Zabuza growled and grabbed his cleaver again. Lucky shot, brat. Then, he melded with the mist again. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated on using his other senses to rat Zabuza out. He opened his eyes and slashed at the back to block an attempt to dice him. I grow tired of you hiding. Show yourself. For some reason, kid, I agree with you. I want a fight. This is no fight. This is a joke. Zabuza dispelled the mist as everyone saw Naruto and Zabuza, sword to sword. That's more like it. Naruto smirked. They separated. Naruto and Zabuza readied themselves. They charged. Naruto went for an uppercut. Zabuza dodged to the left. Naruto's left hand immediately moved to the hilt of Ashbringer and slashed at him. Zabuza dodged more to the left and slashed at him. Naruto substituted himself with a clone he made earlier and the clone dispelled as the blade hit it. Wa, Zabuza said. Naruto suddenly appeared from the trees as he bolted from the forest to him. He disappeared from view and reappeared behind him. Is that all you've got, swordsman? He taunted. Zabuza smirked behind his mask as he swung leftward at him. You're good. Naruto turned to the right and put up Frostmourne to block it. It clashed with a clang. Naruto jumped over Zabuza and landed in front of him and tried to stab him with Ashbringer when he turned to water. Naruto was wide-eyed. What the? Then, a figure jumped from the water. You're not the only one that can use a Bunshin and Kawarimi me. Zabuza said as he landed on the bridge rail. He readied his stance. Naruto turned to him. Come on, you're not a challenge. He returned Ashbringer to his back, as he returned to his Death Knight stance. Zabuza didn't reply and simply rushed to him. Naruto put up Frostmourne to block. Both swords clashed. However, Zabuza was stronger than Naruto, size and brute strength wise, and the recoil caused Naruto to put his front leg back to avoid breaking his back as he arched it. He pushed back with all his strength as the blades separated. This time, Naruto charged. Naruto made to stab him but Zabuza blocked with his cleaver. Frostmourne ricocheted off the blade to Naruto's left. Naruto aimed for a kick at his stomach region. He channeled chakra to his leg when it hit. When it hit, Zabuza was thrown to the side. Naruto redid his stance again. Zabuza immediately recovered and rushed to Naruto. Zabuza went for his head. Naruto put up Frostmourne. Zabuza kicked him. Naruto got hit, causing him to fall down. He flipped backward and blocked a downward slash from Zabuza. Naruto forced Zabuza's blade downward as he twirled around Zabuza's side and managed to hit him on the side with Frostmourne. However, he wasn't finished. When Zabuza's hand moved to the wound, Naruto held out his hand, grabbed his throat and slammed him down on the ground. He held Frostmourne to his throat. Zabuza, in turn, grabbed Naruto's throat and managed to overpower him. Zabuza turned the tables as he twisted his body around and slammed Naruto to the bridge as he swung his cleaver at his neck. Naruto! The others shouted. No one noticed the smirk on his face as the cleaver almost reached him. When the cleaver reached his neck, he said two-word, Bunshin Debakua. Zabuza heard it and widened his eyes. He jumped away hastily but still received damage from the explosion. Damn! How did a genin learn an A-rank ninjutsu? It's bad enough that he learned the B-rank bunshinjutsu, clone technique, Kage Bunshin, but this. I can't afford to hold back on this brat. If he can do that, he'll be a big obstacle to my mission to kill the old man. Zabuza looked at his burnt hands, legs, and chest. I can still move with little trouble. Good, I'll need it. He made several Mizu Bunshin and had them charge at the blonde while he started to make hand seals. Naruto saw the Mizu Bunshin coming at him. Naruto made a handstand as he spread his legs and began spinning. After the third rotation, Naruto managed to open the container for ashes and said, Hanu no Zangai, Hikara Jurensha 1. The ashes fell from the container and rose to the rotating feet, centripetal force or whatever. Besides, he's a ninja. He did something to make them go to his feet. When the ashes rotated for a third time, the ashes bolted from the rotating feet to the Mizu Bunshin. Everyone's eyes widened. The ash bullets hit the Mizu Bunshins and they turned back to their liquid form. Naruto stopped spinning and got back on his feet. Wasn't much fun. Naruto groaned. Zabuza finished his hand seals and said, Suiden no jutsu. The water began to rise up above his head and turned to a dragon. The dragon turned its head to Naruto and charged towards him. Naruto jumped a few feet back, stabbed Frostmourne to the ground, made some hand seals, and said, Fuden, Isenkei's Tsurugi. He breathed out the blades of wind that slashed at the dragon. The dragon reformed and still reached Naruto. Naruto tried to avoid it, but got hit by the pressure of it. Gah, he was trapped inside the water dragons inside. Zabuza made more Mizu Bunshin and had them charge at him. Naruto cursed mentally as he saw more Mizu Bunshin going towards him. He can't move his hands, because they were being spread and held by the water pressure. Then, he was thrown about by the water dragon around the bridge. Must get out before killed, Q-chan. Can I borrow some of your chakra? Kyuubi nodded. Thanks. Naruto closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, he snapped them open as they became red with slits. Kakashi cursed as he was about to run to help Naruto along with the remaining conscious ninjas. When they were about to run, they felt a very large chakra spike, a demonic spike. Kakashi's eyes widened. Kyuubi, he can access its chakra. It might be possible since he is the son of a seal master, he might have tweaked with it a bit. Possible, but now's not the time for that. He looked at the others. Yep, they felt it too. Shino seemed to be wary while his bugs seemed to be off. Setsuna looked at Naruto, suspiciously. Haku looked at Naruto, with the eyes that said, Go, go, go. Hanata was a bit shaken from the malicious chakra but still was wary. Kurenai was looking at Naruto, suspiciously, the same as Setsuna. Chizuna was shaking due to inexperience. The other three were pretty unconscious at this point. Kakashi returned to look at the battle before them. Well, I better hope that Kyuubi isn't taking over. Zabuza's eyes widened when he felt the demonic presence. The kid, he has demonic chakra. This is a surprise. Well, it wouldn't hurt to match his chakra a bit. He also spiked his chakra to the point that a demonic head hovered above him. Naruto shouted out, causing a dome of Yuki to surround him. It stretched out, diminishing the water dragon. When he landed on the floor, he disappeared from the view of the Mizu Bunshin. He reappeared behind them, holding Frostmourne. The Mizu Bunshin fell to the floor as they turned to water. Naruto stared at Zabuza and the demonic head hovering above him. Well, there is a reason why he was called the Kurigakure no Kijin. He took Kurigakure lessons from Minato and Kushina and he received their copy of the bingo book. Now, he called on more of Kyuubi's chakra as a chakra cloak with one tail covered him and the chakra met above him and shifted to the form of Kyuubi's head. Both demonic heads seemed to growl at each other as Zabuza grabbed his cleaver and Naruto fingered his Frostmourne, which was glowing red. Naruto noticed and looked at it. What the? The skull on Frostmourne's cross guard, or whatever they call the middle of the blade and hilt, changed from a horned monster to a fox with the ears as the sides of the cross guard. At the tip of the hilt, there were 9 ribbon-like things. He turned his stare to Zabuza. Kurigakure no Kijin. Feel the wrath of a demon. Naruto growled as he charged at him. Zabuza smirked. Oh, bring it, boy. He charged as well. Naruto swung his runeblade at him. Zabuza put up his cleaver to block it. When it connected, Zabuza felt as if he was being pushed to the side. Damn, he's more powerful than I thought. Zabuza aimed a fist at him, only to be blocked by Naruto's. Zabuza brought up a leg to kick him only to be blocked by Naruto's as well. They jumped back a few feet away from each other only to connect blades a second later. Naruto went for an uppercut. Zabuza put down his cleaver to block it. Zabuza punched him, or tried to, if not for Naruto putting up his hand to grab his hand. He used his Kyuubi enhanced strength to fling him from his front to somewhere behind him with difficulty, of course. Naruto kicked the cleaver off of his runeblade and swung it down at him. It stopped a centimeter from his face. Zabuza looked at him. Checkmate. Kurigakure no Kijin. Firostmore no Higi. Seiken Kyushu. The red glow began to trail to his body. Zabuza felt pain shoot from his body. Kyuubi's chakra along with Frostmourne's suction powers can really hurt the target. Closing parenthesis dot. WH what are why you doing? He asked Naruto. Naruto looked at him. Killing you. It was the last thing Zabuza heard as he fell to the ground. Naruto deactivated Kyuubi's chakra as he took out a sealing scroll. He sealed Zabuza's body to the scroll before moving on to the cleaver. He hefted it to his shoulder before walking to the others. Hey, guys, he cheerfully said. Kakashi blinked before smiling. Hey, Naruto, he said, are you alright? No damages or anything? Naruto smiled. Nope. He looked at the others' suspicious faces. Hey, what, is there something on my face? Teammate looked at him suspiciously as Haku went to him and hugged him. Haku thanked him for killing Zabuza, though, she felt sad that she couldn't kill him herself. Oh, yeah, what was that outburst of chakra? I felt Zabuza's chakra flare before, but yours, it seems even more demonic than Zabuza's. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I'll tell you when we get back to Konoha. Then, he turned to the others who were staring at him, as if expecting some answers. Oh, yeah, Kakashi-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, Hanata-chan, Setsuna-san, Shino-san, meet Haku. Hanata blushed at being called Chan, but still welcomed her, nonetheless. Setsuna and Shino nodded in response. Kurenai responded with a greeting. Kakashi, on the other hand, checked her for any kind of deception. Kakashi-sensei, I promise she's good. I mean, she has a slaver seal on her. Kakashi turned to him before nodding. All right, after all, no one wants to have a slaver seal on her. Kakashi put a hand on her shoulder. Now, then, I believe that Naruto asked you to join Konoha, right? A nod was the answer. He smiled. Okay. Well, it seems Zabuza failed. Oh, well, I'm not going to pay him anyway. A voice from the starting end of the bridge said. They turned to see a pint-sized man in the front of a bunch of thugs. Naruto glared at them. I assume you must be Gato. He asked. Oh, someone knows of me. Gato replied. Knows of your evil reign, yes. Well, we have a cheeky brat here. Kill the men and take the women, we'll have them in the slave ring. A bonus to the one who brings me the cheeky brat's head. The thugs cheered as they were going towards them. Naruto growled as he gave the cleaver to Haku. Hold this, I've got me some thug hunting. He took out Frostmourne and faced the thugs. He stabbed the runeblade to the ground. Firostmore no Higi. Seiken Kyushu. The bluish glow of the runeblade went to the thugs as, one by one, they fell. He sheathed the blade as he began to walk towards the midget. Gato began to walk backwards in fear. Unknown to Naruto, Gato had a powerful being inside of him. Naruto Gato, let me deal with this trash. A voice said in both of their heads. Huh, they both thought back. I feel something in the boy midget that seems familiar. Alright, good luck. Hey, I don't need luck, Naruto Gato. Especially, for someone like him. Naruto turned to look behind him, to measure the remaining people's trustworthiness. With the exception of Kiba, who would blabber about him, Sasuke, who would demand his power and all that, and Sakura, who would bitch about him giving his power to Sasuke, everyone seemed trustworthy enough. He returned his stare at Gato. Naruto closed his eyes as he was covered with a cloud of frost. Gato, on the other hand, was covered with a blackish cloud with green lightning. When Naruto's cloud of frost cleared, it showed a man, wearing some sort of armor with fur coverings, holding Frostmourne. Kakashi's and Kurenai's eyes widened. Naruto, why your tea the so-called Lich King? Kakashi asked. Naruto, now who is Arthas, turned to them. Yes, now I would like it very much if you kept this a secret. All of you, even you, Tazuna-san. Everyone nodded before Arthas turned to Gato. When the blackish cloud with green lightning vanished, Arthas' eyes widened as the others went pale. In Gato's place was a purplish creature. He had 2 horns on his head, 2 large wings from his back, long ears, some sort of blindfold on his eyes, and held what seems to be arched blades, which, in the middle, had some sort of panda face. The lower half of his body were hooves. When the purplish creature saw Arthas, his eyes widened before returning to normal size and speaking in a new language not known to the ninjas. Well, Arthas Menethil. Who would have thought that we would meet again like this? Illidan Stormrage, how could you be alive? The last I have heard of you, you died fighting that night elf warden. Arthas asked. The creature known as Illidan Stormrage chuckled. Did you really think that the skull of Gul'dan would only give me power? It gave me knowledge. Knowledge such as how to preserve one's consciousness in any kind of object. With the Kael'thas and his blood mages, Lady Vaj and her Naga mages and shamans, along with my demonic powers, I have not only preserved my consciousness, I also contained my power in it. I have no care about the object you used, but why would you choose the midget? Honestly, I had no choice. Years have gone and passed, and no one has even took a glance at my hiding area. Then, someone shows up and seems to have that hunger for power as I had before. It was too impossible to refuse. Besides, I can't spread my rule to the world inside an object, now, can I? And now, I am beginning to be thankful to fate for having to fight you again. Kakashi decided to butt in a little. Naruto, do you know this, whatever he is? Illidan turned to him and said to him, in perfect Japanese, whilst glaring, don't interfere into affairs that doesn't concern you, boy. Who taught you the ninja's language? Illidan returned his stare to Arthas. Why, through Gato, his accomplices, and his victims, of course. The natives are so talkative much. Also, I have the night elf magic along with demonic energy to translate their words. Arthas didn't respond as he gripped his blade. I believe it is time for our rematch. Illidan took his demon hunter stance and smirked. Yes, it is. Both warriors charged. Arg. They both yelled. Clang. The blades clashed. Arthas and Illidan glared at each other so much that you could see the lightning from their eyes clashing with each other. They separated. Arthas jumped and slammed down Frostmourne. Illidan jumped back. Illidan clasped both his blades and fired a beam towards Arthas. It hit him. Arthas felt energy leaving him and himself being crushed by the beam as he swung his runeblade and threw a death coil at him. Illidan rolled to the side and fired another beam. Arthas strafed to avoid the beam. Arthas fired more death coils at him. Illidan kept on avoiding them. Arthas stared at him. Both charged again. Arthas went for an uppercut, to which Illidan just jumped back. Illidan spun around to slice the man. Arthas inserted the runeblade to lock his blade with Illidan's. Arthas pushed him back as he charged again. Illidan, once he recovered, summoned green flames to cover his body. Illidan charged as well, as he crossed his blades. Ice-cold blue runeblade met the fiery hot green arched blades. They separated blades as Illidan clapped his blades together and he covered himself in blackish smoke with green lightning. When it cleared, showed a completely dark and demonic version of Illidan, only without the blades. Come, Death Knight Paladin. Show me the power of your runeblade against me. Illidan, in his metamorph form, taunted. Arthas gritted his teeth. Then, he came up with an idea. He raised his runeblade in the air as the bluish glow brightened. I summon the spirits of the people who have died. Rise up and serve your master. Like whatever, dude. Then, one by one, the thugs rose up. Their skin turned blood red as they charged towards the demon hunter. Illidan smirked. Is that all you've got, Arthas? Arthas kept quiet as the bodies charged towards Illidan. He saw Illidan use his greenish weapons of doom to try to defeat the summoned zombies. Keyword, tried. Every time it hits, the zombies kept on reconfiguring itself and attack. Kakashi squinted his eyes to make sure he isn't seeing things. I must be in a genjutsu. I'm seeing that purple creature turn into a black one. I'm also seeing the dead people come back to life and manage to grow themselves back when hit. Kurenai shook her head. No, you're not in any kind of genjutsu. I tried to dispel it. Kakashi looked at her before looking at the battle. Remind me to not make him mad at me. Agreed. Illidan wondered, what is his point in making these zombies when he knows that they are only, that's it. Illidan charged up demonic energy as green flames and electricity covered him. He released it and the reddish zombies got flown back by the pressure. Nice plan, Arthas. However, I'm not as stupid as you think. Illidan smirked as he turned to look at Arthas, who didn't move an inch. Arthas looked impassive as he readied his stance. At least, I have 20 seconds left. Illidan narrowed his unseen eyes. Let's continue. Illidan fired more greenish energy beams at him, to which Arthas just dodged as he ran towards him. For a full 20 seconds, they kept on firing greenish beams at each other, when Illidan powered down. Then, they clashed blades again. Finally, Arthas managed to find an opening in Illidan's attacks, when he faltered in his stance due to a corpse, and he manipulated it. He feinted attacking to the side and thrust it into his stomach. Gotcha. Farewell, Illidan's storm rage. The bluish runes of the runeblade reached Illidan and his soul got sucked into it. Arthas retracted the runeblade and sheathed it as he returned control to Naruto. Illidan turned back to a frightened Gato. Naruto opened his eyes to show his Uzugen, glaring at Gato. Gato tried to run away only to be sucked into some kind of whirlpool of stone from the bridge. Gato turned to Naruto and pleaded, please. Let me go. I'll give you anything. Just let me go and I won't do it again. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Give me all of the accounts that you stole, every single one. He said, threateningly. Oh okay. Gato didn't want to give away his money, but he had to do it so that he could live. After all, he could come back again. He took a pen and paper and wrote every detail of where he kept the loot. Naruto took the paper, pocketed it and used the Uzugen to get him out of the whirlpool. Gato bowed and turned to leave. Naruto smirked. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of Gato with Frostmourne in hand. Don't think that I don't know how power-hungry fools think. They will flee when they are weakest and come back when they feel strong and repeat the cycle. Pathetic. Die, Gato. Naruto spat as he turned to look at the fallen body of Gato. Sounds of footsteps attracted Naruto's attention. He turned around to see the populace of Nami no Kuni, with various weapons, looking at the battle, with Inari leading. It's done, already, Inari complained. Naruto grinned as he went over and patted him on the head. You don't always get what you want, Inari. Just be thankful with what ya got, aight. Inari nodded as the populace cheered to be out of Gato's control, finally. Next morning, Teams 7, 8, and Haku found Naruto missing in the house. Kakashi-sensei, Setsuna said, I can't find Naruto-san anywhere. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Well, let's ask your other teammates if they saw him. With that, they went to Kurenai, Hanata, Shino, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba, which three said that they didn't know where he is and they don't care. They didn't see him, either. So, they went to Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari to see if they saw him. When they saw them, Kakashi began. Excuse me, Tazuna-san, Tsunami-san, Inari, have any of you seen Naruto? We didn't see him anywhere. Tazuna spoke up. Well, no, we didn't see the guy anywhere. Inari and Tsunami also said that they didn't see him. Kakashi sighed in defeat. Alright, thanks. Tazuna spoke up. Maybe, he's in town. We'll help you find him. Tsunami and Inari agreed. They went to the town and split up to search for him. However, it took nearly all morning and they resigned to let him come back here on his own, later on. When they were about to enter Tazuna's house, a villager, both overjoyed and tired, ran to them. Tazuna, he shouted. Everyone turned to him. What's going on? What's the rush? Tazuna, he panted. The women that Gato took, they've returned. Everyone was wide-eyed. Wait, what? Even though Gato is dead, some of his thugs are still in his building. How could they get out of there? We asked them how. They said that when the thugs are about to come in their cells, someone killed them. What? Who? They didn't know. All they did know is that he was wearing some sort of fur coat and armor, and holding two blades, one was glowing blue and the other was glowing white. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Glowing, blue, and armor. It's possible that it was Naruto. Tazuna-san, do you know where Gato's building is? He asked Tazuna, who, along with everybody else, looked at him. Well, everybody does. It's the tallest one here. He replied. Kakashi nodded and said, come on, let's see who is the person responsible for their release. With that, they went towards Gato's building. The group cautiously entered the building, which seemed to be void of life. When they got in, nobody was there. In fact, there was nothing at all, except the structure of the building. No bodies, no blood, nor any sign of a fight. Kakashi spoke all of their thoughts. Weird. There's no sign of a fight, nothing, none at all. What happened here? They searched the dungeons, first, and saw it empty. They moved to the higher floors and found nothing. So, they continued higher and higher, and found nothing per floor, until they got to the top floor. When they got there, they saw an armored figure walking towards a safe door. The figure stopped. It was Naruto in his lich armor. Took you long enough, guys, he said as he dispelled his lich armor and turned to look at them. I already disposed all of the guys here. He smiled as he led them towards the safe. Ah, yes, here we are. Gato's safe. Naruto, how did you dispose of the bodies? Kakashi asked as he saw Naruto enter the combinations into the safe. I'm afraid that is all a secret, he said as the safe popped open and he went in and took all the money in it, using a sealing scroll. So, there's no way that you could tell us where the bodies are. Naruto grinned as he walked out of it. Nope. Either way, nobody would discover this place as I've put explosive tags everywhere. This place would go, boom, on my mark. He tossed the scrolls to Tazuna. There. Those are the money that Gato took from Wave. Use it well. He smiled as he made a cross-shaped seal and several cage buncheons came into life and grabbed the people there. What? Tazuna said, confused, as he was led towards a window, along with the others. Eep, went the females and blushed as some Naruto clones carried them bridal style into the window. Hey, what the? Kakashi exclaimed as one began to carry him piggyback and went towards the same window. Inari said, hey, as another clone hoisted him into his shoulders and went towards the window. Shino just stared at the clone as it carried him piggyback as well on towards the window. Naruto jumped in front of the clones as he spoke, time is of the essence, and as such, we must make haste. Come, let us leave through the window. He pointed a thumb towards the window as he turned and opened it. Naruto, are you crazy? We have civilians here. Besides, didn't you say that the explosive tags will only go on your mark? What's the rush? Kakashi shouted. Naruto grinned as he turned his head towards them. Like I said, time is of the essence. I wanted this building wiped off of the face of the earth, as soon as possible. Now, he said, as he crouched down as did the other clones, hold on tight. This they did as they held on to the clones as tight as they could. Then, as soon as they held on to the clones as tight as they could, the clones jumped. Naruto shouted, we have lift off. Inari screamed as he squeezed the life out of the clone holding him. Tazuna tightened his grip on the clone as they went falling. Kakashi and Shino just held onto their respective clones, no tighter, no looser. Kurenai tightened her grip on the clone holding her, a little. Haku, Hanata, Setsuna, and Tsunami held their respective clones closer to them as they fell. The clones blushed when they felt something from their chests touch their own. Naruto grinned as he twisted his body so that he was going feet first. They landed safely on the ground. When Naruto landed last, he turned towards the flustered group. Hey, sorry about that. Anyway, let's get out of explosion range. They complied as they ran towards a safe place. When they got to a safe place, Naruto smirked as he made one hand seal and said, boom. Immediately, the whole building was covered with explosion. Everyone from Wave, including the other three genin, came to the scene. What's going on? Kiba asked. When he saw the explosion, he dropped his jaw. What the hell happened here? Everyone seemed to be agreeing with his question. What you are seeing, Kiba, Naruto spoke as the explosion subsided and the building fell towards the floor, is the complete and utter destruction of Gato's building. Everyone from Wave looked at him in wonder and awe. The three genins, on the other hand, looked at him in disbelief and doubt. What he meant was who was the culprit. Sasuke said. "Oh, I did it. I destroyed Gato's building," Naruto confessed. Sasuke scoffed. "Yeah, right. You may be strong to go hold off Zabuza before, but not even Kakashi could get in the building, with all the thugs, and manage to destroy it." "Believe what you will, I do not care, Sasuke," Naruto responded. Sasuke grunted before moving back to the house, accompanied by Sakura. Kiba carried Orochimaru and went back to the house as well. Naruto turned to Tazuna. "I believe that you have an announcement to make." Tazuna nodded and turned to the populace. "Everyone, since a long time ago, we have been hounded by Gato's maliciousness. Now, we have been freed. Freed by these ninjas who did everything to help us. And now, this young man here," he gestured towards Naruto, "has just given us a new beginning." He took out the scroll of money. "Behold, within these scrolls are the money that Gato took and stolen from us. Given to us by him. Taken from Gato's own building." Tazuna shouted as the people cheered for thanks to the ninjas and, mostly, to Naruto. The next day they finished the bridge, which was the same day that the ninjas would be going back to Konoha. When the ninjas were about to leave, however, the population of Wave intercepted them. Now, where do you think you're going? The bridge is finished. Party with us," Tazuna said. Kakashi shook his head. "I'm afraid that we should leave as the mission is done." "Ah, we'll have none of that. Come on, we insist," he said. Kurenai said. "Next, I'm afraid that protocol says that we should return back to our village after a mission." Tazuna sighed in defeat. "All right, at least, stay a little while for a speech." Kurenai and Kakashi looked at each other. Kakashi said, "Sure, why not?" Tazuna grinned as he turned to the people. "Everyone, today, we see the finishing of the bridge that symbolized hope for our people. Let us name it with a name that gave all of us hope in these darkest times. Now, decide which name would you like." Everyone gave names but none had that certain ring to it. Finally, it was only Tazuna's daughter and grandson who were left to name it. Phew, that's gotta be a lot of suggestions. They, however, were having a conversation. When they finished, they said, in perfect unison, "How about the Great Naruto Bridge?" Tazuna grinned at the name. "Perfect, I didn't think of that. Named after the person who has saved us from Gato. Yes, henceforth, the bridge shall be known as the Great Naruto Bridge." Everyone cheered as the ninjas stood with jaws dropped. Who knew that Naruto had that big of an impact? Naruto's tenants beamed with pride at this. When the cheering subsided, they turned to the flabbergasted blonde. Naruto shook his head and grinned. "Everyone, thanks," he exclaimed. The crowd cheered again. Then, the crowd, one by one, began to thank the ninjas, ending with Naruto. Tazuna went third to the last. He shook hands with the other ninjas, while patting Naruto on the shoulder. Inari went second. He bowed to the other ninjas, and gave Naruto a big, Oni-san, hug. Naruto returned it. Tsunami was the last one. She, like Inari, bowed in thanks to the other ninjas. When she got to Naruto, she crouched low to reach his height and hugged him. Not just any hug, she squeezed him such that her sensors were in contact with him. Naruto, along with the others, were shocked, with Naruto blushing red. When she detached from him, in which she did very slowly, she leaned into his ear and whispered, in a suggestive voice, "Come visit us sometime, Naruto-kun." Okay. She kissed him on the cheek, making Naruto even more red. Kakashi giggled pervertedly. Kushina to fume, "She's being goody-goody with my Sochi." Minato, Arthas, and Alexandros to burst out laughing. Kyuubi to giggle. Hanata and Setsuna to feel slightly jealous. Haku to glare at her. Kurenai to raise an eyebrow. Shino to look on with an unreadable face. Inari to go wide-eyed and open-jawed. Tazuna to chuckle, and the three other genin to shrug in apathy. Naruto was blushing red at her boldness. Whoa, what was that? He's dense, isn't he? When Tsunami stood up, she smiled at him as she went back to the other crowd. Teams 7 and 8 thanked the crowd for their hospitality and left. Haku followed and left, as well. Naruto quickly bowed and ran off. Tsunami giggled at him. He's kind of cute when he's flustered. Tazuna raised an eyebrow at her. Inari looked at her. Ka-san, what happened a while ago? He innocently asked. Chizuna told him that he would tell him when he was older. Tsunami sighed. With him, it would be quite lonely here. Naruto, Haku, Teams 7 and 8 approached the gates of Konoha. Azumo and Kotetsu stepped in front of them. Halt, Kotetsu said. Kakashi said, Teams 7, 8 and Naruto's team coming back from a successful mission from Nami no Kuni. The young lady accompanying us is Haku. Azumo nodded. All right, your identification checks out. Report to Hokage-sama. Naruto, Kakashi, and Kurenai nodded as they went towards the tower. Kakashi turned to his students and said, all right, team dismissed. Sasuke shrugged and left, with his so-called number 1 fangirl, Sakura, following him. Hiba stretched his arms in relief as he went home. With that, they went to the tower. The Sandaime sighed. So, let me get this straight, the client lied to you, saying that Gato took all the available money for an A-rank mission. Then, you were attacked by Momochi Zabuza, were pinned down, and had help from Naruto-kun before a missing nin managed to save him, which is Haku here. He pointed to Haku, however, she had a slavery seal on her put by Zabuza to save his sorry ass when he was in trouble. Afterwards, you went to the client's house, trained your teams in whatever you think they needed. Naruto-kun met Haku in the woods, finds out about the seal, removes it and plans something for Zabuza. Then, the time came, they fought, using the you-know-what's chakra in the process. Naruto-kun kills Zabuza, he takes Zabuza's body in a scroll. Then, Gato came. Naruto-kun gives the cleaver to Haku and began to kill everyone. Then, Gato turned to a horned, blind monster and Naruto, to the Lich King. They fought. Naruto-kun manages to kill the monster and kills Gato. Afterwards, Naruto-kun infiltrates Gato's building, saving slaves in the process and takes the money and destroys his building. In the end, Wave thanks all of you. And, one last thing, the client's daughter flirted with my surrogate grandson. That's all. A nod was seen. The Sandaime sighed. I'm getting too old for this shit. Then, Hanata spoke up. Anyo, Hokage-sama. The Sandaime turned to her. Yes. I wanted to ask if this, you know what, that you talked about earlier was connected to that red chakra that Naruto-kun released in Wave. The Sandaime and Naruto looked at each other. Naruto nodded, followed by the Sandaime. The Sandaime looked at Team 8 and Haku. You know, all of you are lucky that Naruto trusts you. If not, then, we might not be having this conversation now. Team 8 and Haku tensed. Naruto trusted them that much. What is this secret that got the Sandaime riled up? Do you know about the fate of the Kyuubi no Yoko during its attack before? The Sandaime asked. Setsuna answered, well, we were told that Yondaime-sama killed it, however, from the feel of Naruto-san's chakra in Wave, which was almost demonic in nature, it wasn't true, was it, Hokage-sama? Minato chuckled. The Hikashis always were the sensory type, they can sense any type of chakra, be it demonic, humane, or hybrid. In a 50-meter radius, the best ones managed to stretch to 60. The Sandaime nodded. Yes, the Yondaime couldn't kill it. No human could. So, he sealed it in an infant. He gestured towards Naruto, who was cross-armed, as if expecting their response. The Genins and Haku gasped. Kurenai already knew about the Kyuubi. Shino, then, spoke up. Hokage-sama, I have to ask, why would the Yondaime choose Naruto for the Kyuubi? I find it highly doubtful that Yondaime-sama would just choose any infant for this kind of burden. Minato shook his head. Abarames and their logical reasoning. Naruto looked at the Sandaime, who looked at him. He nodded. Naruto turned to the group. You're right, Shino. Yondaime-sama wouldn't just choose any infant, since, some might abandon the child, others might train it to be a weapon behind the Hokage's back, other might kill it in hatred. He chose someone that he knew would trust with this responsibility, someone that would use this power not for evil but to bring peace to the shinobi world. He chose me, his son, for that purpose. This time, Kurenai joined in the gasping, leaving only Naruto, Kakashi and the Sandaime not gasping. No one knew, with Shino having suspicions, that Naruto was the Yondaime Hokage's son. Shino nodded his head. That makes sense, however, there's another thing that bothers me. What is this Lich King that was discussed earlier? The Sandaime looked at Naruto, who nodded. Naruto turned to the group. The Lich King is a very powerful being that dated back beyond the time of the Raikudo Sennin. It earned gasps from the Jonins and Genins. The Lich King was once human before until a demon came to him and promised him power, through a blade, a rune blade, Frostmourne. He unsheathed Frostmourne and showed it to the awestruck group. This was it, until it was purified. You see, when the human took the blade and the power corrupted him, he instilled fear into the world using the undead, like the ones you saw at Nami no Kuni. However, people tried to fight against him, and all failed. However, they managed to defeat him using a holy weapon, exercising the demonic power in the runeblade. He sheathed it. Since then, the blade has been passed down from generation of generation, the generation of my father, Namikaze Minato. That earned more gasps. Sensei used that blade. Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head. From his journals, he said that he didn't use it. He said that it doesn't feel right in his arms. The Sandaime interfered. Alright, that's all you need to know, for now. Naruto-kun and I trust all of you enough to keep it quiet from anyone and everyone. Am I clear? He began releasing ki, which said, or else. They nodded and the ki subsided. Good, now, Kakashi, Kurenai, you are dismissed along with you, Hanata, Shino, Setsuna, and Haku. I have something to discuss with Naruto-kun. Everyone except Naruto left. Haku was about to leave but Naruto grabbed her to stop her. Naruto said, Oji-san, Haku doesn't have any place to live, so I thought that she might live in the mansion. However, she still doesn't know the way and the mansion does not recognize her yet, so, he trailed off. The Sandaime nodded. Ah, I see, say no more. However, if she could just stay outside for a little while, since this is a very private matter. Haku nodded and left. When the door closed, the Sandaime took a puff from his pipe. First of all, Naruto-kun, I want to say that I'm glad that you were alright in that mission. Not anyone could handle an A-rank missing nin and live. With that, you might be placed in a bingo book, listed as a high A rank, possibly, low S rank nin. Second, I have a mission for you. An S rank. That shocked Naruto and his other tenants. An S rank. Who, in their right mind, would send a genin in a one-man team, for that matter, in an S-rank mission. Granted that he can kick an A-rank's butt, but still, who said that he can kick an S-rank's ass? The Sandaime chuckled. I know what you're thinking. Who, in their right mind, would send a genin in a one-man team, for that matter, in an S-rank mission? Simple. He turned serious. It can only be done by you, since we are dealing with the undead in this mission. Naruto immediately turned serious. Details. He droned. Instead of responding, the Sandaime took out a photo from the mission folder and gave it to him. This photo was taken by a desperate farmer somewhere within Mizu no Kuni. The Mizukage sent some mist ninjas but they never came back. Naruto took a look at it and frowned. It showed hunchback skeletal creatures, at least 5, eating on a bunch of corpses while one pale man in a robe was on the sidelines and raising his staff, which the end was glowing. Arthus, also, frowned at it. Ghouls and necromancers, who managed to survive that long period of time. Naruto said, I'll take it. The Sandaime nodded and gave him the scroll. Get Haku-san to your house and leave for your mission. Oh, and you can turn in Zabuza's body to the Mizukage while you're at it. Naruto nodded and left. Naruto and Haku entered the mansion. They saw Makoto having bits of small talk with Kyuubi. Naruto cleared his throat and they turned to him. Naruto-kun, Naruto-sama, they said, respectively. Naruto went a little pink at the suffix by Makoto but recomposed himself. Naruto gestured towards Haku. Makoto-san, Kyuubi-chan, this is Yuki Haku, the last remaining member of the Ice Keke Genkai wielding clan, as her mother was killed by her father in fear of the bloodline. Get acquainted, guys, I have another mission to attend to. Bye. With that, he grabbed some supply packs and left. Makoto and Kyuubi smiled warmly at her. So, let's begin introductions, shall we? Makoto started. Naruto jumped on the tree branches as he approached the border of Mizu no Kuni. When he got to the farmer, he gave the mission scroll. The farmer laughed at him but a glare from Naruto shut him. Listen, I will either do this or not. Your choice. With that, Naruto jumped off to the target area. When Naruto landed on the ground in front of the ice-covered area, he was surrounded by skeletal archers, mages and warriors both of orcs and humans. What have we here? Do those people think that we would show mercy to a child? They are fools to even think that. I'm afraid that we have to kill you, now. Naruto closed his eyes and had Arthas, per request of him, control him. When he opened them, it showed his bluish eyes and he was covered with a cloud of frost. When it cleared, the figure showed the Lich King armor, complete with Frostmourne at hand. Arthas pointed it at the skeletons. I warn you now, you take one more step, you will know the reason why I was once called the Lich King. That stopped the undead in their tracks. They tried to sense lies and deceit in his words, but no such thing came out. Also, he was radiating with undead energy as the runeblade that the person in front of them held in his hands began to glow with such intensity that it was almost humming with power. The undead beings asked, "Are you really the Lich King? If so, prove it." Arthas smirked. "Gotcha. Yes, I really am the Lich King. If you require proof, then, all of you, come at me, and I will assure you, all of you will fall from me." The undead relaxed their stance. If that is the case, then, we'll have our Lord and Master, Kel'Thuzad, decide if you really are who you say you are. Lead the way, then. With that, Arthas and the skeletal beings went into the frosty area. As Arthas and the skeletal beings trudged the snowy land, Arthas noted some of the curious looks given to him by some of the Scourge's minions. Ghouls, necromancers, abominations, banshees, shades, acolytes and other minions of the Scourge, as he finally saw their target place, surrounded by frost worms. The previously floating and now on land necropolis, Naxxramas. Arthas smiled when he saw it. The head skeleton mage went up to the entrance and banged on the door before going back to the line. The door opened and out came 5 beings, 4 of them are riding horses and 1, on foot. Inside his head, Arthas and Alexandros briefed them about the Scourge. "And the 5 people you see before me are the 4 strongest Death Knights and the Grand Necromancer and commander of my legion in my time, Gothic the Harvester. I was once one of those 4 Death Knights until my freeing from undeath. The first one on the left, son of Kushina, is Thane Korthas, who holds immense power over flame. The next one is Lady Blamo, who lures souls into her then captures them with shadow. The third one is Sir Zeliek, who is a very firm believer of the light, that it even serves him in undeath, using it to smite his foes. The last one is Baron Rivendare. I have no other knowledge of him other than him being a friend of Kel'Thuzad in the past and was easily swayed by him into undeath. The only other thing I know about him is that he is one impressive melee fighter. And, as I have told you earlier, the person not on a steed is Gothic the Harvester. He is the Grand Necromancer and commander of my legion. His command over the undead is so great that even the weakest Death Knights can summon the dead to fight for him." Naruto and the others were jaw-wide, even Kyuubi, whose open jaw is smaller than the rest. Arthas chuckled. "Anyway, the next level holds the Scourge's most dangerous and lethal abominations, Patchwork, Grobolus, Gluth, and Thaddeus. Patchwork is a very titanic and powerful abomination that none believed his strength and even fewer believed of his fall. The next one, Grobolus, is a flesh giant abomination which was infused with the plagues of Naxxramas, which he uses to poison his foes and make them fall. The third one, Gluth, is a plague dog abomination. His hunger is so insatiable that humans can't sat it, they had to feed him with an army of undead, daily, and use the remains to create other undead beings. The last one, Thaddeus, is the most massive of the abominations and had control over lightning. And finally, the last floor contains the Lord over Naxxramas, my most loyal subject, and friend, Kel'Thuzad and his guardian, the strongest of all the frost worms, Sapphiron." Gothic the Harvester, with the 4 Death Knights behind him, glared at the figure standing in the midst of skeletal beings. "What is the meaning of this? This fool cannot be the Lich King. He was destroyed the moment those humans destroyed Ice Crown where the frozen Lich King was stationed before." The undead beings said, "However, my lord, his appearance and runeblade matches that of the previous Lich King, Arthas Menethil and Frostmourne." "Then, you are a fool, since he has died since that holy blade, Ashbringer, broke Frostmourne and smote the Lich King. This fool cannot be him." Immediately, the whole area was covered by a very dangerous aura of death that only the most powerful Lich King, Arthas Menethil, can muster. Then, Gothic was held up in the air by a chokehold by Arthas with Frostmourne threatening to stab him on the stomach. You dare call me a fool, Gothic? I, the one who gave you free reign over my army. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't end your undead life. Then, another voice, a cold, calm voice answered. Because, there would be less of the undead to lead your army, King Arthas. Arthas turned to see the Archlic that he had trusted his kingdom to. It has been a long time, Lich. Kel'Thuzad floated all the way down to the ground, as the 4 Death Knights and the other undead beings bowed to him. Indeed it has, my king. He replied. How did you know that I was the real one? Kel'Thuzad smiled, though it was barely seen since he is skeletal. Dear me, why shouldn't the person whom you have claimed to be your friend and whom you have appointed over your kingdom know you, King Arthas? After all, no one can and ever will imitate your lich energies nor your runeblade's lethality. Arthas let go of Gothic and walked to him. Tell me, what has passed since my death? 2 figures are seen going up the stairs to the top of the necropolis. One was wearing armor with fur in some areas. He also had a helmet that radiated power along with the runeblade he held. The runeblade, which is known as Frostmourne, had serrated edges at some sides, runes on the dais, and a skull figure at the cross guard. This man's name is Arthas Menethil, or as he was known before, the Lich King. The other, a male due to the posture and the skull shape, was a skeletal man. He wore purple robes, signifying royalty. The man had bluish glowing eyes, like Arthas, and was floating all the way up. This man's name is Kel'Thuzad, or as he was known since Arthas' ascension to Lich King, the Archlic of the undead scourge. The man known as Arthas turned to Kel'Thuzad and said, So, what happened since my death, Lich? Kel'Thuzad turned to him and replied, A lot, actually, since your defeat at the hands of Bolvar Fordragon, the humans, orcs, and night elves have increased their attacks on the scourge. In fact, they have gotten stronger since that time. They have gotten braver as well. However, we fought back to the best of our abilities. I'm sure you did, Kel'Thuzad. Arthas said. Moving on, one time, they tried to attack us. We fought back. However, they had a trick up their sleeve. They planned to distract us from the other group that was working their way up to Ice Crown. Wait, they planned to destroy me, or rather, Bolvar Fordragon, who was the Lich King at that time and was frozen. Yes. They brought quite a huge number of explosives and weaponry for it. When we learned about their plan, it was already too late. A big explosion was heard from Ice Crown and pieces of ice and armor was spilled around. Kel'Thuzad said. Well, that must be painful for Bolvar. Indeed, Kel'Thuzad replied, as they were nearing the top of the necropolis. Furthermore, when the former Lich King was destroyed, most of the troops were weakened by a large margin. While the troops you saw before were the only ones who didn't have large decrease of power, due to them being too much loyal to you, as I am. When the decrease of power happened, most of our numbers were destroyed and that left with only us, on Naxxramas. When the remaining scourge rounded on the necropolis, I had it fly onto a far place. Arthas raised an unseen eyebrow. Oh, yes, Naxxramas is a fortress filled with the strongest members of the scourge. Combine that to the other troops of the scourge, it would take, possibly 5 days to completely break the scourge. However, I did not want our troops to sacrifice their ability and talent so recklessly, so I had used my powers to begin the flight, to the great unknown. Various opponents have tried to scale the walls or stop the necropolis ascent and disappearance, but all have failed. And who are these? Various opponents. Oh, the usual. Griffin riders, gyrocopters, night elf riders, mostly air combatants. However, there were various ground combatants who rode goblin zeppelins to try and infiltrate this base. None succeeded. So, what happened? We managed to lose them by the sea. They tried to get to the ships, but we managed to destroy the shipyards and ships that are on the nearby shore, as it would take days to get back to their base and come back to find us. Afterwards, we landed on a very wide plain. I landed the necropolis there. Then, I had the troops go into a very deep sleep, or hibernation, until such a time that we are awoken either accident or on purpose. Then, I summoned the earth around us to cover our hibernating bodies until the aforementioned time comes, and it seems that it has. Who would have thought that the time that we would awaken would be the same time the strongest of the Lich Kings would meet us? Arthas smirked. If anyone, it was the gods that has planned things out for us, though, I am not that much religious. The duo reached the top of the necropolis and sat down on their respective thrones. Arthas was made from ice that he created just a few seconds before sitting down. When both were comfortable, Kel'Thuzad turned to Arthas. Tell me, King Arthas, is there any particular reason why I can sense 5 other souls in you and one of them feels demonic? Arthas chuckled. Well, that is simple, Lich. The first essence you sensed is my heir, the blonde boy your men saw earlier, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The other 2 essences are his parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The demonic essence is his charge since it is tradition for the world of this time to seal demons into a certain person, Kyuubi no Yoko, and the last one, I'm sure you remember, is Alexandros Mograine. Kel'Thuzad raised an eyebrow. Heir, ah, yes, it is my turn to share my tales. Ahem, let me begin with my defeat at the hands of Bolvar Fordragon. After that defeat, I began thinking that I would join my fathers and forefathers afterwards. However, with all the sins I have committed, that seems impossible, so I started to think that if I did some good, they might accept me. So, I, as a soul, went to the place where they placed the hilt of Frostmourne as their trophy and thrust it away from that place. Before I followed it, I left a piece of my soul into a previous accomplice, Jaina Proudmoore. That woman who joined you in your previous life is a paladin. The Archmage. Indeed, as a spirit, I have no other way of choosing the rightful wielder of Frostmourne as I couldn't just pick anyone for it. So, you used your previous accomplice for your own uses. It seems to me that you just added to your evil deeds rather than your own good ones. Let me continue, Lich. Now, after I did what I did, I followed to where I thrust Frostmourne. Slowly but surely, I began repairs on the blade. All the while, I was looking over the portion of my soul left with Jaina. Apparently, she found a lover and had a child, who had my soul portion on him. I patiently waited for both the blade to be repaired and the child to have another family of his own. Luckily, both happened at the same time. Jaina's child had a family of her own and he was ready to face my test. I used that portion of my soul to lure him. He followed, he was tested, he failed. He lost his soul to me. That was rather vicious, wasn't it? Either that or I let him go and he tells the others about it. You have a point, don't I? Anyway, generations have passed and the night elves and orcs have gone extinct and humans have prospered and every generation of people with my soul portion was tested, none passed. Then, the time came where people had an innate ability called chakra, and used it to use techniques called jutsus. The generation that held my soul portion was now the Namikaze family, or clan as they call it. Naruto, whom I mentioned earlier, was the last to try it. I tested him and found out that his mother, a member of the Uzumaki clan, was a descendant of Alexandros Mograines and he had left his blade, Ashbringer, to be given to its rightful wielder. So, I was surprised to find him within the boy's consciousness. Interesting. Continue, King Arthas. Yes, now, I failed to mention earlier that both parents of Naruto was killed due to an attack from the nine-tailed demon fox or, rather, the father sealing the demon inside the boy and the mother protecting him along with his father. So, both parents are deceased until Naruto passed both my and Alexandros tests. Until he passed both tests. Yes, I made a deal with the god of death of this timeline, the Shinigami, that, in turn for the chosen one's parents, I would give him twice the amount he gave me. He accepted, on the condition that I give him the 4 best fighters I have taken. I agreed. Now, here was what happened, after we have done introductions. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Team 8 was training hard. They were currently had their daily spar with their sensei, Kurenai. Who's winning? Well, good question. Both sides were great combatants. The Genins held their ground against their Jonin sensei, due to their sensei holding back a bit. Now, both sides were panting and sweating profusely. A clock rang. Both teacher and students relaxed their stance. Kurenai said, "Good work, everyone, you managed to hold me off until the time is up. You're getting better by the hour." The Genin chorused a, "Thank you, sensei," before dropping to the floor, tired. Then, Setsuna said, Kurenai sensei, I have no desire to switch senseis or something, but do you know someone who knows Kenjutsu? Kurenai said, well, I have my friend Azuki Yugo and there is Gekko Hayate, her boyfriend. Both are excellent Kenjutsu practitioners and good in teaching students. She looked at her. Why do you ask? Do you want to have them teach you Kenjutsu? Setsuna slowly nodded. Well, yes, but, Kurenai chuckled. You want Naruto to teach you Kenjutsu, am I right? Setsuna shyly nodded. I understand. Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan, a clan which contains masters of Suidan techniques, though they are not on the level of Nadaime-sama, and gods of Kenjutsu, their lowest level Jonin could give even one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Hanata, Shino and Setsuna were shocked and impressed. They thought, no wonder he had such an easy time against Zabuza. Also, both Yugo and Hayate learned from an Uzumaki Kushina, along with Uchiha Itachi. They shouted, they learned under the aka Shi. Kurenai chuckled. I knew that would have that reaction. Yes, the Red Death. A role model for all kunoichi just as Yondaime-sama is for shinobi. She taught them all Shiken before the Kyuubi attacked. Shino spoke up. Speaking of Kyuubi, is Kushina-sama somehow related to Naruto? Naruto didn't tell them about him being Kushina's son, only him being Minato's son. Closing parenthesis. Kurenai shrugged. Perhaps, I didn't take the time to ask him about it. There might be a possibility. Either way, let's ask Hokage-sama later. Now, she turned to Setsuna. I might be able to ask Naruto if he can teach you about Kenjutsu. Setsuna grinned. Thank you, sensei. Back to Arthas and Kel'Thuzad. The former has just finished telling the latter about Illidan Stormrage's doings. And of course, we got home after the mission. Naruto got this one and here we are. Arthas finished. Kel'Thuzad put a hand to his chin. This is troubling. Your old rival has managed to store his consciousness until future use, so, what do you plan to do now? Well, I was hoping to ask you if you would join me in helping Naruto in giving peace to this world. Next, I wanted to train him some more just in case if more of Illidan's consciousnesses are scattered around the world. Very well, I shall help you. I also think that the others will help you as well, since, as I said earlier, they are loyal to you and will follow you into any decisions you make, whether that may be helping the humans or not. Also, since you're the Lich King, they will follow you. Thank you, Kel'Thuzad. You really are a good friend. Kel'Thuzad smiled. However, I would have to test your air, as we don't want weak beings in our ranks. Very well, tell me, what test do you suggest? Arthas immediately regretted it because Kel'Thuzad had some sort of insane aura around him. He has to beat Sapphiron in a one-on-one battle. No using Frostmourne or Ashbringer. He may use any techniques he has learned from you and his other teachers, but he may not use both your and Alexandro's weapon. Agreed. Arthas put up a hand to indicate to wait a few moments. Well, what do you guys say? Alexandros spoke. Those sound like reasonable agreements, however, I'm worried about the son of Kushina's progress about this. Sapphiron is the strongest of all frost worms and he won't fall easily. Single quote. Minato said next, well, he said that he can use any techniques he has learned. He also said that Naruto can't use Frostmourne or Ashbringer against him. So, which means, Naruto can use Kyuubi's chakra, Yamiden, Akuridan, Ranmaden, and every other thing that's elementary. Kushina spoke next, but, isn't Sapphiron powerful? He might kill Naruto. Arthas said, that may be, Naruto still needs to beat Sapphiron. If not, then that is the end. Single quote. Kushina was about to retort when Naruto said, let me go, Ka-san. Kushina turned to him. Naruto. Minato put a hand on her shoulder. Yes, Kushina, let him go, at least, this once. This is not only a test between him and Sapphiron. This is also a test of himself. He needs to make sure that he is powerful to gain the respect of the undead. Kushina bit her lip and nodded. Okay, kick his ass, Naruto. Kushina told her son, if not, and you die, I will beat you even in the afterlife, got it? Naruto grinned. Of course, I will kick his ass. Believe it. Kushina grinned as well. Yep, definitely, my son. Arthas put down his hand and said to Kel'Thuzad, very well, Naruto agrees to your demands. No Frostmourne, no Ashbringer, everything else is good. Kel'Thuzad said, good, now, send him out. I wish to speak to him. Arthas nodded and a cloud of frost covered him. The cloud cleared to show Naruto with a shit-eating grin on his face. Kel'Thuzad chuckled. Judging from your reaction, I would say that you are very enthusiastic in fighting Sapphiron. Naruto put a thumbs up. Yeah, I'm going to kick his ass. I believe that King Arthas told you the rules. Yeah, no Frostmourne, no Ashbringer, I can use my ninja techniques, my ordinary blades, Yamiden, Akuridan, Ranmaden, and Kyuubi-chan's techniques. Kel'Thuzad nodded. Good, now, follow me. I want every member of the Scourge to see this battle as no one is brave enough to take Sapphiron head-on, without reinforcements of the sort. Kel'Thuzad and Naruto rode on top of Sapphiron and flew to the ground. When they got to the ground, Kel'Thuzad announced, everyone, meet Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the chosen of your Lich King. Every member of the Scourge cheered since they have a descendant of their Lich King. Now, he will be tested if he is fit to gain our respect by battling Sapphiron. That got murmurs from them since it will be great battle. Let us watch his progress. Kel'Thuzad summoned chairs of ice a fair distance away from Sapphiron and Naruto. When they got to their place, Kel'Thuzad said, begin. Naruto grinned and dodged the claw intended for him. He recovered and made some hand seals, Kaden, Kan Houshaki no Jutsu. He exhaled a large amount of fire towards Sapphiron, which, upon impact, didn't even make it roar in pain. Naruto jumped to avoid a tail headed his way and narrowly dodged a wing that was wildly flapping. He landed in the opposite of where he was before. He tried again to fire another fire technique, Kaden, Kaki Engine 1. He moved his arms in a circular fashion and fire appeared on his fingertips and formed a circle. Afterwards, he made more hand seals and said, Kaden, Denetsu Sokushin 2. He censored his palm back and thrust it forward and the fire circle got larger and zoomed towards Sapphiron. Sapphiron saw the large circle of fire and countered by sending out his ice breath attack. Both attacks met head-on and smoke covered the area. Sapphiron looked around for Naruto. He smelled for Naruto. He found a lot of Narutos. Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Bakua. A chorus shout was heard. Sapphiron looked around for the real one but to no avail. A lot of elemental spears were headed for Sapphiron. Sapphiron managed to block most of it using his wings, claws and tail, however, a good number managed to hit him in various places. Sapphiron roared in pain. The spectators were shocked when they heard Sapphiron's roar of pain. It was amazing how a little boy managed to harm the greatest frost Wyrm in the Scourge. Back to the battle, Sapphiron growled as he flailed his tail around trying to find Naruto, but to no avail. You see, after that elemental hell, a bunch of Narutos jumped from the smoke and began to attack Sapphiron. Now, the tails were hitting all but the original Naruto. Then, a new set of Naruto clones jumped from the ground and gangbanged Sapphiron. Sapphiron roared in fury as he tried to escape the grasp of the clones. He managed to get some off but he still has lots to go. Naruto grinned. Come on, is that all you can do, Dragon Boy? Sapphiron roared more as he also used his claws and wings to get the clones off of him. He even shook himself to do it. Naruto shouted as he was holding on for dear life. The other clones did as well, however, some weren't so lucky and were caught in the moving joints of the skeletal dragon. Sapphiron growled as Naruto was being stubborn and didn't let go. Sapphiron spread his wings and took flight high in the air. Every spectator followed the movement of Sapphiron and Naruto, who was screaming like hell. Ah! Naruto shouted, as he felt the wind, all at once, whooshing at his face. Oh, no, I'm gonna, too late, he let go. Ah! Naruto, thinking fast, he turned to face the ground, made some hand seals and said, Akuridan, Kami Tate. Runes covered his body, which parted from him and formed a dome around him. Kel'Thuzad was curious. Interesting, he is the paladin's technique of divine shield, which makes the user invulnerable for a given period of time. However, it may be able the user negate the pain that will come. It may not be able to protect him from the pressure that will occur in any attack. Naruto closed his eyes shut, in preparation for the fall to the ground. He felt himself hit the ground. He didn't feel the pain of doing so. He felt himself being pushed by the ground. He didn't feel the pain of doing so. He opened his eyes to see that he landed with his only a few fractures. He healed it using his healing technique and heard a roar. He quickly turned around to see Sapphiron breathing ice into his area. Naruto rolled very fast to avoid it. Unfortunately, the ice beam was too fast and Naruto got hit in the arm. The result was his arm getting frozen. He gritted his teeth at the instant coldness he felt. He saw a shadow looming below him. He looked up to see Sapphiron diving towards him. Naruto cursed in his mind, which resulted in him being hit on the head by Kushina. Damn it, hit on the head, I don't have enough time to avoid that blow. I have to think fast. Then, Naruto got an idea. Using his free hand, he unzipped his pouch, containing the ashes of his fallen victims and said, Hanu no Zangai, Enmaku 3. The ashes spread out, once out of the pouch, and covered the area with dark smoke. Kel'Thuzad, in the sidelines, grew interested. He is interesting. I have never seen an ability that will allow you to create smoke from ashes. Sapphiron stopped from his dive to look around for any sign of Naruto. He tried to sniff in the smoke, but the horrid stench of ashes was all he got, so he tried to hear him out. He heard the heavy footsteps and breathing. He located the source and fired a breath of ice towards it. He heard Naruto shout, Kaden, Shuiden 4. Then, a large explosion rocked the place and a large outburst of fire emerged from the source of the shout. The fire attack overpowered the ice breath and went towards Sapphiron. Sapphiron tried to avoid the fire attack, which was almost successful, if not for a good portion of the flame hitting his wing. Sapphiron roared once more. Sapphiron was getting infuriated. Then, another shout was heard. Ranmaden. Reza. A very powerful beam zoomed from another place within the smoke and hit Sapphiron at the chest region. Sapphiron roared in fury again. Then, Sapphiron started to fire ice breaths in a random direction towards the smoke. By the spectators' area, Kel'Thuzad shook his head. Thank goodness I thought of putting a defensive barrier around the area to avoid the outsiders to sense the large amount of energy being released or the rather loud roar of fury from Sapphiron. A necromancer approached him and asked, Pardon, Lord Kel'Thuzad, but, don't you think we should calm Sapphiron down? If he continues, then, Lord Arthas' heir might be killed. I know what would happen if Sapphiron continued, Necromancer. However, the scourge accepts powerful beings and if young Naruto doesn't survive, then so be it. The necromancer bowed and continued to watch. Naruto silently cursed as to not get hit by his mother, as an ice breath managed to hit him and he was almost frozen if not for his head. Then, the smoke cleared courtesy of Sapphiron flapping his wings to remove it. Sapphiron landed in front of Naruto and put his head a few meters away from Naruto's. Then, to Naruto's surprise, he spoke, I admire your desire to defeat me, young one, however, it will take more than measly attacks to actually knock me unconscious. I'm afraid, this is the end. Sapphiron opened his mouth and a large intake of ice was seen in it. Kel'Thuzad sighed. It looks like he fails. Naruto gritted his teeth as the large amount of ice became bigger and bigger. What do I do? Ah, man, wait, why am I panicking? I can't lose now. Naruto shouted, Yoko no Kuromo, Ikibi 5. Then, immediately, demonic energy flowed around the area as Naruto shouted with power. Kel'Thuzad watched as the others shivered and began shaking in fear. He shouldn't be surprised as, out of all the demons that the scourge has faced, this one clearly overpowers them. Calm down. He will not harm you. The undead warriors calmed down, slightly. Sapphiron grew interested as he looked at the quickly melting ice caused by the heat from Naruto's demonic energy covering him. Too late, young one. My attack is complete. He released the attack towards Naruto. Naruto, while in his one-tailed form, suddenly slammed his hands down and roared. A dome of demonic energy surrounded him and grew bigger, hitting the ice attack head-on. It was hard to defeat the ice attack as that thing takes in water in the air and freezes it and they were in a freaking ice land which covered a huge area. Then, the ice attack shattered and the dome of demonic energy dissipated. Naruto disappeared from sight of Sapphiron and reappeared behind him prepared to kick him in the head. He kicked. The blow was powerful enough to make Sapphiron move his head in reaction. The spectators were now more terrified than ever. No demon ever managed to make Sapphiron move his head in reaction. Naruto, after seeing Sapphiron move his head in reaction, extended his hands and sent out his chakra arms towards Sapphiron's head and pulled it into him. He pulled his leg back and kicked Sapphiron's head with a large boom. Sapphiron roared in pain. Naruto, however, was not done yet. He, using the chakra arms again, grabbed Sapphiron's head and used judo to spin him to the other end of the battlefield. It was hard but almost manageable. Naruto gritted his teeth as he found Sapphiron quite heavy. Well, I shouldn't be surprised as the difference in size is so obvious that a 1-year-old can figure it out. He yelled as he used all his strength and chakra to hoist him into the air and even more to slam him into the ground. By now, the spectators, excluding Kel'Thuzad, are now shitting their pants, if some of them even wore any. This boy just carried Sapphiron, with difficulty but still did, and slammed him down on the other end. Kel'Thuzad chuckled. Naruto panted as he landed just a few meters away from the fallen Sapphiron. The moment he landed, he fell on one knee. Damn it, pant, this battle takes a lot out of me. Then, he heard chuckling. His body froze as a shadow suddenly formed above him. He slowly looked up to see Sapphiron grinning like mad. Is that all you got, boy? I admit, I'm impressed that you managed to carry me and slam me down with a lot of difficulty. However, that must not be your only abilities. If it is, then, you clearly lose. Sapphiron raised his front claws and slammed it down on Naruto. It hit with a loud slam and snow was spread. Sapphiron was surprised to see what happened. Naruto was using his tail and chakra arms to hold the arms together. He whispered, Yoko no Kuromo, Nibi, 6. Then, another tail jut forth from his tailbone and joined the first tail in holding the claws. He slowly moved his hands to make hand seals and said, Raiden, Hirushun. Lightning started gathering around Naruto and he concentrated it onto Sapphiron's limbs and the lightning hit the whole body of Sapphiron, which made Sapphiron flinch and decrease the strength on the limbs. Naruto manipulated it and pushed it away. He jumped back a fair distance. He held out his hand and formed a Rasengan and added Fudan chakra and demonic energy. The Rasengan reduced in size and grew 4 blades. Also, the Rasengan changed in color from normal blue to demonic red. Fudan. Yoko Rasenshuriken, 7. Naruto shouted as the attack emitted high-pitched sounds and seemingly tore the air around it. Brace yourself, Sapphiron. He zoomed towards Sapphiron's front. Sapphiron was ready for it. He flew to avoid being skewered by the attack. Naruto growled before jumping high to reach Sapphiron. Sapphiron began flying around, in order to lose Naruto. Naruto growled more. He landed on the snowy floor. Kel'Thuzad chuckled. Well, what are you going to do now, young king? In the air, Sapphiron is a king. Naruto kept on studying Sapphiron's flying patterns and found no such patterns in his flying. He's flying freely. Well, bang goes the, hit him on his 3rd round, theory. He kept on finding a weak point at his flying. Tekigen. He activated his eyes to detect a possible weakness. He found 2, right beside his head. Hiraishin seals were written on it. His sweat dropped. I can't believe I forgot about those seals I placed on him. He said, Hirushun no Jutsu. He zoomed, in a yellow blur, and went right on Sapphiron's left face. He jumped towards the body and went to the middle of the worm's spinal column. Sapphiron suddenly noticed Naruto's absence from the ground and felt someone moving on his body. He began flying wildly. Naruto grabbed on a nearby bone to prevent himself from falling. He also gathered chakra into his body to help him stick to his body. He slowly stood up and walked towards the middle spinal column. He reached it and raised his hand high. Fudan. Yoko Rasenshuriken. He slammed the spiraling red shuriken to the spine. Sapphiron roared as he felt the lower part of his body being numb. He landed roughly on the snowy plains. He tried to get up but the pain on his lower body was too much and he fell again. Naruto jumped down from the WYRM and went to his head. So, had enough. Sapphiron chuckled. You really are interesting, young one. Hundreds have tried to slay me but none even came close to incapacitating me, yet you managed to numb the lower part of my body all by yourself. Naruto grinned and scratched the back of his head as he dispelled the chakra shroud. Well, I'm not that good. I mean, I had a very hard time to fight you. No need to be so modest, young one. I accept defeat since half of my body is considered out of order as of now. Kel'Thuzad stood up from his throne and floated all the way towards Naruto and Sapphiron. I believe this spar is finished, correct? Naruto turned to him and nodded. Yep, I told you that I could do it. Kel'Thuzad chuckled. Now, no need to be overconfident, young king. Naruto stiffened and he was covered in a cloud of frost, which cleared to show Arthas. Ah, King Arthas, I trust that you have seen the battle. Of course, I don't want to miss my heir's battle for the world. Good, now, let us discuss what to do with the undead, because we cannot just come with you as we are large in number and some of us are considered inhuman. That could be arranged if you could be my heir's summons. Summons? Kel'Thuzad asked, curious. Yes, the people of this time has a thing called summons, in which there will be a scroll where a user will sign it, afterwards, do some hand seals, slam his or her hand on the ground and say, Kuchio's no Jutsu. Then, the boss of the summons will appear and test the user to see if he is worthy. Well, that is interesting, however, I have to ask you, where will the summons reside? Therein lays the question. However, if you and the others desire, after we do the summoning ritual, we could put you into an alternate dimension which will be made by Minato, using his Jikuken ninjutsu. That is acceptable for the others. I, however, wish to be with your heir, in his consciousness, so that I could monitor his status and teach him about the ways of the Archmage and Necromancer and Archlick. Very well, let us do it. Arthas closed his eyes before he was covered in yellow chakra and cleared to show a man wearing a Jonin outfit with a white cloak with red flames at the bottom. Greetings, Kel'Thuzad-san, I am Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father. I believe that Arthas-san has told you about us. Kel'Thuzad nodded. Yes, now, shall we begin the summoning ritual? Minato nodded, took out a big scroll, and began writing on it. Kel'Thuzad was intrigued. Minato's knowledge about seals intrigued him. After a few minutes, he made few hand seals and slammed his hand on the scroll. The scroll glowed with power before dissipating. Minato stood up. The summoning scroll is done. Now, all we need to do now is for you to agree into the summoner to summon your undead minions. Kel'Thuzad nodded and said, I, Kel'Thuzad, Archlick of the Undead Scourge, hereby agree to have the Undead Scourge a summons for a worthy candidate. The scroll glowed more as a few energies left each and every one of the undead creatures and went towards the scroll. The scroll stopped glowing. Minato nodded and furled it and hid it. Minato said, now that that is done, it is time for you to be in an alternate dimension, as Arthas said. He took out his tri-pronged kunai and made some hand seals. After the last one, he disappeared from sight. After a long wait, Minato reappeared. Your place is now renovated and furbished, Kel'Thuzad-san. Your undead friends can go at any time. Kel'Thuzad nodded and said, good, they can go immediately. Minato nodded and gave almost every one of his Hiroshin kunais to every undead minion, excluding Kel'Thuzad. Now, hold on to that. He made some hand seals and all of them disappeared, excluding Kel'Thuzad, who just turned to the snowy plains and used his magic to make the ice disappear. A long wait occurred and Minato appeared again, completely panting and tired. All right, all that's left is Naxxrama's. Kel'Thuzad told him, you should rest. Transporting everyone from the scourge, especially the frost worms, are tiring on you. I will rest only when it is needed, was Minato's blunt reply. He slowly walked towards Naxxrama's, put a Hiroshin seal on it and made some hand seals and it disappeared. Finally, Minato thumped to the ground. Kel'Thuzad helped him up, just in time to see Minato change back to Naruto, who was tried, due to Minato borrowing some of Naruto's chakra. Naruto stood up. Thanks, Kel'Thuzad. Do not mention it, young king. Now, it is time for me to go into your consciousness. Kel'Thuzad reached over and touched his forehead and he slowly disappeared into Naruto's head. Naruto grabbed his head. Damn, who knew that dealing with the undead was hard work? He started to walk towards Kurigakure to deal with Zabuza's bounty, but not before putting on his Lich King armor. The guards of Kurigakure spotted an armored figure walking towards them. They took guard. They shouted, halt, who goes there? Naruto put up his hands in defense. I mean Kurigakure no Sato no harm. I just want to talk to your Mizukage regarding a bounty put on one Momochi Zabuza's head. The Kiri nin stiffened. So, you managed to kill him. Naruto nodded. Yes, I have the Kurigakure no Kijin's body here as proof. Who are you, stranger? I am Konoha no Richi Kingu 8. If you do not know me, then, you do now. Now, do I have an audience with your Mizukage, now? The Kiri nin raised their eyebrows in curiosity. They have never heard of any new legends in Konoha, let alone with the name, Lich King. Nevertheless, they have one of Kurigakure's most notorious criminals, so why not? Very well, Mizukage-sama's tower is the tallest one from here. However, do not cause trouble in Kurigakure or else we will have to send you out. Naruto nodded and walked off. Terumi sighed in frustration as she finished another piece of paperwork. Why won't this nightmare end? She thought, bitterly. Then, a knock was heard on her door. She looked up and said, "Enter." The door opened and in came Naruto, who was in Lich King armor. Mei raised an eyebrow at the person's choice of clothing. But first, manners. Please, sit down. Naruto bowed before moving towards the chair. Naruto waited for the Mizukage to start the conversation. Alright, first things first, who are you? Mei asked. I am the Konoha no Richi Kingu. I am new in this naming thing so I just named myself. Also, I have no desire to reveal my name as it could cause chaos outside Konoha. Forgive the secrecy. Mei nodded. Very well, I respect other people's privacy. I am the Godime Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Now, what brings you here from Konoha? Naruto took out a scroll from his armor and furled it on the floor. I bring the Kurigakure no Kijin's body. At that, Mei stood up, shocked. Also, two of her most trusted guards, Ao and Chojuro, got into the office and got a serious look in their faces. Show me proof, Mei said. Naruto nodded and slammed his hand on the scroll. Smoke covered the area and, when it cleared, the body of Momochi Zabuza was on top of the scroll. Is this enough? Mei told Ao and Chojuro to check the body if there were any sign of trickery. They found none. However, she wasn't convinced. Show me his blade, she said. Naruto nodded and slammed his hand on another area on the scroll. Lo and behold, the Kubikiribocho was in Naruto's hand. Are those enough? Mei also told Ao and Chojuro to check it for any sign of trickery. They found none. Mei sighed. You have convinced me. Ao, Chojuro, take the body. Both guards nodded and left with the body. She sat down and rubbed her temples. Do you know what this means? You have just defeated a high A rank missing nin. That might make you possibly a low S rank ninja. Good, that will make my enemies fear my name more. Truthfully, I don't give a damn if they put me into their bingo book, as long as the ninjas they send aren't weak. Mei nodded. Good, here is the bounty for killing Zabuza. She took out a scroll from her desk and gave it to Naruto. Also, if you don't mind, could you give me Zabuza's blade? Naruto looked at the blade and shrugged. Meh, do whatever you want with it. I have my own blades. Mei took the blade and laid it on the table. Is that all? She asked. Naruto said, also, I want to tell you that the beings on the border of Mizu no Kuni are now gone. Your lands are safe, Mei-san. Mei's eyes widened. How did you do that? I sent almost half of my jonin just to deal with them and you go and deal with it easily. Naruto smirked behind his helmet. Just goes to show how awesome I am. He raised his fist in the air for dramatic effect. He put it down and said, in a serious voice, moving on, how I defeated them is a secret. Mei shook her head. Anyway, what would you like to do about the cleaning? I just want to tell you about it. I hope my visit isn't disturbing you. Naruto stood up. Mei sighed. No trouble at all. You actually diverted my attention from my paperwork. However, with the body of Momochi Zabuza in our hands, it just adds up to my hands, again. She let out frustrated sigh. Naruto took pity and said, you know, if you want to, I can tell you how to beat it. Mei was immediately on him, shaking him back and forth. Really? Don't lie to me. If you do know, tell me. Naruto said, let me go first. Mei consented and composed herself. Now, tell me. Naruto grinned. The secret to beating paperwork is, he held the pause for another dramatic effect. He leaned into her ear and whispered, Kage Bunshin. Naruto stood up. Mei had a confused look on her face. Kage Bunshin. That doesn't help. Why shouldn't it? It makes copies of yourself that is solid and transfers the knowledge back to the user. Mei's eyes widened and said, why didn't I think of that? She went over and bowed slightly to him. Thank you. You have helped me in not one, not two, but 3 things. Naruto put up a hand. Now, no need for thanks. Mei stood up and asked, and may I ask what your name is? Your real name, if you don't mind. Naruto said, if I tell you, will you keep this a secret? Mei nodded. What's so secretive about a name, anyway? Naruto responded, alright, my codename or nickname is Konoha no Richi Kingu, but my real name is Uzumaki Naruto. Yane. He used Ice Shunshin to get out of there, leaving a rather curious Mei behind. And Uzumaki, I never thought that there would be survivor to that long-lost clan. Naruto appeared in front of Konoha's gates, showed his pass to the guards and went to the Hokage tower. When he entered the room, he found Team 7 and 8 looking at him, along with the Sandame. Ah, Naruto-kun, just the person I wanted to see. So, is the mission I sent you successful? He asked. Naruto nodded and said, hi, the mission to Mizu no Kuni is successful. I will debrief you later. The Sandame nodded and turned towards the curious Teams 7 and 8. I suppose you were wondering what Naruto-kun was doing in Mizu no Kuni. Well, I sent him there because he's the only one that can do this particular mission. It involves something that is exclusive to his family. Sasuke scoffed. What is there to give to the loser, anyway, a long-lost rock? Sakura nodded and agreed with her, Sasuke-kun. Single quote. Hiba said that he didn't care what Naruto found there as long as it doesn't get in the way of his winning streak with girls. Kakashi sighed. Anyway, we'll be taking our leave, Hokage-sama. The Sandame agreed and let them leave. Once Team 7 was out the door, the Sandame turned to Team 8. Is there something else you need, Kurenai-san? She nodded. Yes, well, a member of my team wanted Naruto-san to teach her about Kenjutsu. The Sandame turned to Naruto, who shrugged. Alright, you know what? I think I'll just help all of ya. I can help you guys. Hanata and Shino looked on in interest. The son of the Yondaime was going to teach them. Shino bowed and said, it would be an honor to learn from the Yondaime's son. Hanata did so as well. Hi, I would like that. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. I suppose I should come along in the lessons, as well. Naruto nodded. Yep, I want to help you, in case if someone knows your weakness and manipulates it, you know, that sort of thing. Kurenai nodded and said, thank you, Naruto-san. Also, I would like to ask you, what is your connection to Kushina-sama? Naruto grinned. Easy, she's my mother. Setsuna's jaw dropped. No wonder you knew so much about Kenjutsu. You had help from your mother's scrolls. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Yeah, well. Kurenai chuckled. You really are interesting, aren't you, Naruto-san? Naruto said, Huntoni. The Sandame coughed to get their attention. It worked. Anyway, now, about that mission. Naruto got serious. Yes, well, here's what happened. It turns out that the mysterious creatures on the border of Mizu no Kuni were the remaining members of the undead scourge. That sparked the curiosity of Team 8. Anyway, when I got near the icy lands, a bunch of skeletons surrounded me. That one got Team 8 wondering how could skeletons move. Moving on, I told them that I was a descendant of the Lich King. They weren't convinced and I had to unsheath Frostmourne and threatened them to take one more step. They were slightly convinced and they led me to their leader, an Archlick named Kel'Thuzad. I told him my case and he considered it. He tested me to see if I really was Arthas Ojii-san's descendant, by having me battle a very large and powerful skeletal dragon. I had difficulty but still survived. Now, the scourge became my new summons. The Sandame's eyebrows rose to his hair. The undead scourge became your summons. Interesting, continue. Anyway, afterwards, I went to Kurigakure no turn over the body of Zabuza. Also, I helped Mizukage-sama, named Terumi Mei, in her paperwork problem. Always the chivalrous one, Naruto-kun. The Sandame joked. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Anyway, after that, I went here. The Sandame nodded and turned to Team 8, who was curious. What you have heard here, you will not tell anyone, understand? They nodded. Good, now, Here is your payment for the mission, Naruto-kun. He took out the necessary amount of money and gave it to Naruto, who took it. Naruto turned to teammate and said, training starts tomorrow. As of now, I'm tired. Am I dismissed, Oji-san? He asked the Sandame, who nodded. Naruto sighed in thanks and left. Naruto entered his home to see Makoto, Kyuubi and Haku gossiping the day away. They saw Naruto and they greeted him. Hey, ladies, boy, am I tired today? Naruto said, and went to the couch. The three ladies looked at the tired Naruto. Naruto smiled weakly. I will explain everything tomorrow. As of now, good night. He slumped to the couch and slept. In Naruto's mindscape, Kel'Thuzad just finished telling Arthas and the others about his training regime. Arthas nodded. That is acceptable, Kel'Thuzad. Just don't overdo it. He is still a child, after all. Worry not, my king. I will be merciful to the young king. Arthas chuckled. Wait until everybody finds out his new powers. Naruto woke up feeling a bit groggy. He fixed his suit and went to the dining room. When he got there, he saw Kyuubi, Makoto, and Haku already eating breakfast. They turned to him. Naruto-kun, Makoto started, breakfast is ready. Naruto nodded tiredly. Yeah, thanks. He sat down on a seat and took a plate of the breakfast, bacon and eggs. Once he took a bite, all tiredness left him and he wolfed down the food. Once he finished, he said, who made this? It's great. Haku went pink at the praise and raised a hand. I did, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned and ran over to hug her. That was a good breakfast, Haku-chan. Haku blushed at the contact. Makoto frowned slightly. I wanted to get hugged. Wait, did I just feel jealous? Naruto let go and scratched the back of this head. Sorry, got carried away. Anyway, thanks for the breakfast, Haku-chan. He put down his arm. See ya. He left the house. Kyuubi smiled at Haku. See, I told you that he would like your cooking. He sighed contentedly when he was walking towards the Hokage tower. Damn, who knew that Haku-chan could cook such a good meal, and it was breakfast. I can't imagine what lunch and dinner would be like. Now, Naruto, no need to hog her cooking for yourself. Minato reminded. There is also Makoto-san, Kyuubi, and Haku herself to feed. Oh, right. Anyway, Kel'Thuzad wanted to teach you whenever you're free, or, rather, he might force you to train with him. In any case, you might as well start training with him once you get home. All right. He entered the tower and went towards the Hokage's room. When he entered, he saw various Jonin senseis staring at him in confusion and the Sandame Hokage smiling at him. Ah, Naruto-kun, you're right on time. He said, we're just about to start the meeting about the chunin exams. Oh, is it the start of the chunin exams already? Minato asked. Damn, time must be flowing faster than I thought. Well, it seems we have to further enhance and hurry our training with Naruto. Arthas suggested. Alexandros nodded. Seconded, he still has much to learn. Kel'Thuzad butted him. Pardon my interference. However, I believe the young king still needs to learn the art of necromancy and magic. Oh, with all means, do so, we will follow after you finish teaching him. Very well. Chunin exams? Naruto asked. Yes, and we were just waiting for the last team to arrive, yours. A Jonin asked. Pardon my interruption, Hokage-sama, but isn't he only a genin? Where is his Jonin sensei? Hokage smirked. Well, the number of genins that graduated is off, there was one extra. So, I decided to choose which kind of team will be better, a 5-man team, consisting 1 Jonin and 4 genin, or a 1-man team, with the extra genin as the only member. How? That's absurd, Hokage-sama. Another Jonin objected. You can't mean that you would have a genin in a 1-man team. That would be suicidal. The Sandame looked at him and glared. I wasn't done. The Jonin gulped and apologized. Anyway, I decided against having a 1-man team consisting of a genin. However, Naruto-kun here managed to come here and request it. So, I decided to test him to see if he is worthy of being in one. I held back most of my power against him and he managed to knock me unconscious. That shocked the Jonin. When I woke up, I immediately get him to his 1-man team. Whispers broke through the tense silence. Damn, he managed to knock the Hokage-sama, even when he held back most of his power. Not even Yondaime-sama could do that much. Minato huffed. HMPH, well, I didn't have training from a great demon lord, an undead ruler, a paladin turned death knight turned paladin being, and a super powerful father and mother. Naruto and the other tenants snickered. It's not funny. That just made them laugh more. At any rate, the teams are complete. The Sandaime said. Naruto nodded and walked with the other Jonins. Alright, now who believes that their team is ready for it? Most Jonin requested their own teams for the chunin exams, although some just wanted it to get out of teamwork. The remaining didn't think that their team is good enough. Finally, only Kakashi's, Kurenai's, Asuma's and Naruto's team remains. Kakashi stepped forward. I, Hatake Kakashi, Jonin Sensei of Team 7, hereby nominate my team for the chunin exams. Kurenai followed. I, Yuhi Kurenai, Jonin Sensei of Team 8, hereby nominate my team for the chunin exams. Asuma came after. I, Sarutobi Asuma, Jonin of Team 10, hereby nominate my team for the chunin exams. Naruto finally walked up. I, Uzumaki Naruto, the sole member of my team, nominate myself for the exams. When Naruto went back to the ranks, Iruka stood up. I don't mean to be rude or anything, but don't you think that you're thinking too highly of your genin, even yourself, Naruto? Kakashi frowned. What are you getting at, Iruka? Naruto replied, I think he means that he doesn't think that we genin are good enough for the chunin exams. Kakashi said, you lost custody over them the moment they graduated, chunin. You no longer have any charge over them. Iruka, however, wasn't going to give up. But he started to say, but was stopped by Naruto. Come on, Iruka-sensei, we can handle ourselves. After all, you were responsible for helping us get to where we were. Naruto said. Iruka smiled proudly at him. Well, if you say so, Naruto, then, maybe, I will let you go. The Sandaime coughed to get the attention of the occupants. As, touching as this may seem, I am going to hand out forms to each of you to give your genin students. You are dismissed. Everyone left the room, with Naruto and Kurenai leaving last. Naruto turned to Kurenai and said, Kurenai-san, where do you train your students? Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Well, training ground 17, random training ground, why do you ask? Then, her eyes widened when realization hit her. I see, well, come with me. Naruto nodded and they both disappeared in a shunshin. Kurenai used the standard version of shunshin while Naruto used his ice version. Team 8 were waiting for their sensei, patiently, when, both their sensei and Naruto entered via shunshin. Naruto greeted, Yo, how's everything going, guys? Shino, Hanata, and Setsuna greeted him back before greeting their sensei. Kurenai cleared her throat. Anyway, I nominated you guys for the chunin exams. That got them going. Shino asked, you really think we're ready, sensei? Kurenai nodded. Of course, you showed a tremendous amount of skill all throughout the missions we had together. Shino nodded. Setsuna stepped up and said, thank you, sensei. Kurenai smiled and took out the forms. Here, take these. These are the forms for the chunin exams. Naruto, while their team conversation was going on, was standing a few meters away from them. He wanted to give them their wanted privacy. After their conversation, Kurenai turned to Naruto. I believe that you wanted to start the training. Naruto nodded and stepped forward. Yes, well, we only have a day before we start the chunin exams, so I'm going to make this as quickly as possible. He took out scrolls with the member of the team's names on each one. These are the scrolls that my mother and father that might be useful to you. You may use them, however, don't reveal it to anyone, even your own friends. Just keep it to ourselves, since they might demand this from you. Do you understand? The whole team nodded. Naruto gave them the scrolls to them. Hanata, your ninjutsu is lacking. This scroll contains various sweeten techniques, as per your affinity. Hanata was shocked. How did you know what my affinity was? Naruto smiled, which made her and Setsuna blush a bit, which didn't go unnoticed by other members of the team and Naruto's tenants. I guessed. He asked. I asked your mother and father. He added. Hanata nodded and took the scroll. Naruto continued, also, that scroll contains further information about the human anatomy. You can use it in collaboration with your Byakugan to help in missions. Hanata smiled and thanked him. Naruto turned to Shino. Shino, you need to work on your taijutsu. These scrolls contain information about the most basic taijutsu of the Namikaze clan, the Minami Kamakiri. This might suit you. Shino nodded, took the scroll and thanked him. Naruto turned to Setsuna and held out her scroll. Setsuna, this scroll contains the basic katas of the Kenjutsu style of the Uzumaki clan, the Mui no Uzumaki. Use it well. Setsuna immediately grabbed the scroll and started hugging the scroll as if her life depended on it and whispered, "Yes, oh, yes, my precious." Naruto's sweat dropped before turning to Kurenai. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Well, I hope you wouldn't mind if I had some things that I want to teach you." Kurenai warmly smiled. "I don't mind at all. After all, learning from the son of the Yondaime is such an honor." Naruto smiled before holding out her scroll. "This scroll contains various genjutsu techniques that my father created and used in various occasions. Also, this scroll contains a taijutsu form of the Uzumaki clan, the Taikyokukan B. It is a style that uses elegance and delicacy that is mostly focused on the defense, then turning the opponent's strength against him. This would be useful in case an opponent has a counter against your genjutsu." Kurenai nodded and took the scroll. "Thank you, Naruto-san. I will use them with pride." Naruto smiled. "Just remember what I said." Kurenai nodded. "Yes, keep this a secret even to closest friends, and to take care of the scrolls. Do we have to return these?" Naruto thought about it. "Well, if you think if all of you have mastered those on the scroll, then, yes. After all, they are clan property." Kurenai nodded. "I understand. I want to ask if you will continue to teach us." Naruto smiled. "I will continue until either I think that you are fully learned or you tell me to stop. Now, my business here is done. Train hard. Bye." He smiled before disappearing in a shunshin of ice. Kurenai turned to the enthusiastic team. She said, "Well, what are you guys doing? Are you going to open those scrolls and study the contents, or are you going to keep on staring at me?" The three students shook their heads and opened their scrolls. What they saw when they opened the scrolls didn't disappoint them. Naruto reappeared in the front of the mansion and went in. When he got there, he saw Haku, Makoto and Kyuubi talking the day away. Naruto smiled when they saw him and greeted him. "Nice to see you girls get along so well." The girls smiled back at him before Naruto decided to say, "Anyway, I'm going to train. Don't disturb me unless necessary." He walks to the office in which Minato used to work in and closed the door. Makoto and Haku turned to Kyuubi. "I thought that Naruto-kun has already finished training with you and the others." Makoto wondered. Kyuubi smiled. "Well, Naruto-sama has recently gained a new tenant, an Archlic named Kel'Thuzad. He will now train Naruto. Also, the others need to train Naruto for the chunin exams." Both Haku and Makoto had O's for mouths and nodded in understanding. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor of the office and entered his mindscape. When he entered his mindscape, he saw that the place was barren excluding him and Kel'Thuzad, who was a few meters from him. He looked around and saw that Minato, Kushina, Arthas, Alexandros, and Kyuubi were sitting on a spectator's bench a good distance from them. He turned to Kel'Thuzad. "So, what am I going to be doing?" Kel'Thuzad grinned. "First things first, large shelves full of books covered the area. Study." "What? Damn it," he shouted. With the spectator, they laughed when they heard what Naruto will experience. Kel'Thuzad continued, "At any rate, I think that you will be able to finish reading it by a week or so." "Wait, but what about the chunin exams?" "Oh, yes, that, well, I conjured a time-space manipulation spell to make the events in your mindscape go a whole day while only an hour passes outside of your mindscape." Naruto's jaw dropped. "Whoa, you could do that. You would find that almost anything is possible if you have enough skill and ability to perform the right spell. Now, begin reading." Naruto had a salute. "Yes, sir." He immediately disappeared and went over the easy section of the library first. Naruto's progress was amazing. He slept for a full 8 hours per day and he still completed the whole library in 6 days. That's 1 day away from a week. Then, again, Kage Bunshin helps a lot. Kel'Thuzad gave the extra day for him to rest. Now, We see both him and Naruto facing at each other. Now, then, young king, it is time to apply what you have learned. You must be able to incapacitate me using only what you learned on those books. If you made moves yourself, then, that is permitted. Naruto nodded and summoned an Arclic book. Raipo. Shita Hokage 1. He raised his hand and dark energies covered it and shrouded an area in a 5-meter radius, a guess. Kel'Thuzad just floated away from the area of effect. Raipo. Kage Boruto 2. Naruto twirled his arm and whipped his arm in a throwing gesture and 5 or more shadow bolts shot from his arm and zoomed to Kel'Thuzad. Hyouten. Shimo no Yoroi 3. Kel'Thuzad spoke and an armor of ice covered him. It held its own against the shadow bolts, but it damaged him, nonetheless. Raipo. Shiniraikyaku Boruto 4. Naruto whispered as he censored his fist back and punched air as a dark arrow zoomed to Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad dodged it with ease. Impressive marksmanship, however, we need to work on your spell speed and predictability. Raipo. Tokatsuboruto Hirai 5. Naruto raised his hand and slammed it down to the ground as waves upon waves of ice bolts descended upon Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad just said, Raipo. Sen no Oi 6 and he was covered in a barrier that protected him from the ice bolts. Raipo. Yami Kenjiniho 7. Kel'Thuzad turned to see Naruto, whose eyes were glowing purple from the dark energies, zooming towards him. Raipo. Tokatsuboruto Hirai. Naruto fired the same spell, however, it seemed more evil than before. Kel'Thuzad used the same defensive spell he used earlier. However, he didn't account for Naruto to take advantage of the distraction and appeared behind him, with his eyes glowing with power. Gotcha! Naruto shouted. Raipo. Kage Boruto. His arm was covered with dark energies and was flung to Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad just let the bolt hit him. He was sent to the ground. Naruto gracefully landed on the ground. Naruto smirked. Come on, Kel'Thuzad, I know that you can do better than that. Of course I can. I'm just giving you free hits. Then, Kel'Thuzad suddenly flew to the air with thousands of ice and shadow bolts surrounded him while his eyes were glowing purple. Now, then, it's my turn. Taste this. He made the bolts fly into him. Naruto's eyes widened and he tried to dodge them. However, he wasn't fast enough and he got hit by the bolts. The ice bolts cut his skin and even a few managed to get into his body and hit his bone and blood veins. The shadow bolts dug into his skin like worms and began weakening his bone structure. Naruto slumped to the floor and gritted his teeth in pain. High above him, Kel'Thuzad raised his arms high and a large concentration of dark energies gathered above him. The dark energies shifted to a form of a large spear with rather extravagant designs on the body. Naruto struggled to stand up but the pain in his body was too much and he fell to the floor again. Kel'Thuzad frowned. Is this all you can do, young one? You can attack your opponent but when attacked, you yourself fall in defeat. This is not what I have seen during your battle with Sapphiron. During your battle, I saw you handle him with all your strength. However, now, I can't see your determination. This battle cannot be even called as such. Kel'Thuzad threw the massive dark spear towards Naruto. Naruto was just there, panting the day away, until, boom. He caught the dark spear's tip in one hand, making everyone shocked. Kel'Thuzad's sign of shock was just the slight falling of his jaw. Naruto's face was covered by his bangs as he said, "Me, fall in defeat." That's a laugh. He gave a sarcastic laugh. As for that attack you just pulled, they were only flesh wounds. He lifted his head to show his purplish glowing eyes. Round 2. He crushed the dark spear into its raw form, darkness, before using the darkness around him as his weapon. Raipo. Shokin Fukushu Hikage 8. Then, the darkness surrounding Naruto turned to floating specters that had their eyes on Kel'Thuzad. Scatter. He spoke as the specters zoomed towards Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad dodged the specters like they were just stones thrown by a baby. Also, when some of the lucky ones managed to come near him, he grabbed the specter's head and threw the specter to another. He knew what those specters can do. When they are in contact of the target, they can cast Vengeful Blast upon impact. For Kel'Thuzad, if the specters managed to get a lucky shot, that might only be, at least, half moderate damage. At most, it would be almost severe damage. So, If you put that amount of damage dealt to Kel'Thuzad and the amount of vengeful shades going around him, then that will cause severe damage to him, if they get lucky. With Naruto, he put his left hand over his right as he gathered dark energies around him. That's it. Just hold him off until I can finish this. There is only a 50-50 chance of this happening. Regardless, I have to time it perfectly. As for Kel'Thuzad, he was beginning to feel insulted and infuriated by these vengeful shades. They haven't stopped their attack, nor are they even thinking like a lich. Kel'Thuzad gathered his lich energies into himself, temporarily surrendering himself to the dark energies before whispering, Raipo. Kurajunkyo 9th. Then, the land of Naruto's mindscape shook as the large intake of the dark energies exploded in a large black dome. Naruto's eyes widened before he jumped a few feet back to avoid the dome and continued his concentration. Come on, come on, come on, come on. When the dome dissipated, he looked at Naruto with a rather amused look. I've met various opponents who have used their own troops as a distraction, young king. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing. Naruto cursed before replying, well, at least, I tried. He held out the hand that Naruto had focused on his dark energies. Raipo. Eshi Kogeki 10. His hand suddenly had a blade on it that is glowing eerie green. Naruto then said, Raipo, Kyuketsu Kodo 11. Then, he felt more energies empower him. Then, he zoomed to Kel'Thuzad and went for a side slash. Kel'Thuzad just took a few floats back. Naruto then spun around and kicked him. Kel'Thuzad stopped it with his bony arm and opened his palm to show a ball of dark energies, and it was headed for him. Naruto's eyes widened before he detached from Kel'Thuzad and swung at the dark ball. The ball just flew off away, without resistance, making Naruto suspicious about Kel'Thuzad's intentions and taking his Death Knight stance. Naruto zoomed to Kel'Thuzad again. When Naruto reached Kel'Thuzad, Naruto thrust the cursed blade to the lich. When it was about to connect, Kel'Thuzad suddenly dispersed into a cloud of dark energies. Naruto's eyes widened before jumping back and taking his stance. He held out his free hand and gathered dark energies. Raipo. Kage Boruto. The bolt appeared in his hand and threw it at the center of the dark energy. The bolt just phased through the dark energies. Then, the dark energies began to surround him from all sides. Then, he heard Kel'Thuzad's voice chuckle before saying, Did you really think that I would have left a physical body after turning to an ethereal form? You were thinking inside the box, young king. You are under the assumption that I have just turned invisible and, therefore, the center of the dark energies is my heart. A person's biggest mistake is not overconfidence and underestimation, no. It is assumption. Assumption is what makes overconfidence and underestimation. They assume that their strength is superior to others and their opponents is completely inferior to theirs. Then, the dark energies started to close in on him. Naruto looked around for an escape. No use in trying to escape, young king. These dark energies have already spread around you. There is no escape. The last thing Naruto saw outside was Kel'Thuzad appearing a good distance away from him. Naruto gritted his teeth as he gripped his blade harder and thought of a good escape plan. With the spectators, Minato said, well, that's it. Game over. Arthus said, no, it's not over, yet. Everyone turned to him. Naruto has only one option, to absorb the dark energy surrounding him and use it against him. Kel'Thuzad knows that fact. He turned to the group. Everyone has darkness. That is a well-known fact. The amount of darkness in a person is dependent on what the person experienced during his or her lifetime. Naruto, who spent most of his childhood in the Namikaze estate, only has a small amount of darkness in him. However, Kel'Thuzad aims to have him become one with his darkness, effectively absorbing the dark energy surrounding him, and possibly using it against Kel'Thuzad. Oh, don't worry, Arthas added, when he saw Kushina about to jump to conclusions. It won't corrupt him. If he absorbs the darkness and releases it at the same time, he will be safe. Back with Naruto, his mind is quickly thinking of a possible way of escaping his predicament, as the dark energies surrounding him are already 1.5 meters away from him. Then, he suddenly had an idea. It may be painful, but he would still be able to live through this. He would have to absorb the darkness. Just when he was about to, though, he heard a voice. What do you think you're doing, Naruto? Naruto's head shot up from his concentration to look around. Then, He saw a copy of himself, only the other him had black eyes, complete from sclera to the pupil, and an arrogant smirk on his face. Are you deaf? What are you doing? Naruto replied, what does it look like I'm doing? I'm going to use the dark martyrdom technique to absorb the dark energies around me and release it. Who are you, anyway? The other him darkly chuckled. I'm not surprised you don't know me. I am the darker side of you. You could call me Yami Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened. Yami Naruto chuckled again. The reason you don't know me much is that you have been living in the mansion for most of your childhood years and, as such, not much darkness has accumulated within, with the exception of the darkness that everyone is supposed to have. Yes, you heard right. Everyone has darkness. However, only a few have become one with the darkness in them. One of those few is the lich you're fighting right now. Another is Arthus Ojii-san. Those two are the only ones I know from the scourge that have become one with their darkness and utilize it to its fullest potential. The other members still aren't brave enough to utilize it. Anyway, you can't use the dark martyrdom technique just yet. And why is that? Naruto asked. Unlike the other techniques, which just create dark energies on a certain body part, the dark martyrdom technique is a technique that allows the user to surrender himself to the darkness in him. Do you get me? It is about the darkness in a person, not about creating it. And in order to use the dark martyrdom technique, one must be one with his darkness. If not, well, the dark martyrdom technique is useless as it will kill you. So, how about it, partner? Yami said, extending his hand. Naruto frowned. How do I know that you won't corrupt me using the darkness? Yami smirked. Have you already forgotten who will deal with us if we do get corrupted? If we do get corrupted, the ones who will stop us are Otu-san, who is the Konoha no Kuroi Senku, Okawa-san, the Konoha no aka Shi, the Kyuubi no Yoko, Arthus Ojii-san, the Rei Kokuo, a new translation for the Lich King Kel'Thuzad, the Yakubio, Kai no Rei Nushi, the translation of the Lich Lord of the Plaguelands Alexandros, the High Hakobi Shu, the Ashbringer. We wouldn't last a second. Naruto frowned again. Alright, however, I will keep an eye on you. Yami snickered. Don't you mean, keep an eye on us? As I said, we will become one. Now, come, the moment is upon us, he said, holding out his hand. Naruto looked around. The darkness is almost near him. Left with no other choice, Naruto grabbed Yami's hand. Yami smirked before whispering, now, we are one. Naruto felt pain as they merged. The pain he experienced, however, was short-lived as Naruto suddenly spread his arms wide and whispered, Raipo, Kurajunkyo. Then, the darkness around began going in him. Naruto felt more pain than before. Then, he shouted out loud as he released all that pent-up darkness in him. Ah! Then, Kel'Thuzad used his shroud of the occult to protect himself from the outburst. When the explosion subsided, he saw Naruto, panting like hell. Kel'Thuzad chuckled. Good job, young king. You have done well. Naruto grinned weakly. Of course, I never back down from a challenge. Good, now, you still haven't done what I asked. I am still conscious. Your task is to incapacitate me, remember? Naruto nodded before zooming to Kel'Thuzad, while summoning the cursed blade that he lost earlier during the surround. He swung as strong as he can from right to the left. Kel'Thuzad raised his bony arm once more to block and grab Naruto's head and to throw him from the front to the back. Naruto quickly recovered and charged at him again. With the spectators, Kushina released a breath of relief. Thank goodness Sochi is fine. Arthas chuckled. Was there any doubt, Kushina? After all, he's the descendant of me and Alexandros and the son of both of you. He wouldn't fall easily. Back to the match, Kel'Thuzad was getting tired of Naruto's desperate attempts to slash him. Finally having enough of it, he grabbed the cursed blade headed for him and wrenched it from Naruto's hand, making the wielder surprised. Then, Kel'Thuzad grabbed his head again and threw him, harder than before. Naruto landed on the rocky floor, cursing. He stood up slowly just as he saw Kel'Thuzad dispel the cursed blade. Is that all you can do, young king? Rely on close combat. If so, then, you will be easily defeated by a very observant person with both ranged and close combat capabilities. Kel'Thuzad, then, summoned a battalion of shadow and ice bolts and had them zoom towards Naruto. Naruto returned to compliment by grinning and saying, Raipo, Fukushu no Emochi 12. He held out his palm out front and a large outburst of dark energies emerged from it and put the bolts out of commission. Also, the blast found its way to Kel'Thuzad, who used the Shroud of the Occult to remove most of the damage. However, when the blast and his shroud cleared, it showed Naruto with his both index fingers held in front of him and pointed to Kel'Thuzad. Raipo. Iyashi no Tachi 13. Then, Kel'Thuzad felt himself weaken at the attack and he dropped to the floor. He saw a shadow above him and looked up, to see Naruto, wearing a large grin on his face and a blade on his hand. Naruto held the blade at Kel'Thuzad's head. Game, set, match. He said, I win, don't I, Kel'Thuzad-sensei? Kel'Thuzad chuckled as he stood up and patted Naruto on the head. Well, you managed to incapacitate me using the touch of insignificance and held a blade at my head, so, yes, you win. Naruto smirked before dispelling the blade and sensing his other tenants arriving. Naruto ran over to his parents and hugged them. Look at me, Ka-san, Chu-san, I beat him. Minato smiled and ruffled his hair, making him pout. Good job, Naruto, he said. Naruto grinned. Kushina grinned and patted him on the shoulder, hard. Nice job, Naruto, you kicked his ass. Naruto smiled while holding his limp shoulder. Then, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Kyuubi smiling at him. Hey, Kyuubi-chan, did you see me? I look badass, don't I? He said. Kyuubi giggled at him. Of course I did watch. You were amazing, Naruto-sama. Naruto frowned. Why keep calling me that? Kyuubi replied, you are the heir to the Lich King, a being that has ruled over the undead, summoned our predecessor, the Jubi, and can destroy me along with the other Bijus without trouble. Naruto responded, well, don't call me that. It makes me sound old and all that. Kyuubi nodded. If that is what you want, it shall be done. Naruto added, don't do that. Kyuubi looked confused. Do what? Do everything I say. I may be the heir to Arthas Ojii-san, but that does not mean I am your master or anything. Seriously, I wasn't the guy that summoned the Jubi to this world or the guy that bagged a badass, soul-taking sword. More to the point, I don't like people who follow another's orders because of their heritage, rank, etc. Why not go as friends? Kyuubi smiled. He earned her respect. Very well. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Okay, now, what do we do, now? Then, his stomach grumbled. He blushed in embarrassment. I'm hungry, so, he turned to the others. Kel'Thuzad spoke. Go, young king. You have earned your rest. Naruto grinned. Thanks. He disappeared. Naruto opened his eyes and stood up from his meditation and went out the room to where the other girls are staying. Hey, girls, I'm famished. So, let's go out. I know a great place where we can eat. My treat. The girls looked at each other before turning to Naruto. Makoto spoke up first, it would be nice to see outside again. However, Sasuke might see me and try something. Naruto smiled. Don't worry, Makoto-chan. If anything happens, I'll be there. Makoto smiled while having a pink hue on her cheeks. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Haku spoke next. It's fine with me, Naruto-kun. Kyuubi spoke last. I would love to, Naruto-kun. The two girls looked at her. Haku asked, what happened to Sama? Naruto interjected, I told her not to call me that. Makoto asked next, but how? Seeing as she's here and not with you during your training, how did you manage to do that? She is still connected to me via her consciousness on my head. With that said, the rest is pretty much self-explanatory. He smiled as he held out his hand. Now, shall we go, fair maidens? The three went pink before accepting the invitation and left. Before they left, Naruto made sure to lock the door, complete with the lock and key, protection seals, and hidden cage buncheons. They arrived at Ichiraku's ramen, where they were welcomed warmly. Chuki, the owner, said, Naruto. Good to have you back here. Everyone turned to Naruto. He said, yeah, I come here after my missions. As they sat down, Chuki took note of the three girls with him. He said, damn, Naruto, it's not long since you last came here and you already got 3 girls. If I remember correctly, the older black-haired one is the Uchiha matriarch. Lucky guy. Naruto blushed at what he said. The three giggled at Naruto's action. Tsuki shouted, "Hey, Ayame, look at Naruto's scoop." Ayame came out of the back room and saw Naruto. "Ah, Naruto-kun, it's good to have you back." She turned to her father. "What's this about his scoop?" Tsuki grinned and pointed at the three girls with him. "Naruto's growing up, Ayame. He's already got 3 girls." Ayame's jaw dropped. "What, 3 girls? That's not possible." Tsuki laughed. "Well, Naruto did it. And get this. One of them is the Uchiha matriarch." Now, Ayame's eyes were wide. "One of them is Makoto-sama." By this time, Naruto's face was all ready, as the Jedi exile told Adan Rand on the Aben Hawk about her lightsaber, redder than a Ligrek's eye. Single quote. Tsuki wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. "Just joking, kiddo. Now, what'll you have?" Naruto's head suddenly shot from below, all embarrassment and blush aside, and said, "I'll have the Naruto special, please." Kyuubi sighed. "I'll have 1 miso ramen." Makoto smiled. "Can I have a Takayama ramen, please?" Haku said, "Do you have any Hiyashi Chuka ramen?" I got them at Wikipedia. If you don't know them, check Wikipedia. Closing parenthesis. Tsuki said, "All right, coming up." A few seconds later, their orders arrived and they said, "Itadakimasu." They dug in. When they were done and Tsuki and Ayame took back their bowls, Naruto pulled out the necessary amount of money and placed it on the counter. "That was good, Tsuki Ojii-san. See ya." While they were walking, they took note of a square rock following them. Naruto said, "Look, whoever you are, everyone knows that no rocks are square." Then, a small poof was heard and they turned to see 3 kids, coughing as the smoke cleared. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "And you are?" The lead kid, the one with the scarf and goggles, said, "I am Konohamaru." The only girl of the group said, "I am Moegi." The last guy, the one with the glasses, said, "I'm Udon, nice to meet you." Konohamaru said, "And you must be Naruto, right?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, I'm him. Why do you ask?" Then, Konohamaru was on him, grabbing the front of his shirt and saying, "I heard from Ojii-san that you're strong. Please, teach me." Naruto said, Okay, calm down, Konohamaru. Sheesh, people are so energetic these days." Konohamaru let go of him and scratched the back of his head, sheepishly. "Let me get this straight. You heard from Saru Ojii that I'm strong." Konohamaru nodded. "And you want me to teach you?" He nodded again. "About what, exactly? Aren't you getting any training from Ojii-san?" Konohamaru frowned and turned away. "Well, Ebisu-sensei just tells me what to do and what it does, but that's it. He doesn't help us perfect our training. He just spends his time in the hot springs, peeking at girls." Naruto's eyebrows twitched. "Well, that's just wrong. I'll tell you what, I will teach you. However, you are not to tell anyone about this, except Tsuruoji, alright? Go to Training Ground 16, next week. We'll start by then." Konohamaru pouted. "Why not now? The chunin exams are going on and I have to participate. So, I might be available next week." "That good for you." The 3 kids grinned before Konohamaru noticed the 3 girls beside him. He said, "Hey, Naruto-sensei, are those 3 friends of yours?" Naruto looked at the 3 girls and said, "Yes." "So, are they your girlfriends?" he asked curiously. Moegi hit him on the head. "Don't ask him such a personal question, Konohamaru," she berated. Naruto smirked. "These kids are interesting. I wanna play with them a little." "What if they are?" he asked, making everyone stare at him. Konohamaru's eyes widened before saying, "You're not only strong but lucky, sensei. They're gorgeous." The 3 girls blushed. Naruto smiled before patting him on the head. "First off, don't call me sensei. I don't like being called by honorifics. Second off, yes, they are gorgeous." The 3 girls blushed more. Konohamaru grinned. "Alright, Naruto-ni-san, what do we do for now?" Naruto smiled when he heard Konohamaru call him ni-san. "Well, we might as well play something, seeing as I'm bored." The 3 girls sighed. Naruto still is a kid at heart. Konohamaru grinned again. "How about a game of ninja?" Naruto grinned too. "Alright, I'll give you a head start." Konohamaru and the other two teammates ran off. Naruto smirked. Haku said, Naruto-kun, is it all right to do that? If they run, they might not be in time to prevent hitting someone. Then, a voice interrupted her. Hey, what was that for, brat? Haku said, I rest my case. Then, they ran off. They saw 7 people, 3 females and 4 males. Konohamaru was being held up by the scruff of his shirt by a freaky-looking kid, wearing makeup, a cat costume, and a large bundle on his back. Beside the cat guy was a rather cute blonde with 4 ponytails on her hair and a large fan on her back. Both of them had headbands that held the insignia of Tsunagoker. Udon and Moegi were on the floor, staring in shock at the cat guy. The other 2 were Sakura and Kiba of Team 7. Where Sasuke was, Naruto didn't care. Sakura shouted, let him go. The cat guy scoffed, no way, not until I pummel this kid for bumping into me. The blonde beside him said, put the kid down. If we get caught by him, we'll be in trouble. Don't worry, by the time he gets here, I'll already be done by this brat. Sakura was just about to shout again when a blur went past her. Konohamaru was on the ground, and the cat guy was lifted into the air via chokehold by a spiky-haired blonde holding a large blade with a circle floating on it. Naruto said, in a dangerous tone, I don't know who you are, but that is not one should do to the Sandaime Hokage's grandchild. The cat guy paled upon discovering that fact while thinking, how did this guy get so fast? The blonde girl beside him thought, he's fast. Naruto spoke again, now, then, what do I do with you? Should I deal with you personally? He held Ashbringer to the cat guy's throat. Should I let Sasuke, who's on the tree, holding a rock, deal with you? He pointed Ashbringer to where Sasuke is. Should I let the hidden Anbu deal with you? He twirled the blade meaning, everywhere. Then, he took a moment to sense someone else. Or, should I let the redhead with the gourd just behind Sasuke who's currently glaring at your sorry ass deal with you? He finally pointed to aforementioned spot. If the cat boy was pale before, then, now, he was whiter than paper. It wasn't the hidden Anbu or Sasuke. It was the redhead he mentioned. Everybody turned to where he was pointing to show a redhead with a gourd on his back. He had a kanji for love on his left forehead, rings around his eyes, no eyebrows, an impassive look on his face and a rather insane gleam in his eyes, which was caught only by the cat guy, the 2 blondes, Kyuubi, Naruto's other tenants, the hidden Anbu, Haku, and Makoto. They thought along the lines of how could he sense him, me. Naruto let go of the cat guy and went over to Konohamaru and helped him up. Just then, Makoto, Haku and Kyuubi came into the scene. Sasuke came down from the tree and frowned at Naruto for ruining his lightning. The redhead said, Kankuro, you are disgrace to the village. The newly named Kankuro said, Gee Gaara, let me explain. Gaara narrowed his eyes, shut up or I'll kill you. Then, he shunshined via sand to the ground. He said to Naruto, forgive my brother. Naruto waved it off. Don't worry about it, Red. Kankuro shouted, hey, don't call him that. Naruto looked at him, am I talking to you? Kankuro growled at him. Gaara told him, stop growling, Kankuro. He turned to Naruto and said, I am Gaara no Sabaku. These are my siblings, Kankuro and Temari. Then, he eyed the sword on his belt as it seemed to radiate with power. A power that the beast inside him knew. That boy, Gaara, we may have found a boy that will test your existence. Gaara's eyes slightly widened. How, mother? That blade on his belt is known as Frostmourne. That is the blade that was wielded by the man that summoned the demon that gave birth to us Biju. That man was the Rei Kokuo and the demon that he summoned was the Jubi. The beast inside him replied. Gaara suddenly smiled insanely, which was noticed by everyone. He asked Naruto, you, what's your name? Naruto frowned. I am Uzumaki Naruto. You will prove my existence, Uzumaki. He replied, making Temari and Kankuro look at Naruto with curious eyes. Kyuubi, on the other hand, was confused. From the aura he's emitting, I would say he is the container of the Ikibi. Insane as she may be, she still fears the Lich King as the rest of the Biju does. Why does she want that boy to fight the heir of the Lich King? Naruto smirked. Well, then, I'll try not to disappoint. I believe that you are here for the chunin exams. The three nodded. Naruto grinned. Good. Then, Gaara, Kankuro and Temari shunshined out of there. Once they left, Naruto turned to the others. Well, it seems that the exams are getting interesting, no? Sasuke asked. Naruto, how the hell did you sense that Gaara kid when I didn't? Naruto replied, hell if I know. He went over to the others and patted Konohamaru on the head. Next time, watch where you're going, alright. Konohamaru nodded before saying, that was cool, Oni-san, the way you threatened that guy. Naruto smiled before dismissing them and turning to Kyuubi, Makoto, and Haku. Well, shall we go? The three nodded. However, just as they were about to leave, they were interrupted by Team 7. Sasuke shouted, hey, how do you know my mother? Kiba went for, hey, how could someone like you score hotties like them? Sakura shouted, get your hands off them, baka. Naruto stopped in mid-step, as did the others. Naruto turned to them. I know your mother, Sasuke, because I saved her from a rape attempt. I managed to score hotties, as you said, Kiba, because, unlike you, I had no intention of getting in their pants. As for you, Sakura, I never had my hands on them. Like I said to Kiba, I had no intention of getting in their pants. The three of them bristled in anger. Kiba shouted, yeah right. You're only pretending to have no intention, but when their guard is down, you'll take advantage of them. Sakura shouted, he's right. Also, you might have put them under a genjutsu that makes them like you, especially the Sasuke-kun's mother. Release it. Sasuke frowned. So, he's the one that saved my mother from that attempt I did. Damn it, my attempt to repopulate the clan has gone astray now that she's with him. I might have to resort to going to the council for this. Naruto released his ki. Who are you to tell me that I will do such things? You have been trying to get into Hanata's pants since the academy, Kiba. As for you Sakura, you only want to agree with your precious Sasuke-kun, so that he will like you. In counter for that point, I have yet to practice with genjutsu. Besides, who are you to talk to me about putting a genjutsu when, from what I heard from Kakashi-sensei, you easily succumbed to the lowest ranking genjutsu made by him. So, the record from the academy is falsified, after all. Sakura, angered, ran over to Naruto, intent on punching the lights out of him. However, he just stood there, impassively. Then, her punch was stopped by a hand, courtesy of Kyuubi. She said, in a dangerous tone, don't you dare punch Naruto-kun, bitch. Sakura flinched at the grip Kyuubi held. She shouted, why won't you see it? That baka is manipulating you. Wake up. Kyuubi frowned and tightened her hold. Don't flatter yourself, girl. If I was being manipulated, I would know before anyone would finish the manipulation. She pushed her away. Kiba shouted, hey, why not dump that guy and go for a real man? Kyuubi replied, why should I when I already have one? Kiba roared as he rushed to her, intent on dominating her. However, he was interrupted by Naruto grabbing his neck and throwing him back. Kiba raised his head to see Naruto, glaring at him. Do that again, you'll be chicken wings in the morning. He turned to the other girls, who were watching in amusement. Let's go. They left via Shunshin. Sasuke frowned before running off to tell on the council while Sakura and Kiba were busy trying to stand up, despite the pain. Naruto and the three girls arrived at the mansion and entered it. Once they entered, they sat down at the living room. Naruto started the conversation. Listen, girls, about that girlfriend thing at Konohamaru. Makoto raised a hand to stop him. We understand, Naruto-kun. You like us. We get it. Naruto blushed. Haku giggled. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. We're starting to like you, too. Naruto looked at her. Why? How could someone like you like me? Haku, Makoto, and Kyuubi frowned. Haku said, well, you saved me from being a slave of Zabuza. You're kind and good with children. Also, regardless of your heritage, you still treat others with kindness and respect. Makoto spoke next. You saved me from those rapists a few days back. Also, like Haku-chan said, you're kind and good with kids. Plus, you gained your father's ability to attract fair maidens, using just your smile. Kyuubi spoke last. Like Haku-san and Makoto-san said, you're kind and good with kids. Also, like Haku-san said, you don't let your heritage get over your head. You know, even if you didn't have the heritage, you would still have that chivalrous attitude, from your father. Also, you got your mother's attitude to never back down against an opponent stronger than you. That was probably what Tsunami of Nami no Kuni liked about you. Naruto smiled. You know, I never thought that you girls would like me. Haku asked, why not, Naruto-kun? I don't know, I just didn't. Makoto said, well, we do, okay. And nothing will change that. Naruto jokingly smiled. Well, what say we go to bed together? The three girls blushed until Naruto suddenly grabbed his head in pain, courtesy of his mother. I will not have you losing your innocence this early, regardless of the girls liking you or not. She scolded. Yes, mother, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Haku asked. Naruto smiled. Of course. Ka-san just doesn't want me to lose my virginity this early. Makoto giggled. Well, she was always the protective type. I wonder, she had a perverse grin, stood up from her seat, sauntered over to Naruto, and whispered his ear, what would you do, Kushi-chan, if I went to Naruto-kun's room and did whisper? Naruto blushed a deep shade of red before he fell limp, covered in a red swirl, cleared to show a fuming redhead and suddenly shouted. No way, no way, I'm going to let you do that to my son, Makoto. I'm going to show why I'm called the Red Death if you do. She shouted. Makoto, along with the others, laughed. Makoto said, I'm just joking, Kushi-chan. Kushina glared at her. Never do that again. Okay, although, it was funny. Kushina went limp before she turned back to Naruto. He scratched the back of his head. Well, I suppose it's late and I wanna have a healthy streak for tomorrow. Good night, girls. He kissed each of them on the cheek before turning in. The three girls touched their cheek where Naruto kissed them and smiled before going to their rooms. I see, so that's how it is. An old, male voice said, from the shadows. Yes, that Uzumaki has taken my mother and probably put her under a genjutsu that made her believe that he saved her from ninjas that sought to rape her. Sasuke said. This is troubling. We have to save her from that abomination. Another old, female voice said. Sasuke smirked. Yes, we should. However, we can't do anything unless we have something to present to the council about him. We'll wait for that opportunity to strike. In the meantime, keep an eye on him, Sasuke. Sasuke nodded before disappearing. The female of the two said, so, the demon has the Uchiha matriarch. The other said, this would be a bad situation if the demon managed to get the secrets of the Sharingan from her. It would be even worse if he spread his seed to those three girls that accompanied him earlier. Isn't one of them a rare Kekkei Genkai wielder? Ice release, I believe. This is really bad. Not only does the demon have the Uchiha matriarch, he also has a Kekkei Genkai wielder. That is a point to us to have him brought over to us. However, that is only one point. We need much more than that, Homura. Don't worry, the chunin exams will reveal everything. Another old, male voice said. The two turned to the newcomer. Why would you say that, Danzo? Homura said. The one identified as Danzo replied. The chunin exams are filled with various genin hopefuls from various hidden villages that want to show off their skills, and believe me, their techniques are top-notch. What does that have to do with this? The female elder asked. It is simple, Kaharu. As it always has been, the chunin exams are separated into three parts. The written exam, the preliminaries, and the finals competitions. The boy will have to show off his somewhat hidden skills there. What if the boy doesn't get past the written part of the exams? Kaharu asked. I may not know what the boy hides, but this I know. He will get through. I can feel it, Danzo replied. We'll see. Naruto came out of his bedroom and saw that none of the three girls were awake, judging from the silence. Also, the silence of his mindscape tells him that his tenants are also resting, which kind of made Naruto wonder, how could Kel'Thuzad, an undead Archlick, rest? In any case, he wanted to make the most of it and he went over to the kitchen and decided to cook breakfast, bacon, scrambled eggs, and toast. A few minutes later, the doors opened and it showed Haku, Kyuubi and Makoto in nightgowns. Naruto blushed and immediately turned away. Haku sniffed the air. Wow, it smells good. Did you cook this, Naruto-kun? Naruto, while his back was turned, scratched the back of his head. Well, yes, I did. Makoto said, wow, you never told us you could cook. Well, I'm still new at this cooking thing and I might mess up or something. Kyuubi replied, nonsense, Naruto-kun, I'm sure your cooking would be fine. Then, she noticed something. Why are you turning your back on us? Naruto nervously replied, well. Haku said, we're wearing our nightgowns and you're afraid that you will not be able to control your urges and you'll ravish us until we faint from pleasure. She finished that with a devious smirk. Kyuubi had a teasing grin. Oh, so that's it, Naruto-kun. Naruto replied, and no. That's not it. Then, he felt something soft bump against his back. Ooh, then, why are you turning red, Naruto-kun? Makoto asked. Naruto replied, the three girls laughed. Haku giggled. I was kidding, Naruto-kun. We know that you're just giving us our needed modesty and privacy. Well, we don't mind if you look at us while in nightgowns, Naruto-kun. Naruto replied, but, you still need your privacy and modesty. Kyuubi interjected, and she said that we don't mind, Naruto-kun. After all, you already have proven your sincerity to us. Naruto took a deep breath and turned around. When he saw them, he turned red. The nightgowns look good on you. Makoto smiled. Why, thank you, Naruto-kun. See, we don't mind. Naruto slowly grinned and said, well, I hope you like the food. After the meal, Kyuubi, Haku, and Makoto said, in unison, that was wonderful, Naruto-kun. Naruto blushed and said a word of thanks to them, also to Kami, that his tenants woke up just right after they finished their meal, not before the meal, as Kushina would probably throw a fit before he remembered that he's supposed to be going to the chunin exams. Haku said, I'm coming, too. I was asked by Hokage-sama to accompany some guy named Morino Ibiki for the chunin exams. Makoto asked, Morino Ibiki, the head of the IT division. Haku shrugged. That's what I heard. Naruto asked, wait, what's this about an Ibiki in IT division? Makoto smiled mysteriously. Wouldn't you like to know, Naruto-kun? However, as Hokage-sama has informed me, Haku-chan, and Kyuubi-san with this and not you, I'm afraid, this might spoil the surprise. So, anyway, Haku-chan will accompany Ibiki-san. I, as clan head, will watch the progression of the exams, and Kyuubi-san will also watch the progression. Naruto pouted before smiling. Oh, well, I might as well find out for myself. In any case, that's settled. All of us are leaving. However, upon setting one foot outside, we will shunshin immediately, as to not arouse suspicion. The three girls said, agreed. With that, they cleaned their plates, left the house, made sure it was locked and immediately used shunshin. Naruto appeared in front of the building that was supposed to be used for the chunin exams. He saw Team 7 walk right behind him. The team glared at him, but Naruto didn't care. He just entered the building with Team in tow. After they got through 2 floors, they saw that a bunch of genin are huddled up to a place where 2 genins are stationed. Above, the sign on the door said, 301. What the hell are you doing? Let us in, one genin said. Yeah, another shouted. Naruto shook his head. Idiots, they don't even know that they're in a genjutsu. Minato sighed in disappointment. Clearly, the academy's standards have been lowered since my death. Don't worry, Minato, it's not your fault, Arthus told him. Naruto was just about to go to the next floor when Sasuke approached the 2 genin blocking the door and demanded to release the genjutsu. Every one of Naruto's tenants, plus Naruto himself, slapped their heads in Naruto's head. How thick could that idiot get? Arthas asked. Kushina sighed in frustration. Clearly, he takes from his father. He always wants to get into the spotlight. Kel'Thuzad asked, young king, do you want me to permanently end this fool's life? He's an insult to everything you ninjas stand for. No, don't kill him, yet, Kel'Thuzad-san. I can't have Makoto-chan being the only Uchiha in Konoha as breeding stock. Besides, he might have of some use to us, sooner or later. Very well. After the 2 genins kicked the ass out of Sasuke, they moved over to the next floor. It has been a long time, Naruto-san. A male, near-monotonous voice said. Naruto's eyes widened and his head snapped to the source and he saw Neji with two other individuals. Neji, it's good to see you. Naruto said to him and reached out his hand to shake it. Neji accepted it. How are things going on at the Hyuga clan? Neji shrugged. It's just as it always is. Naruto replied, I see. Then, Neji's girl teammate went over to him. Do you know Neji? Naruto raised an eyebrow. And you are? I am Tenten. Now, answer my question. Naruto replied, I know him because I have been visiting the Hyuga clan every now and then. Sakura scoffed. Yeah, right, there's no way that you could have been accepted by the Hyugas. You're of no royal stature. Naruto rolled his eyes. Believe what you will, it's true. Hiba told her, it's true, Sakura. I saw him going into the Hyuga clan household. Sakura huffed. That's probably an illusion. I can't believe you fell for it. Naruto tsked. Whatever. Then, a guy with bowl-cut hair stepped over to Naruto. What's your name? Naruto replied, I am Uzumaki Naruto. And you are? He missed Tenten's widening of eyes. I am Rock Lee. Would you like to spar? Naruto raised an eyebrow. When? Right now. What's the occasion? Naruto asked. Rock Lee replied, there's no occasion. I just want to test your flames of youth. He had fires in his eyes. Minato chuckled. Now, I remember who he acts like. He's like a mini guy. Kushina giggled. Meta guy. Kakashi's self-proclaimed rival that shouts about flames of youth. That's the one. If I remember correctly, Guy's a great taijutsu user, so, this Lee might have gained his expertise. Naruto, this might be a good experience for you. Accept his request. Naruto smiled. Very well, I accept your request. Lee grinned, showing off his white teeth. Yosh, I hope that we will have a very youthful fight. Naruto said, lead the way. Lee led him, along with his team and Team 7, who wanted to see Lee kick Naruto's ass, to a barren lobby. Naruto asked Lee, what are the rules? Lee replied, we use taijutsu only, no ninjutsu or genjutsu. Well, you don't use ninjutsu or genjutsu in this spar as I can only taijutsu. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So, your chakra coils aren't that much developed for ninjutsu and genjutsu usage. I understand. He assumed his stance. He bent his knees like the horse stance. Also, he put both his hands out with his palms facing him, the Minami Kamakiri stance. Lee got interested as he had never seen this stance. He assumed his own Goken stance. They stared each other down until Lee seemingly disappeared from Naruto's sight and reappeared right in front of him, aiming a kick at his head using his right leg. Naruto elegantly raised his left arm to block the kick. Naruto mentally frowned. That was a powerful kick. He put his right foot forward and thrust his right arm to his torso, full force, and sent him backwards. He assumed his stance again just as Lee recovered. He charged again and zoomed right behind him with a punch to his jaw via right fist. Naruto quickly turned around, put up his left hand and held his fist in it. Naruto closed his right hand into a fist and punched Lee right in the jaw, sending him flying. Naruto returned to his stance. Lee got back up and zoomed to Naruto. He's good. I might have to resort to that technique. Here I go. Lee made for a punch at his face. Naruto made to intercept it. However, Lee feinted and he went into Naruto's guard and went for an uppercut, sending him flying. With the spectators, Tenten asked, he really isn't going to resort to that, is he? Neji didn't reply but just kept on watching. Kiba smirked. Well, he wasn't so tough, after all. Sasuke frowned. I couldn't copy Uzumaki's moves, but perhaps this Rock Lee would be helpful. Back to Naruto. Naruto already reached his highest point in the air when he felt someone behind him. It was Lee. Naruto was about to turn around. However, Lee stopped him by wrapping his arms around and sent him, along with himself, zooming to the ground. Lee was just about to finish the move until, Lee, what do you think you're doing? A booming voice shouted. Then, Lee let go of Naruto and landed on the floor on his feet. Naruto just fell on his butt. With the spectators, Sakura shouted, hey, it was just getting good. Neji sighed. Here we go again. Team 7 looked at him and returned to watching the fight. Back to Naruto. Naruto dropped to the floor and looked up to see Rock Lee getting berated by a turtle. He blinked. Okay, this is weird. The turtle told Lee, you do know that that move is forbidden, don't you? Lee meekly nodded. Good, now wait for a little while. Your sensei will be here shortly. Then, a figure appeared on top of the turtle. It was an older version of Lee and he was doing some sort of absurd pose. Naruto thought, let me guess. This is the guy that you guys were talking about. Minato nodded. Yep, that's Maida guy. Not much has changed about him except for the flak jacket and he got older. Guy took a deep breath and, surprisingly, punched Lee as punishment for trying to use the forbidden technique. Then, they started to call each other's names and they hugged each other. Then, Neji and Tenten appeared beside them. Tenten said, all right, sensei, that's enough hugging. We gotta get to the chunin exams. Guy said, oh, yes, I remember. Then, he noticed Naruto, who was wearing a bored expression on his face. And you must be the youth that fought with my Lee, huh? Naruto replied, yes, why do you ask? Guy responded, oh, no particular reason. I just wanted to ask. He took a good look at him. You, aren't you the genin that was in a one-man team? He asked, surprising his students along with the turtle. Naruto nodded. Yes. Lee asked, that's not possible. There hasn't been any record of a genin in a one-man team. Naruto replied, I have proven myself to Ojii-san that I'm capable of defending myself. Guy said, ah, yes, I've heard of that. You battle against Hokage-sama in a one-on-one battle, did you not? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, he wasn't even trying when he battled. He is the Kami no Shinobi for a reason. Guy immediately appeared in front of him, much to Naruto's shock at his speed, and patted him on the shoulder, hard. Naruto tried not to wince at the pain. In any case, if you're looking for a sparring partner, Naruto-san, don't hesitate to ask me, Maida Guy, or my student, Lee. We'd be more than happy to spread the flames of youth to more younglings. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Then, the bell rang, signifying that all genins were supposed to enter the exam room now. Ah, there's the bell. Guy said. Remember, Naruto-san, just ask and we'll help you train. Naruto smiled. I appreciate it. Then, he jumped high to where Team 7 was and ran off to the exam room, just before Team 7 could ask him about anything. Naruto entered the room and found various people from various villages in it. He sensed Ikibi no Shukaku's chakra and found Gaara and his team in one corner of the room. He also sensed another demonic signature. He narrowed his eyes to sense the source. He found it. He found a girl with spiky mint green hair with an orange clip on the left side of her face. She was wearing a white shirt with a fishnet underneath it. She also wore white armbands along with a white pair of shorts. She seems to be a few years older than him. Also, Naruto's tenants sensed that she seems to be harboring hatred within her, no wonder for being a Jinchuriki. Then, Team 7 entered the room. Oi, why did you leave us behind? Kiba asked. Naruto replied, without turning around, should it be my concern? I'm not a part of Team 7, if you forgot. Sakura said, however, we are still Konoha Shinobi. Have you ever heard of the saying, treat others as you want to be treated? You haven't done me any good. He replied. Kiba was about to retort when he was interrupted by Team 8 and 10. Ino immediately went over to Sasuke and began snuggling him, much to Sakura's ire. Naruto-san, I appreciate your help in training us. Hanata said. Naruto smiled. It was no problem. Kiba said, hey, why are you training them and not us? Naruto replied, it's because they are more trustworthy than your team. Besides, I'm not training them, per se, I'm just helping them with a few things. Sasuke, after having Ino let go of him, fumed. And what are these things that you're helping them with? Naruto smirked at him. Wouldn't you like to know? Suffice to say, they needed an outside team's opinion. Sakura asked, well, why not ask us? We could give you good advice. Naruto countered it, and what would you give them? Sasuke would just say that anything that they do wouldn't even measure up to his clan's so-called greatness. Sasuke fumed more, you would just say that they could do whatever they want, as long as they don't get in your way with your precious. Sakura became red with anger. And finally, Kiba would just say to Shino to just buzz off and to the girls that they should just learn how to please a man. PFF, some advice. Kiba gritted his teeth in anger. He mentally smirked. So, did I hit the right spot? The three growled and began to charge at him but was stopped by a newcomer. Hey, you're attracting a lot of attention. A voice said. They turned to see a guy wearing glasses and with a purple suit. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And you are? Oh, excuse me. I am Yakushi Kabuto, pleased to meet you. I'm a repeater. Kiba asked, and how many times have you repeated? Oh, this is my 7th time. He drawled. Naruto's eyes narrowed. There's no way someone could be that dumb. So, I managed to get knowledgeable about various people here. Do you want to know about anyone? I got my info cards here. Sasuke, intent on getting dirt on Naruto, asked, do you have any on Rock Lee, Gaara no Sabaku, and Uzumaki Naruto? Kabuto said, Kukuku, that's no fun. You know their names. Oh, well, here we go. He took out the first card. Rock Lee, a member of Team Guy, consisting of Maida Guy, the Konoha no Kedakaki Aoi Moju, Hyuga Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee himself. He has done 20 D ranks and 5 C ranks, as of now. Kabuto returned Rock Lee's card and took out the next one. Okay, Gaara no Sabaku, a member of Team Baki, consisting of Baki, Konkuro no Sabaku, and Tamari no Sabaku, both of which are his older siblings. He has done 35 D ranks, 10 C ranks, and 1 B rank, all of which, he walked away without a scratch. Kiba asked, whoa, that's not possible. A B rank and not even a scratch, that's highly impossible. Kabuto said, well, that's what it says here. Anyway, here's Uzumaki Naruto. He read it first before reading and his eyes widened, as he saw the information and as the card disappeared from his hand. What the? Then, he saw a blade pointed at his throat. He looked up to see Naruto, glaring at him. The information in my card is considered highly confidential. Such information is not supposed to be known by anyone outside myself and the Hokage. He said, dangerously, and Frostmourne showed it as it glowed blue. The card contained this information. Uzumaki Naruto. Rank. Genin. Missions. 25 D ranks. 10 C ranks. 1 A rank and 2 S ranks. One is the Mizu no Kuni thing, the other is helping the Sandaime defeat the bane of all cages, paperwork. __. Chakra. Possibly mid to high cage due to the fox. Ninjutsu. At least mid cage. Taijutsu. Same as ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Unknown, presumed N.A. Additional notes. The only member of his team. Goes by the name Rei Kokuo, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Has defeated Momochi Zabuza, the Kurigakure no Kijin, and delivered his body to the Mizukage personally. Has a blade that has unknown capabilities, only known ability is killing millions just by stabbing the ground and having runes that drains the opponent's life force. Has prevented Hyuga Hanata's kidnapping by Kumo and Uchiha Makoto's and Uchiha Sasuke's deaths by Uchiha Itachi, and has killed Gato of Gato Inc. for possession of facilities. Sasuke pondered as he looked at the blade. The blade seemed to be radiating power. But, that's not enough for a case. However, the fact that he helps another's team could be good. After all, he's keeping it a secret. Still, I need more than that. Fu, who was the green-haired girl earlier, raised an eyebrow at the blade. The blade seemed to be causing Nanabe problems. That blade, that can't be. Oh, my god, oh, my god, oh, my god. I can't believe that it's true. Oh, my god, Nanabe said, in her mind. Calm down, Nanabe, it's only a blade, she thought. Only a blade. That is no ordinary blade. Nanabe told her, it is the blade that was held by the being that has brought the demon that gave birth to us Biju. He was the Rei Kokuo. A being that is known to be very dangerous that even Kyuubi fears him. He could defeat the 9 Biju without remorse or regret. Fu's eyes widened. That's not possible. That blade is supposed to be lost for centuries. Young one, I know you loathe humans for treating you like shit. However, please, heed my words. Never, and I mean, never, anger him. If that really is the blade, Frostmourne, and you do anger him, then, we're doomed. The blade aside, the boy seems kinda cute. Also, those whisker marks make him look feral. Fu thought. Oh, sure, I told you about the danger level of the blade and you go talk about the boy's appearance. Wait, whisker marks. That is a sign of a person containing the Kyuubi no Yoko. Oh my god, not only is he the wielder of the blade, he's also the container of the Kyuubi. Nanabe shouted. Calm down. Fu shouted back. Nothing will happen if you panic. Besides, you just said it earlier. As long as we don't anger the guy, we'll be fine. Back to Naruto, he glared at Kabuto. I'll keep this if you don't mind. He pocketed the card into his cloak pocket. Kabuto thought, so, he's very secretive. However, I have read all in it and I must report it to Orochimaru-sama. Kiba said, hey, give that back. Naruto told him, information of one person is not another's to give. He sheathed Frostmourne. Sakura glared at Naruto before asking Kabuto, so, how many teams are attending? Kabuto composed himself and fixed his glasses. Well, there are numerous teams from Konoha, Suna, Kumo, Iwa, and Taki, one from Taki, and one from an unknown village called Odo. In a corner of the room, 3 genins, with a headband with a musical note, glared at Kabuto. Did you hear that? The one that looks like a mummy asked his teammates. He said our village is unknown. His other male teammate smirked. What say we go introduce ourselves? Their female teammate said, yes, let's. They zoomed to Kabuto. Naruto's senses were tingling. He turned to see 3 figures zooming to Kabuto. Immediately, he grabbed Frostmourne and jumped right between Kabuto and the zooming team. The mummy aimed for a punch, which Naruto used the flat side of Frostmourne to push away while he aimed for a kick at his torso. The mummy sprawled to the floor, while clutching his torso. Naruto felt pain on his ears but paid it no mind as he turned to the next male teammate who went for a kick at his head. He ducked and did a leg sweep, which made the offending male tumble to the ground. He felt more pain on his ears and a slight pain on his head but still paid it no heed. He looked up and saw the female teammate aiming to grab his head and slam it to the ground. Naruto immediately lay on his back and kicked the female teammate on the stomach, making her drop to the floor while clutching her stomach. When Naruto stood up, he gritted his teeth as he felt blood fall from his ears. He used holy light to heal his bleeding ear. Sasuke noticed the usage. What was that? He thought. Minato noted. So, they use sound as their weapon, like their village. However, I have never heard of Odogakur before. Kyuubi frowned. I smell snake on the 3 Odo genin along with Kabuto, more so in Kabuto. Kushina and Minato frowned as well. So, they're Orochimaru's lackeys. Minato said. Naruto wondered who Orochimaru is. Orochimaru is one of the Sannin. He is the snake Sannin. He was trained by the Hiruzen, along with Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-san. From what I hear among the populace, he was practicing human experimentation even before I became Yondaime Hokage. Minato said. Naruto mentally blanched. Well, that's just sicko. Yes, I know. However, I haven't discovered any labs during my time as Hokage. So, it was dismissed. Kushina thought about something. Well, I don't sense his chakra around Konoha, so I must assume that the rumors are true and he's either banished or he escaped himself. Then, a cloud of smoke appeared and Naruto took guard. Easy on the gummy bears, kid, a gruff voice said, I think the sugar's getting to you. When it cleared, it showed a guy in all black with a bandana with a bunch of chunins on the platform. Minato whistled. Naruto, the man before you is Morino Ibiki, the person that Makoto-san and Haku-san were discussing earlier. Naruto sheathed his blade. Sorry about that, I'm just jumpy. Ibiki chuckled. Save your jump for the start of the exams. He noticed the 3 genin on the ground. What's wrong with them? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Oh, well, they were going to attack another genin before it started so I just stopped them. Ibiki raised an eyebrow. Ah, yes, he's the genin of a one-man team. No wonder he defeated them so easily. He told every genin, all right, every one of you, take your seats. The exams are about to start. Uchiha Makoto arrived at the place where clan patriarchs, matriarchs, off-duty jonins and chunins, and the Hokage. Once she entered the room, she was immediately tackled by Hyuga Hitomi. There you are, Miko-chan. She chirped. I couldn't find you anywhere. Makoto had a big sweat drop on her head. Well, I've been busy. She replied. Although the Hyugas, Uchihas, and Uzumakis were rival clans, Hitomi, Makoto, and Kushina were as close can be. The three of them were known as the strongest team of kunoichi the village has ever seen, second only to Senju Tsunade. They weren't on the level of the Sannin, oh, no. They couldn't take on Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru altogether head-on and win, no. They will have high difficulty if two of the Sannin fought them. However, if they fought only one Sannin, they can defeat them, with little difficulty. Hitomi just kept on snuggling on her. Well, why couldn't you send a letter? The Sandame cleared his throat to get their attention. I don't want to break up this conversation, however, we have an exam to monitor. They immediately chorused. Hi, Hokage-sama. The Sandame activated a TV set that was focused on the examination room. The genins were seated in their respective seats. Ibiki cleared his throat. Let me explain the rules. Yada, 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 skip the rules and onto the exam itself. Closing parenthesis. Ready, begin, he shouted. Immediately, the sound of scratching pencils covered the area. With Naruto, he frowned at the questions. Okay, what's with these questions? Aren't they, at least, chunin-level question? Minato chuckled. Oh, yes, that, well, this test measures a genin's capability to cheat without getting caught. Then, Kushina hit him on the head. What did you tell him that for? He's supposed to figure that out for himself. Minato scratched the back of his head. Oops. No worries. Even without Minato telling him, he would have answered it. Arthas said, the things we taught him are, at least, Jonin level. And that's just for us ancestors. For you and Kushina, I believe it's almost Kage level. Minato scratched the back of his head again. Well, it was only half of what Kages should learn. Although, all of what we taught him were Kage level tactics and techniques. Then, they noticed that Naruto wasn't listening. On further inspection, Naruto seemed to be writing his answers as fast as he could. Kushina shook her head. Well, he cheated, and no one will even know he did. Naruto's eyes skimmed through the paper. Mumble, mumble, mumble. Then, he finished, with a good 45 minutes to spare. Feeling a bit bored, he lowered his head on the board and slept. The people who were watching the exams were shocked to find Naruto sleeping through the test. Asuma said, I can't believe it. He's sleeping, in front of Morino Ibiki, while in a test. Sume smirked. The brat's got balls of steel if he could just sleep in front of Ibiki. He doesn't take kindly to people who think that his job is a joke. Shikaku muttered, troublesome, either he's done or he's too dumb that he's waiting for the 10th question to save his ass. Hiyashi said, the first one is completely impossible. The smartest genin would take, at least, 30 minutes to complete and he completed it in 15. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that he's already a chunin. What is this? The first to finish was Naruto, who finished in 15 minutes. The second was Shikamaru, who finished in 20. The third was Fu, who finished in 23 thanks to Nanabe. The Sandame raised an eyebrow. It seems that we have 3 smart genins in our ranks. Ibiki was surprised to see Naruto and Shikamaru sleeping while the green-haired girl was busy twirling her pencil in her fingers. That was fast. I never expected for them to finish in less than half of an hour. He walked over to Naruto. What's the matter, kid? Are you giving up, already? He growled, while letting loose some ki. Naruto woke up and lazily looked up at him. Oh, hello, Proctor-san, I was too bored, waiting around for the others to finish, so I'm catching a few Z's. Ibiki raised an eyebrow. So, you're finished, already? Naruto nodded lazily. Yeah. The same could be said for Shikamaru and that green-haired chick who's twirling her pencil as they are done with the test. Now, please excuse me, I'm going to catch some more Z's. He went back to sleeping. Shikamaru muttered, in his sleep, troublesome. Fu managed to blush a bit upon hearing what he said about her. Ooh, I see someone's flustered. Nanabe cooed. What's wrong, young one? You can't take a little compliment from a, and I quote, kinda cute, boy. Quiet, Fu shouted back. Then, A senbon whizzed past her cheek and onto the table behind her. She looked to the source and saw a black-haired girl glaring at someone behind her. Haku said, "You, get your team and get out of here. You cheated the full 5 times. The guy behind Fu, an Iowa nin, stood up in defiance and shouted, "Hey, where's your proof that I did cheat, huh? I bet you're just making that up. Why don't you just go suck a censored?" You bet he would have finished, if Naruto hadn't appeared in front of him and grabbed him all the way to the back of the room. Naruto's eyes were shadowed by his bangs. Naruto growled at the Iowa nin. In my presence, he looked up to see bluish glowing eyes that only he could see. Never insult her. You wouldn't like what the consequences are if you do so. For added effect, he released ki on him. The Iowa nin, along with the other weaklings, began to sweat. Get out of here and take your team with you, knave. He dropped him on the floor and growled at him. You're mine next time, Konoha scum. Naruto replied, I'll be waiting, Iowa fool. He growled again and he got his team and left. When his team left, Naruto went back to his seat and went back to sleeping. Asuma whistled. Damn, he just threatened an Iowa nin. That might give us more troubles than before. Kakashi said, yeah, Sensei has already made enemies in Iowa. With Naruto threatening a shinobi of the same village, well, that might skyrocket their anger. Every now and then, a team gets disqualified as they got caught cheating 5 times. However, they didn't fight or anything. They just did as they were told, and left with their teams. They were afraid of Naruto. Then, Ibiki announced that the time is up. He explained a few more rules before going to the 10th question. Ibiki said, so, this is your last chance. If you leave now, you will still have another chance to try the exams. If you don't and you get the wrong answer, you won't be able to enter the chunin exams ever again. Kiba shouted, what the hell is up with that rule, man? Ibiki replied, I will only say it once. If you are afraid of the 10th question, and you want to try again next time, then, leave. If you want to, then, stay. However, get the wrong answer, then, you will stay a genin forever. Sakura shouted, well, that's not fair. Nothing's fair, nowadays, girl. So, raise your hand if you want to leave. One of the chunin will take note of your and your team's seat and you may leave. One by one, teams left the area. When almost half were left, Ibiki asked, all right, nobody else? Nobody did, although some were still nervous though. Minato chuckled, oh, well, here we go. Ibiki cleared his throat. All right, to all those who were left, you all pass. That got a riot. Shouts of surprise shot from one end to another. Skipping the speech. Then, the window was blown open just as a figure went over to the platform and threw 2 kunai that whizzed to both ends of the board and a banner appeared in between it. It showed the words, presenting the second proctor, the censority and single, Mitarashi Anko. Minato's eyebrows rose to his hairline. Oh, yes, Orochimaru's apprentice, she's quite the wildcard. Kushina giggled. Oh, you mean, Anko-chan. She, along with her friends, Kurenai-chan, Hana-chan, and Yugo-chan, always tailed me, Makoto-chan, and Hitomi-chan every time we have free time from missions. Really? Naruto asked. Yep, we were the most famous kunoichis at the time. We may not be able to beat all the Sannin combined, but we were still badass. We could, though, beat either one of the Sannin alone. Whoa, cool, Naruto said. Then, the figure stood up properly. The figure was a woman of 30s. She had purple hair that she tied up. Also, she's wearing rather provocative clothing. She was wearing a fishnet shirt, with nothing underneath, plus the orange skirt. For the finality, she wore a tan overcoat. All right, you brats, I'm Mitarashi Anko and I'm the second exam proctor. She shouted. Okay, she seemed to have become more of a wildcard than before. Minato said. Naruto just clapped at the performance. Anko heard it and turned to Naruto. She smirked at him. Why, thank you. At least, somebody enjoys my entrances. Naruto smiled and made a slight bow through his head. Then, someone appeared from behind the banner. It was Ibiki. You're early, Anko. Anko grinned. Well, the early bird gets the bird, right? She surveyed the class. Well, Ibiki, you seem to be losing your touch. You left 26 teams, tisk, tisk, tisk. She smirked evilly. Well, by the time I'm done with them, the numbers will decrease by half. She released a bit of her ki for emphasis. Some began sweating. She smirked more. All right, all of you, meet me at the training ground 44. She jumped off of the window, making everybody sweat drop. Minato palmed his head. All right, I stand corrected. She became the very meaning of wild. Ibiki was taking the papers of the genins. He took interest at the test paper of one Uzumaki Naruto. These answers are beyond chunin level. For starters, he was a one-man team. Then, he answered these questions in are these jonin level answers? And, what the hell? That one is a near cage level 1. What is this? He noticed some writing at the back. Ibiki-san, I wish to inform you that a genin named Yakushi Kabuto has information that is considered confidential. Also, he reeks of snakes. Naruto stared at the forest in front of him while the proctor explained the schematics of the test. He was so busy staring at the forest that he didn't notice a kunai was sent past his cheek until it was a foot away from him. Naruto's eye darted to the kunai and tilted his head to the right to avoid it. Then, he sensed someone behind him. He felt something soft bump into his back. He felt a kunai nick his cheek and blood dribble out. Then, he felt a tongue lick the blood, much to Kushina's ire. Why are you spacing out, little boy? A feminine voice said. It was Anko's. If you don't pay attention to me, you might get killed earlier than expected. After she licked Naruto's bloody cheek, she said, your blood tastes good, brat. She whispered into his ear, maybe you and I could meet up sometime. Naruto felt Kushina bristling at the comment. Naruto replied, you do know that you are much older than me, right? Oh, rejecting me, are we? You do know who I am. The only thing I know of you is your name, which is Mitarashi Anko. There is another, and that is that you are the second exam proctor. Technically, I also know that you're the Snake Sanin's apprentice, but, due to being a genin, I'm not supposed to know that. Cheeky little brat, are we? Anko, then, turned around and held up a kunai in defense only to see a Kusa-nin girl while holding Anko's kunai in her tongue, which was hellishly long. The Kusa-nin girl said, forgive my intrusion from your activity with the blonde, however, your kunai nearly cut my hair. She gave the kunai to Anko, who smiled mischievously. Okay, sorry about that, however, don't try to sneak up behind me again. She released a bit of her ki for emphasis. Some of the genin got uncomfortable. The Kusa girl nodded and went back to her team. Kyuubi said to the others. That girl, she gives off a male scent, instead of a female one. Also, I smell the stench of snakes on him. Wait, not just on him. The stench is inside of him. It's as if he's a male snake hybrid inside a female body. Minato frowned. Only Orochimaru can be that snake-like. What's he doing here? Anko turned back to Naruto and whispered to his ear, we'll continue this later, little boy. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It sounds kinky. So, is it your place or mine? He asked rhetorically. Minato's eyebrows rose to his hairline. Kushina, on the other hand, has her jaw dropped to the ground. Anko grinned. Oh, I like you, kid. She went back to the front and held out 2 scrolls. This fence is 10 kilometers away from the tower. You are to get there within 5 days while in possession of both scrolls. Each team will only have 1 scroll, either a heaven or an earth scroll. Once you reach the tower, you will receive further instructions. However, don't open it until you do enter the tower. Otherwise, you will be immediately disqualified from the test. Choji asked, 5 days, what about food? Minato chuckled. That is very convenient, thinking of food while in the presence of a very dangerous forest. Anko replied, the forest is abundant with various animals. You can eat them. She pocketed the scrolls and took out a bunch of forms. Now, there are some things that can get you disqualified. The first is if you don't manage to get to the tower with both scrolls within the time limit. The second is if even one of your teammates dies. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Well, isn't it nice that I'm the only guy in my team? Anko added, also, you are not to open either one or both of the scrolls until you get to the tower. Kiba asked, what happens if we do? Anko smirked. If you do, you'll find a very terrifying surprise in it. Now, then, sign your forms. Afterwards, go into the nearby shed for your scroll. Once all the teams finished getting their scrolls, they were tasked to go to their respective gates. Naruto got an earth scroll. He was assigned to Gate 09. En route to the gate, he was beside the Ichihibe Jinchuriki's team. Naruto noticed that Gaara kept giving him very dangerous looks. He raised an eyebrow. "What is it you require, Gaara-san?" he asked. Gaara gave him an insane grin. "Mother desires your blood, Uzumaki." Naruto replied, "Have her cheat on someone else, bucko. I'm not interested." Gaara began emitting ki towards Naruto, while his two siblings glared at him. "He is so dead." Gaara's team reached their gate, Gate 6, and Naruto went off to his own. Arthas asked Naruto, was it wise to anger the Ichibe Jinchuriki and his companions? The Jinkujuriki thinks that every blood is his to command, and his siblings are too afraid of him and his wrath. I had to draw the line. If you insist, so shall it be. Alexandros stated. However, bear in mind that this will lower your chances of gaining his trust. If I may intercede, my king, Kel'Thuzad started. I sensed residual dark energies around the boy. It originated on his stomach, possibly the location of the seal containing the demon. Its dark energies are not its own. Someone has corrupted the demon, somehow. It messed with the boy's mind. Only someone of an archmage or archlic level and above can corrupt a demon completely. Even then, it takes a lot of the caster's time. Any lower than the given level, the corruption isn't complete. How long since corruption? Judging from the amount of energy surrounding him and the amount I sensed on the seal itself, I'd say even before he was born. This is disturbing. Either the corruptor is from sand originally or someone who goaded the sealer into giving the demon more power. Well, no wonder he wants to kill me. Someone has messed up the dude's mind. Naruto reached his gate and stopped. He settled for observing the other teams. He saw various teams who were whispering about him. Is it just me or is he the only guy in his team? One guy asked. Oh, yeah, I heard that guy is a one-man team. Another replied. Well, he'll be an easy target for every team. A third scoffed. Naruto narrowed his eyes. When they know what I did, they'll be singing a different tune. Either they will be afraid of you or they will report it to their superiors and have you by their side or die. Minato said. In this case, it might be best to hide your abilities for now. Okay, confidentiality it is. Naruto finalized. He saw Team 8, and they him. They nodded to each other and Team 8 went off to their gate. He saw next Fu's team, which two other teammates were sending disgusted looks at Fu. He frowned. That won't do at all. Naruto thought. Fu and Naruto made eye contact. He could easily see the hatred for her teammates and sadness at being treated like shit in her eyes. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Then, a chunin approached him and opened his gate. Next he saw a Kumo team. One was a pale-skinned blonde girl with a big rack. The next one is a dark-skinned girl. The last one is the only male. He had dark skin and a lollipop on his mouth. One notable thing on the team was the katanas on their belts. Kyuubi raised an eyebrow. I smell residual Hachibi and Nibi chakra on them. They must be connected to both the Hachibi and Nibi Jinchuriki. I see, Naruto said. He noticed that the blonde looked at him with a calculative eye. They stared each other down, until the blonde girl faltered and continued on her way. Then, Anko's voice shot out from the PA system. All right, Genins, take your positions. Go. Every Genin ran post-haste into the forest. Naruto jumped through various trees until he got to a clearing. After a few seconds, he was ambushed by two Iwanin teams. The first team's leader growled, "There you are, Konoha scum. You're going to pay for what you did earlier. You embarrassed one of my friends. Prepare to be in a world of hurt and not even giving us your scroll is going to save you." Naruto nodded in understanding before taking out his wallet. Do you take cash or credit card? He heard his tenants laughing in his mind. Every Iwanin growled. The second leader shouted, "That's it. You're mine, punk." Naruto immediately returned his wallet and drew Frostmourne. He jumped high to avoid the dogpile and landed a fair distance away from them. He stabbed Frostmourne to the ground. Taking grudges is unbecoming of a shinobi. What the Yondaime Hokage did during the war is necessary, as it was war. The Iwanin stood up and glared at him. One of them shouted, "You wouldn't know anything. My father was one of those who your bastard of a Yondaime Hokage killed. In fact, you even look like the bastard. That's like rubbing our loss in our face. Naruto's eyes darkened. Frostmourne began glowing blue. You, he said in a dark voice, dare threaten the Yondaime Hokage? Another replied, yeah, we dare. Why do you care? Are you going to come crying to mommy? Naruto whispered, Frostmourne no Higi, Seiken Kyushu. The runes glowed brightly and cracks appeared on the ground. The cracks began glowing blue and headed towards the Iwanin teams. They tried dodging it, some even tried to go to the trees. However, they failed as the cracks even got to the trees and headed towards them. All of them fell to the floor, weakened, as Naruto intended. The first leader said, what was that? That was something you will never know. He looted their bodies, to their anger. On one team, he found a heaven scroll, along with ninja and other useless stuff. On the other, he found an earth scroll, along with numerous ninja devices. He stood up and walked to a good distance from them. The Iwanins glared at him. Naruto stared pensively at them. He bit his thumb, wiped the blood on his palm, made hand seals that the Iwanins recognized, and slammed his hand on the ground. He said, Kuchio's no jutsu. The forest was then filled with screaming. Anko grinned pleasurably at the sounds of the screaming. Team 7 began feeling nervous at the screams. Sakura asked, that was a human scream, wasn't it? Sasuke huffed. Don't worry about it, Sakura. It was probably some random team that doesn't have the strength to brave this forest. Screw them, they were weak. Sakura began to give starry-eyed looks at Sasuke. Hiba put a hand on his chin. We have a heaven scroll. We need an earth scroll. I wonder who has one. Sasuke shrugged. We'll just deal with any loser team that gets in our way en route to the tower. Sakura cheered. Yeah, you're right, Sasuke-kun. Hiba nodded before turning around to go to the bushes. Sakura asked, where are you going? Hiba looked at her. I'm going to pee. Why? Is that prohibited? Sakura bristled. Hiba shrugged and went along his way. The Kumo team from earlier were going through their plan while they were taking shelter under a tree root. They finalized their plan until their blonde teammate spoke up. Just an added precaution, though, we have to keep an eye out for that blonde, whiskered boy from earlier. As I was observing him, I saw something in his eyes that made me uneasy. He seems to have something that is inhuman. Inhuman isn't the word, it's somewhat unholy. Her dark-skinned female teammate took her word for it. The other teammate, however, maybe the kid was a long-dead kid before he was resurrected from the dead by an all-powerful necromancer and was tasked to weaken every ninja village while giving the necromancer every ninja secret of every village. Then, he will start a conquest to rule the whole world. He said while sucking on his lollipop. Then, the dark-skinned female teammate hit him on the head. Don't think like that, idiot. You're overreacting again. There isn't even supposed to be a necromancer since nobody has seen one even during the First Shinobi World War. The blonde teammate said, all right, stop it, both of you. You're both acting like children. Both teammates stopped their fighting. She rubbed her shoulders. I just want this day to hurry up. My shoulders are sore again. She shook her head. Why isn't there a skilled masseuse in Kumo? She shrugged. I just hope I can find one here in Konoha. Naruto was busy jumping through the trees when he felt Kyuubi frown. He asked her, Kyuubi-chan, is something wrong? Naruto-kun, I just sensed an outburst of demonic chakra. From the feel of it, it is Nanabe's chakra and it sounded like Nanabe's container is in trouble. Define. Trouble. Single quote. Normally, everyone in and out of the forest of death could sense the outburst due to the wild nature, even you would be able to. It has always been an ability of any higher Biju to detect any lower Biju's demonic chakra, even if hampered by any kind of fuinjutsu. Perhaps that's why anyone couldn't sense it. From the amount of demonic chakra unleashed, I would assume that Nanabe's container is in deep trouble. Where are they? Naruto asked. Kyuubi took a time to detect the source. The Nanabe Jinchuriki is just a few meters west. Got it, Naruto said. Fu coughed up blood, courtesy of a very hard punch on her stomach from both teammates, and got to the floor as she removed the demonic suppression seal on her forehead that her teammates put on her before they punched her. One of her teammates growled, Damn little bitch, you almost killed me. The other smirked. Well, at least, she got what she deserved. He took a look around. It's a good thing that Sensei gave us a very high-level Kekai ninjutsu that prevents anyone outside the barrier from sensing the outburst. Fu glared at them. You angered me, bastards. Both teammates raised an eyebrow. Who will Sensei believe, us or you? Fu gritted her teeth. Her sensei is also a very large hater of her. She struggled to get up only to get back down due to pain on her stomach. The second teammate said, don't bother trying to stand up. We channeled Doden chakra on our fists to harden them upon impact. Combine it with that fact that we had a seal that absorbs any chakra foreign to ours that is in the air, in this case, your demon chakra, and uses it to power our attacks. The first shrugged. We will have to knock you out to prevent you from doing anything that ranges from escaping to killing us. The second grinned lecherously. Although, there will be no guarantee that you will be as healthy as earlier when we get to the tower. After all, who couldn't resist an unconscious, striking, demon woman that is put in her place? Fu's eyes widened. Is he saying what I think he's saying? Yep, the bastard is planning to censor you in your sleep. Damn it, I don't want my first time to be with a person that hates me. The first one scoffed. Do whatever you want to her. The mere thought of touching her is revolting enough to me. The second's grin widened more. Oh, well, more for me. Fu heard Nanabe chuckle. Nanabe, what is it? Kyuubi's container is nearing us. Fu's eyes widened. What did you say? Yeah, you heard me. Clearly your little demonic chakra outburst got detected, as expected of a higher Biju. So, what is he doing here? Take a guess. You used a fair amount of demonic energy to tell the Kyuubi container that we're in deep trouble. So, that means, a Biju container will help another in need. Those two are dead. What about the barrier? Nanabe scoffed. While the barrier prevents anyone outside from sensing any kind of chakra outburst, it doesn't prevent anyone from entering or exiting it. Oh, well, I better hold off until he gets here, huh? No duh, Sherlock, he'll be here in a few seconds. The second teammate was about to unzip his pants when Fu kicked him on the stomach. The first teammate immediately went to the second's aid. The second teammate was on his feet and rushed towards Fu. You little. He raised his feet and slammed it onto her stomach. She let out a loud shout of pain as blood sprayed out of her mouth. The second clicked his tongue. Hey, help me here. If you're not helping yourself, then, at least, help me. He called out to his teammate. When no response came, he turned around. When he did, his eyes widened for a second before he was stabbed on the stomach by a blade. The last thing he saw was a person wearing armor with fur highlights and heard was, die painfully, Ferocemore no Higi, Seiken Kyushu. Then, he felt himself leaving his body and being pulled into the blade. He felt pain wreck his whole body. He wanted to scream but lost his voice. Naruto harshly pulled out Frostmourne from his second victim's torso before turning to Fu, who was struggling to sit up. Naruto said, after he called back his armor, don't try to stand up yet. You're hurt. Fu tried to reply but her stomach wound hurt like hell. After all, when someone hits you hard on the stomach, you find it hard to speak. Closing parenthesis. I know a technique that can heal you to full health but you need to trust me. Fu gave him a suspicious look but Nanabe intervened. Little fly, don't be suspicious of him. I sense he wants to help you. Well, isn't that lovely? I thought that he is the chosen of this Lich King guy, who is a real harsh guy, from what you told me before. What, can't a Jinchuriki help another, regardless of other factors? Besides, he's saved you from those two idiots. The least you could do is let him heal you. Fu nodded and lied down on the ground. Naruto gave her a smile and she blushed slightly. Thank you for your trust, Naruto said. Naruto sheathed Frostmourne before walking over to Fu. He calmly placed his hands above her stomach as it began glowing. He said, Akaridan, say Akari. The light on Naruto's hands moved towards Fu's body. She felt the pain subside, followed by a tingling sensation on her whole body. What is this? It feels so good. This is interesting. The wielder of Frostmourne, known to be wielded by Yamiden users, has the capability of a Kuridan. There's more to him than it seems. When the feeling subsided and the glow died out, Fu blushed. Naruto stood up and held out his hand towards her. Fu accepted it and she stood up. Fu fixed her rumpled clothes before looking at Naruto. She said, "Thank you." Naruto smiled. "You're welcome. After all, I couldn't let a pretty girl such as you get hurt because of racist bastards." Fu blushed more. "Thank you," she replied before she looked at him. Who are you?" Naruto held out his hand. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, pleased to meet you." Fu held out her own hand and shook his. "I'm Fu, pleased to meet you too." Naruto turned back to the two dead teammates. He bit his thumb, wiped the blood on his palm, made some hand seals, slammed the blood-wiped hand on the ground and said, "Kuchio's no jutsu, Banshee." Smoke covered his slammed hand. Then, a very loud shriek covered the area. Fu had to cover her ears to block the noise. Fu struggled to look at the smoke. What the hell was that? I believe that we are about to see one of the Lich King's servants. It's a good thing that there is a barrier around here, otherwise, anyone would have sensed the chakra outburst. When the smoke cleared, it showed two floating specters. The specters were women and they had pale skin, hair and clothes. Naruto smirked. Fu asked, "What are those?" Naruto replied, "They are the banshees." The two banshees bowed in front of Naruto. "What is your command, my king?" they said in unison. Naruto turned his eye towards the two dead people. He said, "Those two's original souls have served their purpose in the land of the living. It's time for you two to take their place." The banshees nodded before going into the bodies of the dead people. To Fu's amazement, the two bodies began standing up. After they stood to their full height, they kneeled to Naruto. "Assimilation is complete, my king," they chorused. Naruto removed Frostmourne from its sheath and raised it high. When he brought it down, the blade was covered in greenish energies and he whispered, "Yamiden, Shikoiru." From the blade emerged two greenish-black, skull-shaped energy blasts. The energy blasts hit the possessed persons. Then, the persons were covered in green energies as their stomach wounds began closing. Fu was amazed at this. Nanabe chuckled. "This is but only a mere fraction of the Lich King's power, young one." Fu's eyes widened. "That can't be true, can it?" "Nope. The most powerful thing the Lich King has ever done was to summon our so-called ancestor, Jubi no Yaju, 10-tailed beast, using that blade in his hands." By now, Fu's eyes were threatening to fall off their sockets. "So is her jaw, that's..." Naruto's voice got her out of her stupor. "Well, then, with that way, you're still in the exams, nay?" He gave her a smile. Fu shrugged. "In actuality, I'm not interested in the exams. I was just forced here to prove Takigaku's capability to house capable ninjas to the major villages." Naruto replied, "I see, however, since those two teammates of yours are haters of you, it would be safe to assume that your sensei is one, as well." Fu nodded. "Yes, he's the one that gave those two idiots instructions in case I try to defy their orders, or try to fight them. He was also the one that gave them the Kekai ninjutsu." Naruto asked, "How did they get to you?" Fu crossed her arms. "We had a run-in with an opposing team and they told me to take care of it, as it was, in their words, a job for demons to do. After I dealt with the team, they searched them and found a similar scroll to ours. With that, they proceeded to bad talk about me. I had no trouble with a demon that has no sense of knowing which team has which scroll, and the like. However, it's the last one that got me mad." Naruto frowned. "What did they say?" "They said, and I quote, 'I knew that you're only good enough to give bloodline gifted children for a village like the breeding factory you are.'" Single quote. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he began releasing ki at an alarming rate. Fu began cowering at the pressure from the ki emitted. Nanabe whistled. "Well, that's one thing that would happen if we happened to anger him." Naruto calmed himself down before apologizing. "I'm sorry about that, Fu." Fu shook her head. "It's fine." Naruto asked, "So, what would you do now?" Fu asked, "Can I ask for a favor?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Of course, what is it?" Fu seemed a bit nervous about this. "I hope you don't mind if I can ask for some help in finding an Earth Scroll." Naruto shrugged before plunging his hand into his pocket, much to Fu's confusion, and pulled out, to her surprise and shock, an Earth Scroll. "Here, take it." He tossed the scroll to her. Fu caught it and began shaking her head. But, this is yours. I can't take this. Naruto chuckled softly. He put his hand into another pocket and pulled out, to Fu's huge amazement, the whole pair of Heaven and Earth scroll. Does that answer your question? He asked, amusedly. Fu shook herself from her shock and thanked him. Thank you for the scroll, she said. Naruto shrugged. It's not like I have something to do with that scroll anyway. He made a gesture towards Fu and the possessed teammates. Come on, we better head onto the tower. The possessed teammates bowed. Fu blinked. Wait, she began, you're coming with us. Naruto smirked. Of course. Both of us have completed our task. We have no more reason to stand by any longer. Fu blinked again. That did make sense. Both of them have both scrolls. Why would they stay any longer? Fu smiled. Okay. Let's go. Naruto smiled back. Fu blushed. Nanabe smirked devilishly. I noticed that you keep blushing around him. Ooh, does my little fly have feelings for the Kyuubi boy? Fu's blush reddened. And no, I don't. Yeah, and I'm the queen of Shiba. Nanabe replied, sarcastically. Don't worry, it's our little secret. Fu saw that Naruto was looking at her with eyebrows raised. She looked away. Naruto shrugged. Naruto turned to the possessed teammates and said, you will follow us from behind as we get to the tower. You will receive further orders once we get to the tower. Do you understand? They nodded. Yes, we understand, our king. Naruto nodded before jumping off. Let's go. Sasuke dodged another rain of shuriken thrown by the mysterious female Kusanin. The Kusanin taunted, come on, Sasuke-kun. Is that all you can do, dodge? Sasuke gritted his teeth as he shouted, shut up. Then, the fight continues on until the point where Sasuke gives the scroll for a way out. Closing parenthesis. Sasuke threw the scroll at the Kusanin. The said Kusanin was about to catch it when someone blurred in front of him and grabbed the scroll and landed right beside Sasuke. It was Kiba. The fights are mostly canon. The only difference is that Kiba is in place with Naruto. Closing parenthesis. Naruto, Fu and the two possessed guys were busy jumping through trees and all that when Naruto and Fu stopped. The possessed stopped their jumping and turned towards Naruto. What is it, my king? They asked. Naruto frowned. He turned to Fu. Do you sense that? Fu nodded. This chakra outburst is beyond that of Genin. Someone non-Genin is here. Nanabe says that this person somewhat reeks of snakes. Naruto nodded. Yes, I know. It's Orochimaru. He's made his move. Fu asked, so, what's the next move? Naruto stood there for a minute. He turned to Fu. Go to the tower. I'll meet you there. Fu's eyes widened. What about you? I can't just let the guy live, you know. He's a missing nin and all missing nins have to be killed or turned over. Besides, Naruto smirked, the guy can't hold a candle to me. I suppose Nanabe told you that. Fu blinked before nodded. Naruto turned to the teammates. While my first order stands, you are to also to protect Fu from any obstructions en route to the tower. You have your orders. Now, go. The teammates bowed before leaving. Fu said to Naruto, well, I guess I'll see you later. Naruto nodded before Fu left off. He turned his attention to where Orochimaru was. He looked around for eavesdroppers and spies. When he found none, he changed to his golden paladin armor, with the golden helmet with a T-shaped visor covered with dark-tinted glass. Once finished, he jumped off to where the source of the chakra outburst was. Sakura's eyes widened in horror as Sasuke fell to the ground, unconscious. Over to the far end, Kiba was unconscious and bloodied over to a tree trunk. She was immediate and went over to Sasuke. She glared at Orochimaru. What did you do to Sasuke-kun, freak? Orochimaru darkly chuckled. I just gave him a goodbye gift. It will be an opener to his eyes. He was about to meld into the tree trunk he was in when he felt another presence. He turned his eyes to the source and found someone in golden armor. He narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The golden guy replied, who I am is not important. He jumped towards the fallen Sasuke and the tending Sakura. He said to her, take your boyfriend and your mud away from here. This won't be pretty. Sakura was about to shout back when she saw that the guy wasn't in any mood to argue, given by the felt glare from behind the visor. She nodded and grabbed Sasuke and Kiba and got out of there. Once she was away, the gold guy turned his eyes towards Orochimaru. Naruto glared at the snake guy in front of him. Orochimaru smirked. No matter what you do, whoever you are, you won't be able to save him. Naruto glared more. What did you do to him? I just gave him a gift. There's nothing wrong with that. Coming from someone who has been caught red-handed doing human experimentation, it's not really believable. Orochimaru frowned. Believe what you will, that won't help the boy. Orochimaru added, who are you, anyway? I am the Ashbringer, defender of the peace. He said proudly. Orochimaru scoffed. What kind of a name is Ashbringer? Naruto replied, the reason I was called Ashbringer is that whenever I strike an opponent, then, to Orochimaru's shock, Naruto was in front of him with a cleaver-like blade in his hands. They turned to the ashes. Orochimaru dodged the blade intended for his neck. He landed on another tree branch. When he saw the blade make contact with the tree, he saw that the hit part of the tree turned to ashes. Naruto put a little Kaden chakra to back up the given statement. Closing parenthesis. Interesting blade he has there. I must have it for study. He opened his mouth and a blade came out of it. Naruto blanched. That's totally wrong on so many levels. Didn't your mom ever teach you to not throw up in public? Orochimaru glared at him. His parents were a touchy subject to him. He charged at Naruto. Naruto sighed. I guess not. He disappeared just as Kusanagi came down on the branch. Naruto appeared behind him. You gotta be faster, he said, from behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he quickly turned around and made for a stab at his opponent's torso. Naruto disappeared again. Then, Orochimaru saw a shadow from above. He looked up and saw his opponent holding out his hand. To his shock, a beam came out of his hand. He managed to dodge in time. He landed just as he thought deeply. What was that technique? I haven't heard of that. Naruto landed just opposite him. He twirled Ashbringer in his hand and ended the twirl with the blade pointed at him. Now, then, shall we continue? He asked before charging towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru charged towards his opponent as well. Orochimaru did a horizontal attack. Naruto put his blade to the side and kicked him. Orochimaru recovered and whipped out his arm. He shouted, Sanaijushu. Snakes came out of his sleeve and went towards Naruto. Naruto charged towards the snakes, to Orochimaru's shock. Then, he used his Tekigen to help avoid the snakes. Once he was near enough, Naruto slammed his blade down on Orochimaru's hand. He hissed in pain as he jumped away. Orochimaru hid behind a tree trunk to recover. Naruto appeared on the trunk where Orochimaru was, only to find a fully recovered Orochimaru with what seemed to be his old skin behind him. Naruto said, now, that's weird. He charged towards Orochimaru again. Orochimaru did a neck slice. Naruto ducked under it and poised his blade towards an uppercut. Orochimaru saw the incoming uppercut and did a kawarimi with a log. No sooner than that, Naruto's blade cut through the log, cutting it in half. He sensed someone behind him. He immediately jumped away just as a blade stabbed towards him. Naruto turned around and said, Kaden, Shuiden. A large ball of fire, the size of a fist, appeared in his hand and was thrown towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes widened. This is bad. He bit his thumb and swiped it onto a snake tattoo on his arm. He slammed his hand to the ground and shouted, Kuchio's no jutsu. There was a cloud of smoke. A snake emerged from the cloud and devoured the fireball. To Orochimaru's surprise, the snake exploded in flaming remains. Orochimaru immediately jumped towards the tree trunk behind him and melded with it, just in time to avoid a slammed cleaver intended for his head. Naruto gritted his teeth when he escaped. Where did he go now? Naruto couldn't sense his chakra signature anymore. Where is he? One Mitarashi Anko was jumping through trees, thinking on her past with her former sensei. A few minutes later, she stopped jumping and said out loud, it's just like you to hide within the shadows, Orochimaru. Behind her, the tree trunk distorted and showed Orochimaru, with his ever-arrogant smirk. Well, if it isn't Anko-chan. It must be a coincidence that we met up after such a long time. Anko turned around, with bloody fire in her eyes. Why are you here, Orochimaru? Orochimaru smirked more. Is that any way to speak to your sensei? Anko shouted, you are not my sensei. Senseis don't abuse their students' trust. And they certainly don't abandon them in the cold. How you wound me, Anko-chan. He taunted. Anko growled. I will ask you again, Orochimaru, what are you doing here? If possible, Orochimaru's smirk could put Batman's Joker to shame. I've been monitoring a very promising genin in the exams. I believe you know him. He goes by the name of Uchiha Sasuke. Anko's eyes widened. What did you do to him? She growled. I just gave him a present. There's no harm in that, is there? He asked. Anko gritted her teeth. She should know what kind of a present the snake gave Sasuke. She received on from him, firsthand. And it has always been there, on her neck. She unconsciously grabbed it. Orochimaru noticed. Ah, so, you still haven't asked Jiraiya-kun to remove it, have you? Why didn't you? Surely, you have cut all ties with me. So, there's no point in keeping it. But, why did you? Shut up, she shouted. Was it because Jiraiya-kun hasn't been seen since the Kyuubi attack? Was it because the seal is so closely attached to your chakra coils to remove? Or was it because you still consider me as your sensei? I'm touched. That broke the camel's back. With a roar, Anko grabbed a kunai and charged towards Orochimaru. Naruto's head twitched as he finally sensed Orochimaru's chakra. I got you, you little bastard. This cued another hit from her mother. Ow. Anyway. With that, he jumped towards the source, while he activated his Tekigen. After a long battle with the snake Sannin, Anko managed to pin Orochimaru to a tree trunk as she started to make hand seals with both her hand and his adjacent one. Anko was about to finish the double suicide technique when the Orochimaru in front of her dissolved into mud. Her eyes widened. She heard laughing behind her. Kukuku, do you really think that I haven't thought of you using that technique, Anko-chan? He taunted as he crossed his arms. Anko gritted her teeth as she glared at him. Orochimaru frowned. I believe my welcome has ended. The person who fought me to a standstill is almost here. Anko's eyes widened. What did he say? Not even Kakashi can hold his own against him, how could someone else can? But first, a little demonstration would suffice to you who dared to defy me. He made a single hand seal. Immediately, pain emerged from the cursed seal on her neck. She grabbed it in reflex. I suppose the level of pain you are currently experiencing should suffice. Oh, and one more advice, Anko-chan, tell Sarutobi-sensei to not postpone the chunin exams. If he does, I will raise Konoha to the ground. Orochimaru was about to leave when his eyes widened as he sensed that his opponent is earlier than expected. He heard someone shout, Kaden, Shakaho, 1. Orochimaru swiftly turned around as he saw a red flame going down on him. Orochimaru quickly jumped away but got his arms burned in the process. That was another high-level jutsu. Who the hell is he? He looked up and saw the guy he fought earlier land in front of Anko. Naruto turned his eye to Anko, all the while being cautious around Orochimaru. He saw that Anko was gripping her left shoulder in pain. She was looking at him with confused and dim eyes. She managed to speak out. Who, what, how, where? However, the pain she was receiving was too much, she could only from faint words. Naruto said to her, don't try to speak. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Anko heard it and tried to shout. But the pain stopped her. Naruto chuckled at her attempt to stop him. Don't worry, it'll take more than a Sannin to defeat me. He turned towards Orochimaru, who was frowning. What do you wish to accomplish by comforting her? He asked. You should know that I can't fight full force while within Konoha territory. Oh, so it means that both of us aren't at full force, now. He replied. Orochimaru's eyes widened. What is this foolishness? Do you mean to tell me that your strength is not what I just saw? What I mean to tell you is that my strength is too great for someone like you to understand. Naruto replied. Orochimaru snarled in anger. Don't be censoredy, boy. Even if you were trained by sensei himself, your strength pales in comparison to mine. Well, then, we'll just have to see then. Naruto charged again with Ashbringer in hand. Orochimaru replied by charging towards him with his Kusanagi blade. Naruto and Orochimaru both crossed blades. They separated, jumped away from each other, and they began running circles, chasing each other's behinds. After their second spin, they charged at each other and crossed blades again. Their blades separated and Orochimaru did a horizontal strike at Naruto's torso. Naruto put his blade to his stomach region to block the attack. Naruto pushed Kusanagi away from him, while giving Orochimaru's stomach a good kick. Orochimaru recovered and charged again. Orochimaru did a stabbing attack when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, as he pushed away the stabbing Kusanagi, and gave him a good, chakra-enhanced punch to his chest. Orochimaru coughed blood as he sprawled to the ground. Naruto raised Ashbringer in the air and slammed it to the ground where Orochimaru is. Orochimaru rolled out of the way and reached a tree branch. He melded into it before he could be attacked again. "I'll remember this, boy," he managed to say before he completely disappeared. Naruto sighed as he put back Ashbringer. He turned his head to the fallen Anko. He went over to her, carried her bridal style, and went off towards the tower. Team 8, consisting of Hikashi Setsuna, Hyuga Hanata, and Aburame Shino, shivered as they saw, while hiding behind a bush, the team of Gaara completely massacre a team for their scroll. Then, they felt more fear when he coldly rebuked both of his siblings, saying that he hasn't ever considered them as such. If he gives off such coldness towards family, how much more he gives off towards enemies. Gaara chuckled darkly. "These fodders aren't enough. The only one that can prove my existence is that Uzumaki that dared to insult mother." Within the confines of his insane mind, Shukaku agreed wholeheartedly. "Oh, yes, Gaara, he will be a very powerful person for you to test your existence with. Show him what it means to insult you and me." "Yes, mother, it shall be done." He turned his eye towards where Team 8 is. He was about to will his sand to attack the people behind it when Shukaku stopped him. "Those people aren't worthy enough of your time. Their strength is that of an ant compared to the wielder of Frostmourne." He gripped his hand as a cork appeared on it. He used the cork to stopper the gourd on his back. "Very well, mother." He turned to his siblings. "Let's go." Once Team 8 was sure that his team was gone, they got out of the bushes. Hanata said, "How heartless, he didn't even consider his siblings as such." Setsuna replied, "I sensed Yuki surrounding him, Dark Yuki. He's just like Naruto-san, only on a much lower level." Shino nodded. "I agree. Disregarding the Lich King factor, Naruto-san is clearly the higher container." Hanata said, "But, what about that dark energy that he was emitting? It is similar to Naruto-kun's." Setsuna put a hand to her chin. "Yes, I had that question earlier. Yuki is very different from dark energies. We should know. We've had the first-class ticket to see it," she said, referring to the wave mission. "However, that Gaara person emits both Yuki and the dark energies in one." Hanata asked, "So, what does that mean?" Shino replied instead, "I think it would be safe to assume that someone somehow merged the dark energies with the Yuki, even when it is clearly inhumanely impossible." "So, do we tell this to him?" Shino shook his head. "He'll probably have figured it out before we even started this exam." Hanata nodded. Shino added, "Also," he looked at her, "did you just call him Naruto-kun?" Hanata blushed. That was just a slip of the tongue. Shino raised an eyebrow. He said, "Indeed." Hanata shook her head. "Let's not waste any time here. Let's go." Fu was walking around the edge of the tower, waiting for Naruto to come. Beside her, her two possessed teammates were patiently waiting for him, as shown by their Caesar position. Nanabe smirked. "What's wrong, little fly? Are you afraid that someone else might steal your crush?" Fu blushed, to the confusion of the teammates. "I don't have a crush on him." This, coming from someone who is pacing back forth, worrying about him, is not really believable. "Will you shut up? It's bad enough that I have my feelings confused. And now, you tell me that I have a crush on him. I'm just pointing you to the right direction. He shows you something that only that Shibuki does. He even goes as far as to giving you the protection by his summons. Surely, he is a one-of-a-kind man. I don't know. Don't worry, you'll know." Then, Fu and the others felt Naruto's signature along with the proctors. He appeared, without his Ashbringer armor, with Mitarashi Anko on his arms. Fu glared at that. Naruto saw it and chuckled. "I never thought that you would be one for jealousy, Fu-san." Fu blinked before blushing red. The teammates smirked before resuming their posture. They went in front of him and knelt down. What are your next orders? They asked. Naruto replied, act normal. Fu blinked before widening her eyes. Are you saying that they should act like my teammates? Naruto gave her an apologetic look. I'm afraid so. If not, then, your sensei will become suspicious of their behavior. I'm sorry. He turned towards the teammates. If he tells you to harm her, hold back on the punches. She doesn't need more pain that she already has. Also, don't make it too obvious. The teammates nodded. Fu sighed. All right, she said, let's go before I change my mind about this. With that, her team entered the nearest door, leaving Naruto and the unconscious Anko alone. Naruto entered an empty hospital room within the tower. He laid down Anko face down on a bed, making sure that her head is positioned for her to breathe, and removed her jacket. He folded her jacket and put it on the nearby desk. No doubt that Tsurujiji would be en route here now. I might as well hurry this up. He activated his Tekigen and examined her curse seal. Upon further inspection, he found out that, due to the design of the seal, it is connected to her chakra coils. Hence, if he removes it, it will have a high chance of killing her. However, that doesn't mean that removing it is the only alternative. Naruto is part shinobi, due to his parents, part Jinchuriki, due to Kyuubi, part lich, due to Arthas, and part paladin due to Alexandros. All of those combined make up Naruto. Now, the curse seal is a byproduct of dark energies. I say, byproduct, since it is only a measly substitute for the real thing. This byproduct causes immense negative side effects, such as severe pain or soul corrosion or the freaky transformation, which completely overwrites the positive side effects, which are heightened abilities and increased strength. After all, people are people and they tend to dislike being frowned upon or being controlled by others. Moving on, Naruto is the container, rather, of the Lich King and the strongest Archlick in history, both of which are the strongest dark energy users the universe can provide. Hence, he knows the magnitude of any dark energy nearby. The curse seal's magnitude, however, is not enough for them to even take notice. At best, its magnitude is comparable to a severely weakened necromancer. Also, Naruto is the heir of the Ashbringer, or Alexandros Mograine, one of the best paladins of the Paladin Order. Hence, he can detect even the slightest ounce of dark energies and purge it. The curse seal is no exception. Naruto smirked. It's time to go to work. He cracked his knuckles as he began working his magic. He went through a long sequence of hand seals and summoned a book. This book is the one usually held by paladins to aid in their quest in vanquishing evil. Naruto grabbed the book and flipped through pages until he got to where he wanted. He put a hand to the curse seal on Anko's shoulder and began an incantation. Kami no Ryui, Ninjin no Huntai, Kei no Tamashi. Yami o Kuria, Jibun mien Akuni o Sakuho shi. Akuridan. Jaku no Shokyo. Seisho no Shokyo 2. That is some random shit. Closing square bracket. The book and his hand glowed white before Anko's whole body glowed as well. Then, he felt a tug on his mind. The interesting part is that it is not from any of his tenants. It came from someone else. He smirked. Hello, Orochimaru. Naruto found himself within a throne room and in front of a throne, which was occupied with a pale-skinned figure with a snake-like face. Orochimaru frowned. This is interesting. I expected Jiraiya-kun, even Sarutobi-sensei, to try and remove this seal. I didn't expect it to be the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Do you know me? Orochimaru chuckled. Do you really think I wouldn't know of this village's local Jinchuriki, given that I originated from the same village? You insult me. His expression turned dark. Now, tell me, Kyuubi Jinchuriki, how is it that you managed to get inside my student's mind, given that you aren't a Yamanaka? Or, how is it that I sense much power from you which isn't your own or Kyuubi's? Naruto replied, that's for me to know and you to find out. Orochimaru chuckled darkly as he stood up from his throne. That I shall do, Jinchuriki-kun. Naruto retorted, I have a name, you know. It's Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru shrugged. I couldn't care less about your name. Your name could be dumbass, for all I care. Naruto growled. He began making hand seals and said, Futon, Tenrin 3. He wove his hands in a circular fashion as wind began gathering on his fingertips. Soon, His hands became a blur as wind fully gathered in a circle. Once Naruto stopped the spinning, he made a pushing gesture. A tornado-like attack emerged from the circle and went towards Orochimaru. His eyes widened at the tornado-like attack that is headed towards him. He used a shunshin to get out of Blast's way. He appeared behind Naruto. Naruto slightly turned his head towards him to acknowledge his presence. He quickly made another jutsu and turned around towards him. He shouted, "Futon, Isenkai's Tsurugi." He let out a large number of waves of blades towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru made his own seals and slammed his hands on the ground. He said, "Doden, Doryuheiki." A block of earth emerged from the ground. It absorbed 85% of the wind technique when it broke from the pressure and the wind blades began attacking Orochimaru. However, he managed to avoid most of the 15% damage since, before the Doryuheiki broke from the pressure, he managed to put on an Iwa no Yoroi, which softened the damage taken, which was decreased to only 5%. When the attack subsided, Orochimaru called back his armor and stood up. He had an arrogant smirk on his face. "Is that all you have, Jinchuriki-kun?" Naruto scowled. "It's not over yet." He made another set of seals and said, "Futon, K's Kyusha." This time, Orochimaru's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. He knew that only the Yondaime Hokage knows that move. He didn't even teach it to Kakashi or the Sandaime, so how could the child in front of him know it? He managed to use shunshin to get out of the spear's way. He sent a futon Daitapa towards Naruto. Naruto jumped out of the way just as he threw a number of wind-infused shuriken towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru expertly dodged all of them before he whipped out his hands and said, "Sanaijishu." Snakes came out of his sleeve and headed towards Naruto. Naruto grabbed the snakes, much to Orochimaru's surprise. Naruto pulled on the snakes, hard, so that Orochimaru was sent his way. Naruto held out his other hand and grabbed Orochimaru's head. Naruto said, "This is over." With that, his hand glowed white and Orochimaru felt pain on his head. He asked, "What are you doing?" Naruto replied, "You are the cause as to why Anko-san is severely weakened. To remove that problem, I have to destroy you. You are delusional, boy. No child could ever hope to defeat one of the Sannin." Naruto sighed. Overconfidence has always been the most dangerous weakness in anyone's arsenal. Orochimaru snarled before gritting his teeth in pain. Naruto said, "Akuridan, Nadai Shokyo, 4. Orochimaru began to dissolve, feet first. Orochimaru screamed obscenities at him, such as, "I'll get you for this, you haven't seen that last of me," and other stuff that you could think of, until he finally dissolved. Naruto lowered his hands and looked around. He saw something move behind the throne and he inspected it. He saw a child Anko, possibly 8 to 9 years of age, huddled in a fetal position, while crying. Naruto frowned as he tried to calm her. When his hand touched her, she flinched. Naruto said, "Don't be afraid. Orochimaru," she flinched again, "is gone now. I killed him." Slowly, Anko raised her head to show her teary eyes. She asked, "Really?" Naruto smiled. "Yes, he's gone." Anko slowly stood up and wiped her eyes. Naruto helped her with it. After the tear wiping, Naruto said to her, "Just stay here, okay? I'll be back." Anko was reluctant to let him leave, but she felt that she could trust him and nodded. Naruto smiled as he stood up and went back to the middle of the room. He raised his hands and said, "Akuridan, Sandai Shokyo, 5. The whole room glowed white before it shifted into a new shape. It changed from a lone throne room to a fully equipped home. On one side, there was a kitchen. On another, there was the door to the bathroom. On another, there was a door to the bedroom. You may include more for your imagination. Naruto lowered his hands just as the child Anko latched onto him, saying words of thanks over and over. He patted her on the head, saying, "There, there." Anko said, "Nay, could you stay for a while longer? I never had anyone before." Naruto smiled. "I would love to." So, for the next few minutes, Naruto entertained the child Anko. Naruto knew that this Anko was hungry, so he cooked a little meal for her. When she finished eating, she said that this is the best stuff she ate. Naruto kept on entertaining her until she fell asleep. He carried her to the bed and tucked her in. He stood up and left the house. Naruto opened his eyes. From his Tekigen's perspective, the curse seal is no longer emitting any dark energy. Now, the only thing remaining is to remove the other dark energies that managed to attach themselves into Anko's chakra coil. He took a deep breath and said, Akaridan, Kesho Shokyo, 6. The dark energies from the chakra coils dispersed, leaving nothing but normal chakra on them. However, the curse seal is still attached to her body. It's like an additional chakra coil. So, in order to not waste the seal, Naruto flipped through another set of pages on his book and put his hand on the curse seal again. He said, Kami no Ryui, Ninja no Huntai, Kei no Tamashi. Kahai ni Tiko shi Terioku o Atayaru. Akaridan. Tengoku no Shukufuku, 7. Anko's whole body glowed white that covered the whole room. When the light subsided, Anko's new seal appeared in place of the former curse seal. Instead of the sign of 3 tomo circling each other, the new seal is now 3 stars with an 8-rayed sun in the middle. It's much like the Philippine flag insignia. Closing parenthesis. Naruto smirked. Purging is complete. The curse seal changed to the blessed seal. He recalled back his book and pulled the bed covers on her. After that, Naruto sensed that the Hokage, along with his Anbu, entered the tower. He left the room, post-haste. Soon, the room was entered by the Hokage and his Anbu. The Sandaime Hokage had Anbu to patrol the area and for one of them to notify the other Konoha Jonin. The moment the Anbu sent to notify the Jonin returned, the door to the room boomed open to reveal the Jonin senseis of Konoha. Kurenai asked, Where's Anko? How is she? Did someone do something to her? The Sandaime raised a hand. Anko is just fine, Kurenai. It seems someone brought her here to heal. Who was that? Someone, Hokage-sama. She asked. Worried that this someone did something perverted to her while she was unconscious. This person's identity is unknown as of now, Kurenai. I had Anbu scouting the area for any suspicious people. So far, no one has shown up. Kakashi asked, What happened? A group of chunin found something weird at the edge of a gate at the Forest of Death. That something was a group of genin who doesn't have any faces. Kakashi's eye widened. Asuma's cigarette puffed out. Guy spouted some nonsense that I don't want to say. Kurenai had the same reaction as Kakashi. Anko told the chunin to inform me of this. If my suspicions are correct, then Orochimaru is here within the Forest of Death. Their reactions worsened. Unfortunately, only Anko here and Orochimaru know of the latter's intentions. Kakashi asked, What about the third party? Well, I'll include him, her, too. For now, we have to wait until Anko here wakes up. Naruto walked through the halls of the tower when he heard the sound of someone hitting a wall hard. It came from the room beside him. He opened it and saw a mummified guy hitting his girl teammate hard. They were the team that he dispatched during the written test. The girl, it seemed, was hit hard lots of times, if the numerous bruises were anything to go by. Damn it, if you weren't so useless, we would have defeated the Uchiha before their reinforcements came. The guy shouted as he raised his armored hand to hit her again. Naruto frowned as he rushed to her side. He grabbed the guy's hand before throwing him towards his other teammate. Naruto turned towards the female teammate. Are you all right? The girl nodded. Yes, thank you. The male stood up and glared at him. What are you doing here, Konoha Shinobi? Asked the mummified guy. Naruto stood up as well. You are teammates. You shouldn't hurt each other. She's a failure as a shinobi. She didn't help us with our fight. Also, she isn't your responsibility. She isn't a Konoha kunoichi. The guy with the broken arms said. Also, she didn't do anything when we attacked your Uchiha. Naruto frowned. She became my responsibility when you hit her. I'll be taking her away from this place now. Like hell you will. They charged towards him. Naruto pulled out Frostmourne and pointed it at them. He whispered to the girl, Are they important to you? The girl whispered back, No, they never were. Then, you won't feel hurt by this. He stabbed Frostmourne to the ground and said, Frostmourne no Higi, Seiken Kyushu. The two people died before they hit the ground. Naruto sheathed his blade before turning towards the girl. He held out his hand towards her. Are you all right? He asked with a smile. The girl blushed at the smile before she accepted his hand and stood up. Naruto said, I am Uzumaki Naruto. And you are? I am Tsuchi Kin. Kin replied. Thank you for saving me. It's no problem. Why were you being hurt anyway? Well, we were ordered by Orochimaru to attack the Uchiha's team. When we arrived, said Uchiha was sleeping under the tree. His other teammate was asleep beside him. The only person awake is their pink-haired teammate. We attacked them, but the girl had traps laid out around them. We avoided them easily, but it gave enough time to get reinforcements. Then, the Uchiha woke up with Orochimaru's cursed seal active. He incapacitated Dosu and dislocated Zaku's arms. Then, we left. Dosu began berating me about not helping them. I can't help it. Their mind walker had me. In fact, when she threatened them, they tried to kill her and my body. Naruto frowned more. Well, what do you want to do now? Since I no longer have any allegiance to Orochimaru, I want to tell you about what Orochimaru's planning with Konoha. He plans to invade it along with Tsunagaku no Sato. Minato frowned. Why does Suna want to invade its ally? Naruto asked. Why does Suna want to invade Konoha? We're allies. The Wind Daimyo cut off most of Suna's payload and directed it to Konoha. Oh, I got it. So Orochimaru made the current Kazekage think that Konoha is at fault. Kin said, yes, he plans to initiate the plan by the finals. Why are you telling me this anyway? Everyone except my friends treat me like a burden. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Who are these friends? Oto's Sound 5 are my only friends, although, only Yuya actually spends time with me much. The others just save my ass whenever someone hurts me. Naruto nodded his head. I will save them when I get there. Kin shook her head. They have Orochimaru's curse seal on them to follow his every will. Naruto smirked. I have experience with curse seals. I just need Orochimaru to think that they're dead and I'll bring them to my house for curse seal removal. Kin's eyes widened before she hugged him and shouted, thank you, over and over. Naruto patted her on the back before letting go. Naruto did the same thing that he did to Fu's team, much to Kin's surprise, and he told them to act like her teammates, excluding the torture, much to Kin's relief. Naruto turned to Kin. Come on, we have to go tell Gigi about this. Kin nodded and left. The Sandaime and the others waited for Anko to wake up. Soon enough, Anko stirred. Kurenai immediately went to her side. Anko, are you alright? Did someone do something to you? Who was that someone? I'll kill him. Anko grabbed her head. Nai-chan, please lower down the volume. I have one hell of a migraine and I'm on the verge of going berserk. Then, her hand dropped down and she shouted, Orochimaru. Where is the bastard? More to the point, where is the guy who managed to fight Orochimaru at half strength? That got everybody's attention. The Sandaime asked, Anko, what do you mean by, the guy who managed to fight Orochimaru at half strength? Anko slowly sat up. After I told the chunin to notify you, I entered the forest. After a little while, I sensed Orochimaru. We had a little fight. I was about to use the Sojusosai no Jutsu. Kurenai began shouting protests, when the Orochimaru in front of me turned to mud and the real one appeared behind me. Then, he activated my curse seal and I fell to the ground. Then, he told me that I should tell you to not cease the chunin exams or he will destroy Konoha. She took a deep breath and continued. Before he activated the curse seal, he said, to my surprise, that, the person who fought me to a standstill is almost here. Their eyes widened. Orochimaru has just acknowledged someone to hold his own against him, which is nigh impossible. He was about to leave after he activated the curse seal when someone appeared with a high-level fire technique. The only thing I saw about him is his golden armor. The others frowned. They don't know anyone with that kind of armor. The next thing I knew, they were fighting using swordplay. That's the last thing I saw before I fainted from exhaustion. Kurenai asked, did that guy do something to you? Anko frowned in remembrance. No, I don't think so. I don't feel any intrusion or anything, although, I do remember seeing a spiky-haired someone in my head. Kurenai's eyes widened. He mind-raped you, she exclaimed. Anko shook her head. Everything was a blur, but what I remember is that after he left, my whole body felt good. Kurenai turned livid. I knew it. Anko shook her head again before she turned pink. Kurenai noticed and asked, is everything okay? Yeah, I'm just feeling the same thing I felt since earlier. she moaned before she leaned forward and she grasped her shoulder. The Sandaime grew confused. The curse seal was supposed to bring pain, not pleasure. Anko was giving the sign of pleasure, from the pink tinge on her cheeks and the moaning, instead of pain, which is supposed to have been gritted teeth and clenched eyes. He was about to ask about it when there was an exclamation of, "There you are, Gigi." Everybody turned to see Naruto and a black-haired girl beside him. The Sandaime asked, "Naruto-kun, what are you doing here?" Naruto replied, "Well, kin here," he gestured towards the girl beside him, "wanted to tell you what Orochimaru is planning." He blinked twice at Anko's direction before asking, "Is something wrong with Anko-sensei?" They turned back to her and saw that she was staring at him like he was someone that she admired from a long-lost past. Anko weakly stated, "Why aren't you, just inside me head earlier?" Everybody turned back to him. Some had skeptical looks, some had calculative looks, some had confused looks. Kurenai looked at him with disbelief. Kakashi looked at him with confusion. Guy just spewed nonsense about flames of youth. The Sandaime just stared at Naruto. Naruto blinked. "I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't anywhere near your head. The closest got to me was that blood licking at the entrance of the Forest of Death." Anko had the decency to look sheepish at that. "Sorry about that, Gaki. But I couldn't resist. Your blood was the tastiest I ever tasted." Naruto turned pink and looked away. "I'm flattered." He recovered and said, "Why are you pink and moaning, though? Surely, my blood wasn't that pleasurable." He raised an eyebrow when Anko looked away, a slight pink on her cheeks. Kurenai's dropped her jaw at that. "Anko, don't tell me that you do find Naruto-san's blood to be that." Anko's head snapped to her and denied it. "No, I don't think of it that way," she shouted. "Besides, I just said it was tasty. I didn't say anything about it being pleasurable." The Sandaime cleared his throat. "Anyway, what is this thing that your friend wishes to talk to me about?" Kin cleared her throat and said to them what she told Naruto earlier. Needless to say, their eyes widened. The Sandaime told the Anbu to prepare accordingly. The Anbu nodded before disappearing via Shunshin. The Sandaime said, "So, where is this lovely young lady going to stay?" Naruto spoke up, "She will stay with me at my home. I have plenty of room." The Sandaime nodded his head. "I understand." Naruto said, "Well, then, if you don't need us anymore, we'll be taking our leave." The Sandaime, along with the clan heads and Jonin senseis, appeared in front of a large stadium. "I'm skipping the speech stuff, so I'm going to the fights." Fight 1. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Akato Yoroi, Cannon Fight. Fight 2. Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino, again, a useless cannon fight. Fight 3. Inuzuka Kiba vs. Hikashi Setsuna. Kiba smirked. "Ooh, we got a girl as our opponent." He turned his head to look at her. "If you agree to go out with me, I could go easy on you." Setsuna sneered. She drew her sword and pointed it at Kiba. "I would rather go with Uzumaki Naruto than go with an arrogant person such as you." Kiba's smirk descended to a frown. "All right, then, I will show to you that I am the alpha." He jumped down to the ground, with his dog Akamaru followed. Setsuna blinked as she sheathed her sword and blushed as what she said earlier came back full force. Naruto blinked before grinning and scratching the back of his head. "Well, Setsuna-chan, I didn't think that you actually feel that way about me." Setsuna turned an even darker shade of red and looked away. "And no, I don't." Naruto chuckled. "Well, then, what say after you kick the mutt's butt, we go out for a bite to eat?" Setsuna blushed more before immediately jumping through the rail and drawing her sword. "Come on, show me what you could do." Kiba snarled before charging towards her. Setsuna dodged the first charge. Kiba begun spinning fast and said, "Suga." Setsuna held her blade vertically before thrusting the blade forward and saying, "Jakuzenkasen lesser air-cutting flash." A large gust of wind focused around the blade and towards the target, the spinning Kiba, and sent him flying towards a wall. He fell to the ground with a loud thud. Setsuna whipped her blade to her side before pointing it at the fallen Kiba. Kiba snarled before shouting, "Lucky shot." He threw kunais at her and following it with another Suga. Setsuna raised her free hand and said, Zenkusho-san, air-cutting palm, scatter. Chakra burst from her palm like bullets and shot the kunais from the sky. Setsuna then jumped over the spinning Kiba and landed a good distance from him. Kiba stopped spinning as his dog appeared at his side. He took out a red food pill and gave it to Akamaru. Akamaru turned red and his fur stood on end. Kiba dropped to all fours as Akamaru jumped on his back and transformed into Kiba. Kiba announced, "Jujin Bunshin." The main Kiba threw a smoke bomb towards Setsuna as both he and Akiba began spinning and the main Kiba shouted, "Gatsuga." Setsuna put up her arms to her eyes to block the smoke that covered her. Then, she was hit at all sides by drills. Seconds later, she was on the ground with bruises. She took deep breaths as she heard Kiba's voice. "Now, will you give up? If you do, I'll take you to a more enjoyable date than that loser Naruto will give you." Kiba's voice said. Setsuna's blood boiled at his insult. She stood up. "How dare you belittle me and insult Naruto?" She gathered chakra into her blade and shouted, "Shin Reikoken, true lightning sword." There was a large explosion within the smoke. When it cleared, it showed a downed Kiba and Akamaru while Setsuna was standing triumphantly among them. Hayate announced, "The winner is Hikashi Setsuna." Medics came and carried the wounded Kiba away. Naruto smirked at Setsuna as she came up. "Well, I believe I should live up to my end of the bargain." Setsuna blushed. "It's not necessary." Naruto chuckled. "Why not? If I didn't, then, that would make me a bad guy." Setsuna scratched her cheek. "Well, if that's the case, then, I'll expect to be surprised." Naruto bowed. "As you wish, milady." Setsuna blushed more and looked away. Hanata gave her a slight jealous look. Naruto turned his head back to the stadium and saw the next match. Fight 4. Sabaku no Konkuro vs. Tsurugi Masumi. Cannon Fight. Fight 5. Aburame Shino vs. Abumi Zaku. Cannon Fight. Fight 6. Fu vs. Unnamed Kiri Shinobi. Long story short, Fu won. Closing parenthesis. Fight 7. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Ni Samui. Naruto calmly walked down the stairs and onto the stadium. Samui looked at Naruto with calculation. Her teammates looked at her with worry. Karui said, "Samui, are you going to fight him?" Samui nodded. "I will see if my hypothesis is correct." Samui walked down the stairs and onto the stadium. Both combatants were quiet as they stared each other down. Naruto looked at her. She had a slightly pale complexion, blonde hair, blue eyes, with a bosom that would put Tsunade of the Sanins to a challenge. He looked into her eyes and saw coldness in them. She seemed to have little trust in men. From what he could see, she hated the fact that most men in Kumo would ogle at her with freaking lust. He, being the gentleman he is, stared into her eyes and kept quiet. Samui took a look at her opponent. He had spiky blonde hair, cerulean blue eyes, and still had that air of unholiness. She looked into his eyes and saw that he faced pain when he was very young. But the pain he faced pales in comparison to the warmth that followed after that. Then, the aura of unholiness emerged. Regardless of that, however, she saw that he doesn't let anyone of his precious people get hurt. Samui slowly pulled out her katana and assumed her stance. Naruto stared her before putting his hand to Frostmourne and unsheathed it. He assumed his stance. Frostmourne's blade glowed blue as it hummed with power. Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, wondered. "I sense immense power from that blade. I must have it." Samui finally spoke. "Aren't you going to strike?" Naruto said, "I thought that the saying was, ladies first." Single quote. Samui raised an eyebrow. "Your manners are not supposed to follow you to a fight." Naruto replied, "This is no manners. I am giving you a free shot." That got everybody shocked. Naruto lowered Frostmourne to the ground as the ground literally froze upon the blade's contact. Orochimaru was freely upon the sight. "I must have it." Samui's eyes were locked onto the frozen ground. "Now, that's what I call cool." Naruto raised his free hand and spread it wide. "Well, I will give you one free shot. Don't waste it." The same thought went through everybody's mind. Does this guy have a death wish? Samui's eyes narrowed. "Are you giving me a freebie because I'm a woman? If it is, then, I will show you how powerful a woman can become without your free shot." Naruto's laugh echoed around the stadium. "Do you really believe that I am a censoretist?" That is a pathetic thought. As for me, I believe that both genders have equal merits. Without a woman, men would have no one to control them and the world will be nothing but a wasteland of decaying and rotten male bodies. That statement got Naruto at a much higher level on the female populace's respect-o-meter. Without a man, women would have no one to turn to when another woman spits on her face, given that the latter woman has a boyfriend. Naruto continued, moreover, both a male and a female are needed to breed. If either is absent, then, who the hell will populate this world? As ninjas, both genders have the same killing capabilities as each other. He became serious. I am giving you a freebie because I feel like it. I am feeling quite bored and I want to have a challenge. Samui gripped her katana and shook her head. If you think that both male and female have an equal chance of killing, then, you should know that with this one strike, I could kill you. I won't use your free hit. I wish to fight you fair and square. Naruto smiled at her. She raised an eyebrow at it. Naruto said, you are an interesting opponent, Samui-san. I gave you a free shot. I know that most ninjas will use it. You fight with honor. Your sensei taught you well. He went back to his stance. Samui nodded in response and went to her own stance. Naruto and Samui stared at each other before charging. Naruto did a horizontal strike, from right to left. Samui blocked it and did a kick to his face. Naruto put up his hand to grab her leg and did some sort of move where he pulled her leg and tossed her to the other side. Samui recovered and stabbed her blade on the ground as she made hand seals. She finished her seal making and said, Raiden, Shomei Ryokan 1. She slammed her hands down on the ground where lightning gathered around her and formed into numerous dogs. Samui commanded the dogs towards Naruto. Naruto stared at the dogs without surprise or emotion. Samui looked at him with slight interest. This technique is one of my strongest and he's not even surprised at me using it. At best, this is a B rank jutsu. The dogs were about to circle him when he spoke, with an emotionless and cold voice that would make Samui's as hot as a supernova. Come, knaves, Frostmourne hungers. Her teammates cringed. Karui said, damn, and I thought that Samui's voice was cold. Naruto swung his blade from left to right and the blade absorbed the lightning and it dissipated. Samui was shocked. He just dispelled it easily. Who is he? Naruto stabbed Frostmourne to the ground, made some hand seals, and whispered, Futon, K's Tenku Kara 2. The air above the ground began swirling around before Naruto manipulated it to go to Samui. Naruto caused it to come at her from all directions. Samui made hand seals and said, Raiden, Kaminari no Awa 3. Lighting surrounded her like a bubble. Samui kept on supplying lightning chakra to the bubble since wind could beat lightning unless the latter was on a more powerful level than the former. The wind kept on pushing on the lightning bubble. Naruto channeled more chakra into the jutsu. Soon, it was a battle of who is winning. Samui was feeling tired since her chakra reserves are nearly empty. She was quite surprised when she saw that Naruto isn't even winded. Samui began thinking of a plan. Her eyes darted from side to side. Finally, she has an idea. She made fast set of hand seals before pointing her hands to the sky and saying, Raiden, Kaminari Seiki 4. Lightning emerged from the ground surrounding her and created a large drill-like opening above her. Samui, then, jumped high to avoid the wind attack and land a few meters in front of the supposed damage radius. Samui slightly turned her head to look at her blade. She ran towards her sword and grabbed it. She winced slightly at the remaining lightning that coursed through her body, since most of the lightning was grounded. I always preferred to have a wind element beat an earth element that beats lightning element to beat the water element which kicks the fire element's ass that could defeat wind element. Closing parenthesis. Samui assumed her stance again. Naruto removed Frostmourne from the ground and went to his stance. Both charged at each other. Naruto and Samui crossed blades. They separated and crossed blades again. Their crossing blades were continuous. They crossed blades 8 more times until Naruto found an opening at the 9th crossing and did a punch to her gut. She gasped in surprise and pain as her grasp weakened. Naruto disarmed her using his free arm and he pushed her via his knee, causing her to fall to the ground. Naruto fixed his hold on Samui's katana and lowered his two blades in the form of a pair of scissors towards the neck of the kneeling form of Samui, like Anakin Skywalker did to Count Dooku in Star Wars 3, Revenge of the Sith. Samui slowly looked up and saw Naruto's blue eyes. She felt defeated, dominated by him, and, somehow, she didn't have any qualms about this. Instead, she was aroused by it. This confused her. This never happened to any other people who won against her. Naruto spoke in his usual monotone voice, "Forfeit, Samui-san. I don't want to have drawn first blood. I have no intention of drawing the blood of anyone in a non-serious fight, let alone a woman's." Samui lowered her head in defeat. "You have both blades to my neck and one wrong move from me could result in my ruin. I forfeit." Hayate coughed. "The winner is Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto removed the blades from her neck and sheathed Frostmourne as he used his free hand to help her up. Samui saw the hand and accepted it. She felt some sort of warmth course through her as soon as she accepted the hand. When Samui stood up, she hastily let go of Naruto's hand. Naruto smiled at her, which she felt her hands become clammy, as Naruto held out her katana. Naruto said, "Here, take your katana. That was a nice fight." Samui took her katana back and sheathed it. She replied, "Thank you. I appreciate the gesture." They returned to their respective areas. When Samui got there, she saw that Karui and Omoi were giving her weird looks. Samui, irritated, asked, "What is it?" Karui said, "He gave you a free shot and you didn't take it." Samui replied, "My honor is my life, both grows in one. Take honor from me and my life is done. As a ninja who is supposed to take all advantages possible, I should have taken it. However, as an honorable human being, I wished to fight fair and square and without any free shots on either side. Moreover, I could sense that he has a trick up his sleeve if I choose to use the free shot. Well, I suppose that Karabi-sensei will not berate you too much for declining a free shot." Samui didn't reply. With Naruto, Shino walked over to him and asked, "Why did you plan on giving the Kumo nin a free shot?" Naruto whispered to him, "I wanted to see if she is anything like her Raikage, a person without restraint and honor to have the gall to try and kidnap Hanata from here. Besides, I never planned on dying by a free shot in a prelim. I had a plan in case she takes it." Shino nodded. Naruto turned to the board. "Know how to be content and you will never be disgraced. Practice self-restraint and you will never be in danger." She was correct in rejecting it. Otherwise, she may have fallen to an explosive clone. Shino's eyebrows rose. "You had an explosive clone in hiding." Naruto nodded. "Be careful then how you live, not as unwise people but as wise, making the most of the time, because the days are evil. Such is the life of a ninja." Samui put a hand on her shoulder to get her attention. "This time, try not to lose your cool. Remember the last time." Karui had the decency to look sheepish. "I can't help it." The bastard kept on laughing like no tomorrow. Samui sighed as she let her colleague's shoulder to let her go at the arena. Naruto watched intently. "I believe I'm about to see a good fight between Kunoichi. I didn't like the earlier fight. It was completely useless." Minato sighed. "Oh, where did this world go to? To allow fangirls into the ninja ranks, it's a disgrace to ninjas, shinobi and kunoichi alike." Arthus scoffed. "In my time as a paladin, such weak people are not permitted in army ranks. Of course, we told them that in a simple, non-hurting way." Karui drew her blade as Tamari snapped open her war fan. Karui channeled Raiden chakra into her blade, as it began crackling with electricity. Tamari prepped her fan to her side, gathering wind to it. They stared at each other. Tamari, then, whipped her fan to the other side, the gathered wind zooming towards Karui. Karui raised her blade up high and slammed it down on the ground as she shouted her attack, "Raiden, Shogeki Nami 1." Lightning coursed through the blade as it dispelled the wind. She assumed her stance again and charged towards Tamari. Tamari quickly closed the fan and infused it with futon chakra as she put it up to block against Karui's Raiden-enhanced blade. Tamari pushed with effort the blade away from her. When she got the chance, she swiftly opened her fan and sent another wind wave towards her opponent, shouting, "Futon! Kaika no Gunshuku 2." Karui ran towards the side to avoid it. Afterwards, She grabbed two kunai from her holster and threw it towards Temari. Temari spun gracefully as she snapped her fan shut to deflect the thrown kunai. Then, she jumped away as a blade was about to slam down on her. Naruto, on his part, was quite glad to see a good kunoichi fight. Temari, once landing, opened her fan and whipped it to her side, one to another, and shouted, "Kamedachi no Jutsu." Wind gathered and formed a tornado towards Karui. Karui began gathering Raiden chakra into her blade. It showed as the blade suddenly began emitting immense amounts of electricity. She raised it high and slammed it down on the ground, exclaiming, "Raiden, Shogeki Nami." A wide arc of electricity emerged from the blade and collided with the tornado. There was an explosion and dust covered the arena floor. Clangs and clashes were heard from within the dust. The adults can sense the fight just fine. However, those who don't have the necessary equipment can't see it. Naruto and the two Hyugas can see the battle just fine, Naruto using his Tekigen and the Hyugas using their Byakugan. When the dust cleared, it showed Karui and Temari in a deadlock. Lightning could be seen between their eyes as they kept on holding the deadlock. They broke off. Karui stabbed her katana to the ground and made some hand seals. Temari snapped open her fan and began spinning it towards Karui's direction. They shouted their attacks, Raiden, Jaibashi, Futon, Tenrin. Lightning coursed through Karui's hands and wind gathered around Temari's fan. They released their attacks at the same time, Karui, whipping her hands forward, Temari, immediately stopping the fan's rotation. Another explosion occurred. When it subsided, Karui was kneeling, sword for support, while Temari was still standing, though breathing heavily. Karui gritted her teeth as she grabbed her katana and charged towards Temari with a roar. Samui sighed, "Here she goes again." Temari whipped her fan side to side, Okamedachi. Karui was too fatigued to dodge and she was sent to the wall, with slashes across her body. Temari closed her fan and looked at the proctor. "Winner is Sabaku no Temari." Medics came and carried Karui to the med bay as Temari walked to her team. Fight 9. Omoi vs. Muhona Kurayami, Heartless Darkness, Fu's second teammate, the one who wanted to violate her. Omoi sighed as he walked to the arena floor. Kurayami walked to the arena floor. He had obsidian black hair and brown eyes. He was wearing a dark red cloak that reached his ankles. Within the cloak were a black shirt and pair of pants. Omoi drew a blade. Kurayami plunged his hands to his sides and drew two sei and assumed his stance. Omoi grew interested and straightened up. "Oh, I'm fighting a sei user. This'll be an interesting fight." Karui shook her head as she said, Omoi and his weird desire to fight people with weird weapons. She turned to Samui. "If he fought that Naruto guy, he would have been serious faster than your brother would say, hot." Single quote. Samui shrugged. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Wow. This is the first time I've seen someone use such a weapon." Arthus was intrigued. "It's been a long time since I've last seen a sei user. This will be good battle." Omoi and Kurayami waited for the other to start moving. Finally, Kurayami moved. He ran to Omoi, sei at the ready. Omoi charged as well. Kurayami went for a stab with his left weapon. Omoi pushed it away with his blade as Kurayami went for a second stab. Omoi did something that is both brave and stupid. He thrust his palm towards the weapon. Luckily, the edge of the weapon just went in between his middle and ring finger. Up in the stands, Karui has a tick mark on her head. "That idiot, I prefer the old Omoi rather than this one." Omoi pushed back the weapon, along with the owner. Omoi reassumed his stance, while channeling Raiden chakra into it, like Karui earlier did, and electricity began emitting from it. Kurayami, on the other hand, channeled his water chakra into his sei. Water coated the sei and Kurayami redid his stance again. They charged. Omoi raised his blade high and slammed it down on the ground. An arc of electricity burst from the blade and zoomed to Kurayami. Kurayami jumped to the side and whipped his sei towards him. Water whips extended from the water-coated sei and towards Omoi, who was surprised at the technique. Omoi jumped out of the way, but a whip managed to twirl around his ankle and Kurayami threw him across the room. The whip receded and Kurayami reassumed his form, saying, "Sweden, Mizu no Muchi 3. It's quite an interesting technique, don't you think?" Omoi smirked as he stood up. I'm fighting a Saiyan whip user. I'm getting giddy. He ran to Kurayami. Kurayami smirked. And I'm fighting a Raiden user. I'm extending the same courtesy. He charged as well. Kurayami rolled to the side to dodge the downward slash and did a quick stab to Omoi's torso, holding back lots to avoid much unnecessary bloodshed. Omoi winced as the intruding weapon pierced his body. His hand immediately went to his torso to stem the slightly bleeding wound. Kurayami smirked and kneed Omoi on the stomach. Omoi winced again as he stumbled to the floor, the lightning around his blade dissipating. He quickly put his blade up to block the downward attack by Kurayami. He found it a lot heavier than normal. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I see. He's condensing a large amount of water into his sei to increase the weight it brought to the enemy. He's also probably channeling chakra to his arms to lift it easier. Omoi pushed the opponent away, putting all his strength into it. Omoi stabbed his blade down and made hand seals, Raiden, Jibashi. Lightning covered his arms as he thrust his hands forward and the lightning fired to Kurayami. Kurayami smirked as he whipped his left hand forward, weapon still in hand, and met with the lightning attack head-on. The lightning hit the water and increased velocity to the source. Everybody was surprised at this. Everybody knows that water is a powerful conductor of lightning. The lightning reached Kurayami, who, surprisingly, just flinched slightly at the shock. His other arm slowly went to his stomach. Suddenly, he whipped his other arm to Omoi, as he shouted, Sweden, Kaminari no Ridirakudo 4. To Naruto's, and everybody else's, surprise, the lightning emerged from his other weapon, merged with the whip, zoomed to Omoi, and zapped him. The hidden Orochimaru was intrigued. It seems Taki can produce good ninjas, after all. I wonder if I can take some of them for experimentation. The proctor was about to announce the winner when the shocked Omoi dissipated into lightning. Kurayami was wide-eyed before he spun around to block a slash to his back. Kurayami smirked. Kaminari Bunshin no Jutsu, lightning clone technique, self-explanatory. I underestimated you. Omoi gave a small smirk as he said, likewise. Naruto put a hand to his chin. The most notable trait of water is its capability to flow regardless of the obstacles or any object that joins it. He took advantage of that capability. Once the lightning made contact with his body, he made the electrified liquid flow to his stomach, avoiding the heart and lungs, before making it flow to his other arm and releasing it to his opponent. They pushed each other back again. Omoi twirled his blade before returning back to his stance. Kurayami loosened his grip on his sei, flexing his fingers, before tightening it. I wasted too much chakra on the water and the strength. I might as well enjoy this as long as I can. This is the last shot. Kurayami let go of his chakra, letting the water fall to the ground and relaxing his muscles. Omoi raised an eyebrow. He must have been running low on chakra. Come to think of it, I'm also almost out of chakra. Omoi channeled chakra into his blade as it crackled with electricity. Kurayami channeled ordinary chakra into his blade as it hummed with power. After all, the redirection took much out of him. They charged towards each other with a roar. There was a large explosion. When it cleared, it showed Kurayami down on the ground, unconscious, with Omoi kneeling with his blade for support. The proctor announced, winner is Omoi. The medics came and carried Kurayami to the med room as Omoi walked back to his team. Karui looked at him. Had fun, did we? Omoi gave her a smirk. It was interesting. Karui smiled before saying, okay, that's good. She suddenly grabbed his shoulders and began shaking him. You idiot, if I ever see you going so far as to catch your opponent's weapon to get an interesting fight, I will personally give you an interesting fight with your hands tied behind your back and chakra sealed, understand? Omoi sighed. Fine, I'll stop. Karui let go of him. Good, make sure to remember it. Fight 10. Kenkaku, Swordsman, Tenten vs. Shikyu Unmei, Earth Fate, Fu's first teammate, the guy who didn't want to touch Fu. Tenten jumped down as Unmei calmly and coolly walked down the stairs to the arena floor. Unmei was a white-haired individual with somewhat cold, gray eyes. He is shorter than Kurayami by half foot, or 6 inches for those who don't know the math. He is wearing an all-blue suit, in contrary to Kurayami. Also, unlike Kurayami, he isn't wearing anything flashy, just a blue button-up shirt and pants. He also has his right hand down in his pocket while his left was left hanging, indicating his favor to his right hand. He is Fate Avarunkus from Nagima. Closing parenthesis. The proctor said, "Ready. Begin the match." Tenten took out a scroll and retrieved a blade from it. She returned the scroll back to its original place and assumed her stance. Unmei didn't assume any stance or take out any weapon. He just stood there with a bored expression. Tenten asked, "Aren't you going to pull out a weapon?" Unmei replied, "My whole body is a weapon, Kunoichi. The very earth around us is a weapon to me. Don't think that I am weak and worthless because I don't have a sword or any other weapons." Tenten raised an eyebrow. "So you're a Doden user?" Unmei tilted his head to the side. "What was your first clue, swordsman?" asked Unmei sarcastically. "Was it the fact that I just said that the very earth around us is a weapon to me?" Tenten had a slight tick mark on her head. She charged to Unmei. She did a downward slash. Unmei removed his right hand from his pocket and raised it to the blade. Everybody was surprised when Unmei stopped the blade by his index and middle finger. His left hand went for a punch to Tenten's torso and connected. Tenten gasped at the rather powerful punch. It was too powerful for a human being to produce. She was punched all the way back to a wall. Unmei looked on as he watched Tenten stand up. Tenten charged again. This time, she did a stab to his torso. Unmei dodged to the left before he kneed her again on the torso. Then, after she bent forward in recoil, he did an elbow drop on her back. She screamed in pain as she sprawled on the ground. Unmei turned around and walked to a good distance away from her. He put both his hands together and did a few hand seals. He put his right hand on the ground. The earth where his hand touched shifted before it turned to a shape of a lance. Unmei grasped it and twirled in the air with his right hand. Then, he lowered it in front of him, horizontally. It's like how Jaden Korr holds his dual-bladed lightsaber in Star Wars, Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. He said, "Doden. Seki no Yari 5. Tenten smirked as she stood up. "You tacky ninjas are surprising. Your other teammate used Sei and you use a lance." Unmei didn't reply. Tenten charged again. Tenten did a horizontal slash. Unmei blocked it. Then, Tenten split away before Unmei could react. Tenten used her free hand to take out a scroll from a pocket and unfurled it. She pointed it to the sky and weapon hilts slowly emerged from it. Suddenly, lots of weapons zoomed out and rested on the air. Tenten raised her held sword vertically high before dropping it down to Unmei, shouting, "Tsubasa no aim, 6." The airborne blades dropped down to Unmei. Dust accumulated and covered everybody's sight of Unmei. Tenten lowered both blade and scroll as she sighed. Suddenly, she froze as she heard someone within the dust cloud say, "Is that all you have? If that is so, then I am completely disappointed." When the dust cloud cleared, it showed Unmei, right hand in right pocket, lazily walking out of something that looked like a closed rose made of rock. All around the earth rose were the weapons that are supposed to hit Unmei. Tenten stuttered, What is that?" Unmei rolled his eyes. "A person emerges from an area-type jutsu that you deem to be unavoidable and inescapable and you are shocked by his counter-jutsu. We are shinobi. We should expect the unexpected." Unmei raised his left hand and waved it behind him. The earth rose descended back down to the ground. "For your information, the technique I used is Doden. Seki no Hanabira 7. He returned his hand to his side. Tenten gritted her teeth. She stored her scroll back into its place before she charged again. Tenten suddenly disappeared from in front of Unmei to behind him, surprising him. Tenten did a downward slash which connected. Then, Tenten kicked him hard on the back. "Ha, take that." Unmei fell forward before his left hand shot out in front of him and stopped his fall. He did a handstand and landed gracefully. Tenten gritted her teeth as she saw Unmei recover. Unmei turned to look at her before he turned his eye to the wound behind him, which was slowly seeping blood. Unmei returned his stare to Tenten. "So, you accumulated chakra into your blade to slash me." Unmei smirked. "However, it seems that you didn't cut deep enough as you intended." He turned his body around to show that the wound cauterized by what seemed to be earth and rocks. "This is my Chikyu Hakuri Haifu 8. It decreases any damage given to me by a large margin." Tenten cursed mentally. She was already tired from using Tsubasa no aim and the quick burst of speed to get behind Unmei. She doesn't have much stamina unlike shinobis, although, she has more stamina than more kunoichis. After all, Tsubasa no aim is somewhat a mid-C rank, a jutsu rank that is not prescribed for genin. Unmei turned back to Tenten before he slowly removed his right hand from his pocket and made some seals and put his right hand on the ground again. However, instead of the earth shifting into a shape of a lance, his hand sank right into earth itself, much to the surprise of the onlookers and Tenten. Unmei whispered, "Doden, Chikyu no Shudo 9. Suddenly, the ground below Tenten shifted and 5 fingers emerged, surrounding her. Tenten rose as a large hand was beneath her and grasped her tightly, her blade in between the middle and ring fingers. Unmei removed his hand, but the earth hand didn't. Unmei slowly walked to Tenten. Unmei saw Tenten wriggling her way out of the hand's grasp. He chuckled before saying, "It's useless. The hand is tightly wrapped around you. It's like being paralyzed. You can only move your chest for breathing. Forfeit." Tenten lowered her head in defeat after a few more wriggling. "I forfeit." The proctor said, "The winner is Chikyu Unmei." Unmei put a hand to the large hand and said, "Kai." The large hand shuddered before slowly sinking back to the ground, letting go of Tenten in the process. Unmei walked back up to his teammates. Tenten did the same after returning the sword back into her scroll. Fight 11. Nara Shikamaru vs. Tsuchi Kin. Canon Fight. Fight 12. Akamichi Choji vs. Kinyuta Dosu. Canon Fight. Fight 13. Hyuga Hanata vs. Hyuga Neji. Both Hyugas looked at each other before nodding and going down to the arena floor. Neji said, "I hope you the best of luck, Hanata-sama." Hanata smiled and nodded. "I hope that we can enjoy this match." Neji nodded before they simultaneously activated their Byakugan and assumed their stance. Hitomi and Hikari watched intently at the match. Hiashi and Hizashi did the same, intent on seeing this rather good fight. Up in the stands, Naruto crossed his arms and observed the fight. Minato's eyes switched from Hanata to Neji in quick succession. A few seconds later, they charged towards each other. They thrust and parried as they attacked each other. Naruto was somehow entranced by the movement. "It's as if they're doing some sort of dance." Arthas nodded. "Indeed they are. It's somewhat alluring." Hanata jumped back away before thrusting her hand forward, saying, "Suiden, Suihachi." Water emerged from the palm and went to Neji. Neji jumped to the side before charging to Hanata. Hanata tilted her body to the side like a sideways matrix to avoid a Juken strike to her left shoulder before thrusting her palm to Neji's torso, Hake Kusho. Neji was blasted away by a burst of chakra to his torso. Neji recovered and looked at his torso and saw that the attack ruffled up his shirt. He looked at Hanata. "You ruined my favorite shirt, Hanata-sama. I can't let that slide." Hanata smiled at him. "I apologize, Neji-ni-san." Neji smirked. He dropped back to his stance again. They charged at each other again. Hikari noted to her husband, "This is the first time I've seen our son fully enjoying something." Hizashi nodded. "That is probably he's always wanted to test his strength against his cousin. This fight gave him that." He turned to his brother. "In your opinion, brother, who will win?" Hiashi turned to him. "It would be favoritism if I said my daughter will be winning. In this course, only the swiftest and most flexible will win." Back to the fight, Hanata and Neji landed on opposite ends of the arena, none managing to hit the other. They continued their attacks. Finally, Hanata managed to surprise Neji when he did a palm thrust to her chest and she did a Juken strike on the palm. Neji winced. Hanata took that opportunity to strike Neji's chest, Shote. With that strike, Neji was paralyzed. Hanata jumped a few feet back and assumed a stance that Neji and the other Hyuga present knew. Hizashi turned to Hiashi. "You taught her that technique." Hiashi smirked at him. "I deemed her worthy enough. Don't worry, though, brother, I've told her to restrict the use of that technique to half." Hanata struck. She shouted, "Hake Sanjuni Sho." She did the first 2 strikes, Ni Sho. She followed it with 2 more strikes, Yan Sho. Then, she did 4 more, Hachi Sho. She followed through with 8 strikes, Juroku Sho. She finalized it with 16 more strikes, Sanjuni Sho. Neji crumpled to the floor. Hanata walked to Neji and knelt beside him. "Are you all right, Neji-ni-san?" Neji managed to reply, Yes, that was an entertaining fight, Hanata-sama. Hanata blinked before smiling at him. Yes, I suppose it was. The proctor called it, the winner is Hyuga Hanata. The medics came and put Neji on a stretcher. However, as he was about to be carried away, he stopped them. He looked at the present members of the Hyuga clan, so did Hanata. They were pleased that all four nodded their heads in approval. Neji was brought to the med room as Hanata went back up to the stands. Fight 14. Rock Lee vs. Unnamed Kiri Shinobi 2. Rock Lee 1. Closing parenthesis. Fight 15. Sabaku no Gaara vs. Unnamed Kiri Shinobi 3. Gaara 1. No contest. After Fight 15, the Sandaime called every winner to the arena floor except Sasuke as he had his curse seal sealed. The Sandaime said, "Congratulations to each and every one of you who won on the preliminaries. The finals will occur 1 month from now, so take the time to train during that 1 month." He gestured to Ibiki, who was carrying a box. "Each of you will get a number from this box and you will announce it to us." They took their number and announced it. Ibiki took note of every one of them and showed them the matchup by the finals. Fight 1. Fu vs. Hyuga Hanata. Fight 2. Hikashi Setsuna vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Fight 3. Aburame Shino vs. Sabaku no Konkuro. Fight 4. Nara Shikamaru vs. Sabaku no Tamari. Fight 5. Omoi vs. Chikyu Unmei. Fight 6. Kinyuta Dosu vs. Sabaku no Gaara. Fight 7. Rock Lee vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Nanabe, from within Fu's subconscious, smirked. "Ooh, look at your luck, little fly. If you win your fight with the Hyuga girl and your crush wins his against the swordsman, both of you could fight." Fu shouted back, "He's not my crush. I don't care what anybody says. Humans are too funny and too easy to tease." Censored you. "Hey, I appreciate the sentiment but I only go for other demons. Besides, don't you want to save yourself for your king? Why did I get stuck with the annoying one?" Nanabe laughed. "Just be grateful that you didn't have Nibi or Gobi in you. Nibi is the most perverted of us Biju. If she saw your crush, she would go to any heights for you to get laid with him. She will even go as far as projecting perverted images of you and him doing perverted stuff. Gobi is quite wild and energetic. Her over-energetic mouth will drive you insane. Also, be grateful that I'm just pushing you towards him. Alright, I suppose this isn't so bad." The Sandaime cleared his throat. "Alright, all of you have 1 month to prepare for the finals. All of you are dismissed." They went their separate ways. It was a festive event at the Chunin exam stadium. Various civilians and ninjas littered the seats. Down at the ground were the finalists, waiting for the Hokage's speech. Speaking of the Hokage, he was there, up high, seated with 4 other people. The first was a woman with auburn hair that reached her ankles. She was wearing a blue dress that falls just below the knees. From the waist down, the right was left open showing ninja shorts and fishnet stockings. The upper part of the dress is cut, just covering the upper part of the arms and the underside of her censoreds. Underneath was a fishnet shirt that covers even more than her dress, stopping at the shoulders and the remaining parts of the censored, leaving a considerable cleavage visible. She is the Mizukage, Terumi Mei. The second was an elderly man with a triangular beard, angular mustaches, a big red nose and thick eyebrows. His head completely bare of hair, save for a ponytail behind it. He is dressed with a green and yellow coat with a red collar. Underneath was the traditional Iwa outfit of mesh armor and flak jacket. There were also fishnet sleeves on his arms with a lapel on his right side. He is the Tsuchikage, Ryotenbun no Onoki. The third was the most secretive one. Aside from the eyes, nothing else could be seen from him. He was wearing the customary cage robe. This is the cage. The last one was, by far, the largest one of the lot. He is quite dark-skinned with whitish blonde hair that is combed back. He also has a mustache and a beard. He has a muscular physique. He is also the other one who is wearing the customary cage robe. However, he has nothing underneath, showing off his physique. And this would be the Raikage, Inazuma no A lining bolt A. Behind them were 2 people each. Since it would take too much space to describe them all, I would say their names instead. Behind the Mizukage were Ao and Chojuro. Behind the Tsuchikage were Kuretsuchi and Akatsuchi. Behind the Hokage were Aoba and Rado. Behind the Kazekage were Baki and Unknown Jonin. And behind the Reikage were Darui and C. There was also another set of people, and they were way away from the populace. They have a makeshift box for them. There was one female and 4 males. The sole female was blonde and holds dark eyes. The first male had red hair and has a form of headpiece that frames his face. The second male was the tallest of the lot, and only his brown eyes were visible under his heavy armor and steam tank on his back. The third male was thin with emo-ish black hair and pale golden eyes, and his attire consisted of a light blue kimono. The last male was dark-skinned and wears sunglasses, hiding his eyes. In accordance, ni Yugito, Yoden no Roshi, Joki no Yoroi, Steam Armor, Han, Utakata, and Kurabi, and they are the Jinchuriki. The only ones not at the box are Naruto, Fu, Gaara, and Yagura, who died a few years ago. Roshi turned to his longtime friend, Han, and asked, "Did your Biju tell you anything about what to expect?" Han shook his head and monotonously replied, "Either I wasn't ready for the information or even he doesn't know." "And why are they here, you may ask?" It's quite simple. Their Biju suddenly told them to go to Konoha and watch the chunin exam finals. They weren't required to converse with anyone. They were only required to watch. That particular fact made Han and Utakata content with consenting with their request. They weren't much for conversation. Back to the Hokage, the man himself stood up and spread his arms wide and shouted loud, "Good morning. As the Leafs Hokage, it gives me great pleasure to announce the start of the chunin exam finals. Let the match begin." A loud cheer broke the silence and, below, Genma shrugged. "All right, Hanata and Fu, stay. The rest may go to the fighter's box." They did so. "All right, the rules are simple. Everything goes. The match lasts until I say stop. Do you both understand?" Both girls nodded. "All right then, begin." He jumped away, leaving both girls on the dance floor, as it were. Hanata and Fu stared down at each other, silently gauging each other. Slowly, veins protruded from Hanata's eyes and insects covered Fu's arms. Along the viewer's box, every Abarame's eyebrows rose as they noticed the insects on Fu's arms. Hanata dropped down to her Jukin stance and Fu put her dominant leg forward and spread her arms wide. That was when the insects separated from her arms and surrounded her whole body like a shield dome. Hanata charged at Fu. She went for a palm thrust at Fu's torso. Fu replied in kind by dodging to the side and the insects converged on the nearby Hanata. Hanata somersaulted forward to dodge the first onslaught and she used her hand to push herself away from Fu's bugs. Hanata landed on the ground and pulled her open palm back before thrusting it in Fu's general direction and said, "Hake Kusho." A burst of vacuum shell burst from her palm and zoomed towards Fu. Fu narrowed her eyes as she raised her hand and the insect solidified as a wall in front of her and absorbed the shock of the vacuum shell. As the wall dissipated, Fu raised her other hand in order to block the incoming attack of Hanata. Fu winced as she felt a little lost of feeling on her arm as she pushed Hanata away. She glanced down at her stinging arm and she frowned. Grasping it tightly, she jumped far to the side, avoiding a palm thrust towards the ground. As soon as the palm touched it, the ground cracked in a 1-foot radius. Fu flexed her sore arm while channeling a bit of Nanabi's chakra on it. As soon as feeling returned to her arm, she turned her body to the side to avoid the Jukin strike to her shoulder. Seeing an opportunity, she kicked Hanata to the stomach with a chakra-enhanced kick. Hanata gritted her teeth as she was pushed back a considerable distance. Both reverted back to their stances before Fu took the initiative and commanded her insects to charge at Hanata. Hanata jumped high to avoid the multitude of insects and used chakra to stick herself to the nearby stadium wall and propel herself towards Fu. Fu jumped away from the target area and waved her hands towards Hanata, as the latter touched the ground. The insects surrounded Hanata immediately, who narrowed her eyes. "I can't believe I have to use my trump card this early." Coating her palms in chakra, she extended her arms and began circling her coated palms all around her. The resulting arcs created a barrier of some sort made of thin, sharp chakra blades. Then, her arms kept on speeding up until they became nothing more than blurs. As the insects neared the dome barrier, she said, Shugohak Rokuji and show. Up on the stands, her parents, younger sister, uncle, aunt, cousin, grandparents, and basically the whole Hyuga clan went wide-eyed. They have never seen Hanata display such a jutsu in her spars. Fu's eyes widened in horror, but she was too late to stop the front insects from being sliced in half by the barrier. Fu recalled the remaining back into herself as she gracefully landed on the stadium wall. As the last insect retreated back, she could hear Nanabe crying madly. My babies. Not my babies. Beat her, Fu. Beat that horrible woman to the ground. Fu rolled her eyes and put her hand on her back, where there was a poof of smoke, and drew a pair of chakrams or whatever they're called. Each chakram is circular and red, with 8 silver spikes and circles around the edges, and 2 black handles shaped in a cross in the middle. Hanata, in turn, put a hand on her wrist and poofed out a small scythe. It was a small gift from her mother, for turning genin. The handle was pale lavender in color and the blade was dark blue, bordering violet, and the connecting joint is oddly colored yellow, blonde even. She didn't know why she had a scythe, instead of a normal blade. But, according to her mother, Hanata was as flexible as her, and her blade work would breed into full fruition when the weapon was something that requires flexibility. Well, that was the first reason. The other would be that was her mother's choice of weaponry as well, and she wanted Hanata to follow her example as Hanabi followed her father's. As Fu zoomed towards Hanata, she threw 1 chakram towards her. Hanata spun the scythe and clashed with the chakram, sending it to the sky, and spun herself along with the scythe to cross blades with Fu. As the broke blades, Fu caught the second chakram and ran to Hanata. Hanata slammed the scythe down on Fu, who raised both chakrams to block. They split apart and Hanata spun around and slashed at Fu's midsection. Fu responded by raising the adjacent chakram to block the strike, the blade barely missing her fingers as it locked itself within the chakram. Being open, Fu slashed with the other chakram. Hanata's eyes widened as she thought of her next move. Her eyes quickly darting from one side to the other, she acted. Putting her feet apart, she pulled on her scythe, pulling the locked chakram with it. It clashed and Hanata spun around, delivering a heel kick at Fu's face. She flew back, letting go of both chakrams, and rubbed her sore cheek. She smirked at Hanata. You're quite an interesting kunoichi. I'm so going to enjoy this. And red chakra surfaced from her body in the form of 2 wings behind her back. Everyone was apprehensive now. Naruto, for his part, watched with a narrowed eye. Fu put her feet together and spread her arms wide, like a cross. The 2 wings on her back began fluttering and she floated before she vanished from view. Hanata's eyes widened before her instincts told her to jump, and she did. An instant later, Fu was at where Hanata was a while ago, her fist slammed down on the ground. The resulting impact created a sonic concussion on the ground and a large crater formed. Hanata looked shocked at the force and power as Fu slowly turned her head back towards Hanata. Fu vanished again and Hanata raised her scythe to block a fist intended for her face. The scythe creaked and groaned from the impact. They separated and Fu continued her barrage. She charged for a roundhouse kick, which Hanata ducked under, and followed through by quickly spinning around, using her wings as focus of speed and delivering an axe kick. Hanata thanked her flexible form as she performed a backflip and narrowly avoided the downward smash to her lower regions. As her feet touched the ground, she was unprepared for Fu suddenly appearing in front of her and punching her in the gut. And as Hanata zoomed towards a stadium wall, Fu held out both her hands, fingers pointed at Hanata, and rolled the middle and ring finger of each hand back into each palm like Spider-Man. String of chakra emerged from her wrists and tightly wrapped Hanata like a cocoon as she reached the wall. Fu put her foot up front before she leapt with great speed at Hanata, her right finger's nails extended in a stinger fashion. Hanata struggled against her bonds and she expelled chakra from all of her points and said, Jukenpo Ikigekishin. The strings snapped out of place and Hanata quickly rolled to the side to avoid the stinger. Unfortunately, a nail scraped her cheek as she rolled. As Hanata stood up, she suddenly felt woozy and she staggered on the spot. Fu smirked at her as her chakra cloak receded. Do you like it? It's quick-acting tranquilizer that I coated my nails with once I use my special chakra. You will fall unconscious right about now. True enough, Hanata couldn't keep the fight much longer and fell to the ground. Genma stared at the two for a few seconds and said, Shosha. Fu. There were claps here and there and Fu smiled at them. Onoki said, so she is a Jinchuriki, Takigakers, is it not? Sarutobi nodded. Yes, she is the only female Jinchuriki in the chunin exams. I see. So, what do you think, Hiruzen? Both are quick, agile, and quick thinking. They could be possible candidates. We'll have to wait for the next set of matches to verify. This is, after all, just the tip of the iceberg. Genma announced. Next, Hikashi Setsuna and Uzumaki Naruto. As both combatants entered the ring, all five Kage watched intently on the blonde boy, with varying reasons. Terumi Mei smirked quite sultrily. So this is what he looks like, so, delicious. Onoki frowned. He doesn't look like your average Uzumaki. In fact, he looks a lot like the Yondaime Hokage. Behind him, both bodyguards frowned inconspicuously. A narrowed his eyes. From what I remember, there was one Uzumaki that was kidnapped here by the idiots at Kumo and was saved by Minato. I see, so he is their son. Naruto and Setsuna stared at each other as Genma started the match. They started to walk towards each other until they were a few feet apart. Setsuna started, Naruto-san, I wish to test myself in Kenjutsu against you. Naruto raised a brow. Oh, have you learned much since back then? She nodded and drew her blade. And please don't hold back. It would be insulting to me. Naruto smiled and put a hand to Frostmourne. I have no intention in holding back. With that, he drew Frostmourne and began clashing with Setsuna. Now, the Jinchuriki audience jumped as their respective Biju gave exclamations of surprise. Yugito narrowed her eyes at Naruto. What is it, Matabi? What happened? Matabi, to her surprise, hissed. That boy, could he be? Could he be what? Our ancestor, Jubi, was summoned by that child's possible ancestor, the Lich King, a being far more powerful than the Raikudo Sennin. Yugito went wide-eyed. He sent the Jubi to a long sleep once his use was over, and over time, the Lich King died, for unknown reasons, and Jubi awoke to wreak havoc on the world. That was when the Raikudo Sennin intervened. And when he gave birth to the Biju, he told us of a child who will either bring great peace or great destruction. And this kid could be it. It's possible. He didn't elaborate on it much. So we should be careful about the boy. Yes, you should. With Roshi and the Yonbi. So, he would either be the savior or destroyer that your Raikudo Sennin said. It wasn't clear who or when. It is clear, though, that the boy is holding a very dangerous weapon should he become your enemy. What is that sword, anyway? That is the weapon of the Lich King, Frostmourne, the blade that absorbs souls inside it. That's just sick. You've seen men killed and butchered mercilessly, women raped endlessly, and children sold off into slavery, and you say that Frostmourne is sick. To Han and Gobi, as long as he doesn't anger me, I won't raise my fist against him. I'm afraid you're on your own at that. We Biju were once a part of the Jubi, who served the Lich King a long time ago. If he calls on our power, we would have no choice but to follow. I see, but if he is more powerful than the Raikudo Sennin, why would he call on your power? Good point. Then Utakata and Rokubi. The fact that he is in the Chunin exams means that he is a newbie, not yet familiar with the ninja world. He is not yet that much a threat. But don't let his features fool you, Utakata-kun. He may look like a genin, but he has power behind his eyes. Finally, Kurabi and Hachibi. Are you even listening to me? Back to the fight. Naruto and Setsuna are in a deadlock. Then, they broke blades and Naruto charged with a downward slash. Setsuna raised her blade to block it and staggered from the weight of impact. Then, she pushed it to the side and quickly slashed at Naruto's torso. Naruto dodged it by moving back and followed through with a diagonal slash. Setsuna's eyes widened and jumped away as Frostmourne slammed down on the ground. She shook her head and assumed her stance. Naruto raised Frostmourne and whipped it to the side. A good amount of dust blew away before Naruto zoomed at Setsuna. Her eyes flashed before she slashed the air in front of her and shouted, "Jakuzenkasen." A burst of chakra broke the ground as it aimed to clash with the approaching Naruto. Naruto stopped and grasped Frostmourne with both hands. It glowed blue and he slammed Frostmourne to the ground, where a similar burst of chakra, this time, Frost Blue, emerged and clashed with the Jakuzenkasen. A powerful gust racked the stadium and both swordsmen clashed again. Naruto tried to attack Setsuna's crown but she blocked it, with a little difficulty. Setsuna used her blade to bring Frostmourne to the ground by circling it down and prepped her blade for an uppercut. Then, she slashed. Naruto, being close proximity to Setsuna, couldn't dodge and Setsuna drew first blood. Sounds of surprise were heard. Naruto staggered back and put a hand to his chest, where there was a long gash. He smirked at Setsuna. Not bad, Setsuna. Setsuna huffed. I told you not to hold back. Look what happened. Naruto sighed. Fine, fine, you caught me. Then, he released his chakra, which let off a frosty blue color. Setsuna shivered and reassumed her stance. Then, with surprising speed, Naruto appeared in front of Setsuna, blade raised high. Here I go. Setsuna raised her blade and blocked it. The ground cracked from the pressure and Naruto broke the deadlock before he slashed at her torso. Setsuna's eyes widened before she tried to jump away. She managed but her clothes were a different matter. Luckily, it didn't tear too much. She glared at Naruto and grasped her blade with both hands. Naruto stared back at her with stoic eyes. Then, he vanished from her view. She looked shocked before she jumped forward, avoiding a slash from Naruto, who was behind her. Once recovered, she charged at Naruto. Naruto put his blade to block the attack from Setsuna and they broke blades. Setsuna followed through by ducking and going for an uppercut. Naruto turned his body to the side to avoid it and kicked Setsuna away. Then, Naruto threw Frostmourne towards the recovering Setsuna. Setsuna staggered from the kick, saw the incoming blade and turned her body to the side, just as the blade embedded itself to the stadium wall beside her. Her shaken eyes raked the sword that almost hit her when Naruto appeared in front of her and grasped Frostmourne. Setsuna gripped her blade and tried to stab Naruto. However, he sidestepped it and released Frostmourne from the wall in one go. Then, he slashed at Setsuna's neck. Setsuna ducked and was unprepared for the knee that hit her in the gut. Then, a hand grabbed her back collar and forced her into the ground. As she felt her knees give into the strength, Frostmourne was at her neck, waiting for her defeat. Naruto's voice whispered in her ear, "Do you submit to me, Setsuna-san? Or do you wish to continue?" Setsuna shivered at the voice. The tone wasn't threatening or sultry or something. It was just a voice, empty of emotion and yet full of meaning behind it. Well, that, and her ears are quite sensitive and ticklish. Setsuna sighed. I forfeit. As Genma announced, Shosha, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto removed Frostmourne from her throat and helped her up. Then, he handed her sword to her. Naruto smiled at her. That was quite an impressive fight, Setsuna-san. You were already at intermediate level. Keep it up and you will reach Uzumaki standards. Setsuna blushed and bowed to Naruto, who raised a brow. Thank you. I appreciate the combat. It taught me much. Naruto put a hand to her shoulder and she looked up at him. It's nothing. Just, don't bow to me. I'm not much for bowing stuff. Setsuna beamed and nodded as both combatants walked to the fighter's box. Up at the cage's box, the 5 cage sat back in their chairs, content with the battle. A said, the girl is handy with a sword and probably has nearing chunin level chakra control, from that wave earlier. I seem to recognize a bit of Uzumaki ferocity in her strikes. Is she trained by Uzumaki? Sarutobi smirked as he smoked on his pipe. Who knows? Onoki put a hand to his chin. And the Uzumaki child is interesting, to say the least. He has an interesting chakra color. I've seen the ordinary blue, the light green of the Iryo ninjutsu and the crimson red of the Jinchuriki. However, this is the first time I've seen frosty blue chakra that could physically chill the air. Mei propped her cheek on her raised hand and smiled. It is always the handsome ones that are interesting, isn't it? The Jinchuriki watched the retreating Naruto with a critical eye. Utakata mused. I was mistaken, then. He knows how to fight, although he used kenjutsu and a little taijutsu against her. Yugito frowned. I still fail to see how he could be the chosen one that the Raikudo Sennin foretold. Han shrugged, indifferent to the child. Roshi narrowed his eyes. I sensed a little bit of darkness in that frost blue chakra of his. I don't like the looks of that. Kurabi, however, was still writing at his notebook. Naruto, as he went up the stairs, smirked as he felt the 5 Jinchurikis stare on his back. I believe we are in their spotlight now. Kel'Thuzad chuckled. Even without meeting the Lich King before, their Biju still fear you, King Arthas. Arthas replied, it is of no concern, Kel'Thuzad. At least, my legend is still not forgotten. As Naruto reached the railings of the fighter's box, he heard Genma announce, next, Aburame Shino and Sabaku no Kankuro. As Genma announced the next match, Naruto arrived at the fighter's box, both interested and not at the same time at the match. Both Shino and Kankuro descended to the stadium and faced each other off. Genma said, all right, you know the rules. Anything goes but the fight stops when I say so. When both fighters understood, Genma started the fight and jumped off. Kankuro frowned. I can't believe father changed the plan so suddenly. But, oh, well, with these matchups and all 5 Kage present, it would be impossible to get Gaara battling first before us. Grabbing the package on his back, he unfurled it to show a puppet with 3 eyes, 4 arms, 2 legs, and wearing black rags. Karasu, take the stage. Shino extended his arms and insects slowly swarmed out of his sleeves and jacket collar and surrounded him. All the while, his eyes roamed the stadium. A puppeteer is vulnerable while controlling his puppet. So, he must need cover while using his puppet. With the landscape completely barren of trees or rocks, it would be nigh impossible to find one. I just need an opening and it would be over for him. Shino had his insect swarm to Kankuro's side. Kankuro replied in kind by sending his puppet towards him, dodging the swarm to the right. Shino narrowed his hidden eyes as he jumped to the right to avoid the puppet and threw a couple of kunai rigged with explosive tags towards Kankuro. Kankuro jumped over it, just as it exploded, and landed right beside Karasu. Following through, he pulled a few strings and Karasu opened its mouth and fired a huge number of Senbon. Shino countered by clustering his Kikaichu together like wall and absorbed the impact of the needles. Lowering his Kikaichu wall, he allowed his other batch the charge at Kankuro. Both puppeteer and puppet jumped away from the swarm, just as Shino sent the swarm that made up the wall towards them. Kankuro clicked his tongue and dodged the swarm and had Karasu release a poisonous gas at Shino. Shino raised a hand and said, Kawarimi, and substituted himself with a log, just as it slowly withered. Shino appeared in one of the tree clusters behind Kankuro and had his swarm converge on Kankuro, who was caught off guard by the usage of Kawarimi. As Kankuro narrowly avoided the swarm, he directed Karasu to fire its poisoned kunai towards Shino. Shino dodged every single one and waited for something to happen. Kankuro exclaimed, you're open. With a finger's twitch, Karasu zoomed towards Shino, while still firing the kunai. Shino extended his arms and his Kikaichu collected in front of him to block Karasu but was unprepared for the head to detach from the puppet and jump over the wall towards him. And as it showed a giant needle from its mouth, Shino tensed and prepared himself for impact. But, before it did, the head fell to the ground. Kankuro gaped. What the hell happened? Suddenly, his whole puppet fell to the ground and he had an army of Kikaichu crawling up his arms. Shino lowered his hands and said, like all living things, there are male and female Kikaichu. The female Kikaichu secrete a scent unique to its male counterpart. Not even the Inuzuka's canine partners can smell it. What's that got to do with this? Look upon your Hitai-ite. Kankuro did so and saw a Kikaichu on it. His eyes widened. This is a. Indeed, that is a female Kikaichu, attached to you during your shock from my use of Kawarimi. As he turned around, he said, I win. Kankuro cursed and blacked out from chakra exhaustion. Genma appeared at the stadium and announced, Shosha, Aburame Shino. As applause greeted the winner, Genma announced next fight, Nara Shikamaru vs. Sabaku no Tamari. While Kankuro was carried away and Shino was going up the stairs, Tamari jumped on her fan and floated down to the stadium and Shikamaru rubbed his shoulders, saying, troublesome, I have to fight a girl, again. But, he was caught off guard when Naruto lightly pushed him down the fighter's box. As Shikamaru stood up and muttered about troublesome blondes, Naruto said, this would be a good exercise, Shikamaru. Think about this, your mother's watching you. Shikamaru slightly paled and looked at the audience. True enough, Nara Yoshino looked at him with a smile. But, this smile holds double meaning. On one hand, it means, good luck in your fight. On the other hand, it means, give up without a fight and you're gonna get it. Single quote. Shikamaru whispered, troublesome. Then, he looked at his opponent. Sabaku no Tamari was looking at him with a sensority smirk and a calculative eye. Her battle fan is open and right behind her. Tamari said, come on, Nara. I ain't got all day. He said his catchphrase again, as Genma started the match, before he looked around and assessed the situation. Darn it, there aren't many advantages to go on here. Arg, I would have to make my own advantages. He grabbed a couple of kunai rigged with explosive tags and threw one at Tamari's right and the other directly at her. Tamari smirked before she blew them away with her fan. Both kunai headed at the wall above Shikamaru. He gave a small, troublesome, before the tags exploded and sent rubble down towards him. Dust covered him from everyone else's view. Suddenly, there was an exclamation of, Kajibari no Jutsu, Shadow Needles technique. A single thick shadow extended from the dust before it split into smaller branches and detached from the ground, intent on hitting Tamari. She narrowed her eyes. She jumped to the side as the first needle slammed down on her. She then ran around the stadium, dodging the needles that kept on slamming down on her position. However, some shadows came out of the ground and tried to pierce her. Having had enough, she jumped on one needle and used it to jump higher. Then, she whipped her fan and said, Futon, Shinkaha. A gust of wind was summoned from her fan and turned into some sort of wind blade that headed towards the dust cloud. The shadow barrage suddenly ended as the wind blade collided with the dust cloud. Tamari landed and watched the cloud disperse. When it did, she was not surprised to see no one there. Turning her head towards the trees at her left where Shikamaru was, she said, come on, Nara. Is that all you got? He sighed as he sat by the roots of the tree behind him. He looked up, gazing up at the clouds as the sun was hidden by the part of the stadium wall he was in. I envy those clouds. They're up there, flying so carefree in the sky. Tamari clicked her tongue and sent a large gust of wind towards Shikamaru, saying, Futon, Kamedachi. Another dust cloud covered Shikamaru from view before a small beam of shadow extended from the wall's shadow and dashed towards Tamari. She was surprised but quick. She jumped away from it and landed just as it ended a few feet from her. She smirked. Say it has a limit. She drew a line with her fan and gave a thought. The length of his shadow can only go as far as his normal shadow's surface area. And by adding it to the shadow near him, he can lengthen it even more. Given the surface area of his normal shadow and the shadow of the wall, the length of his shadow can only go 15 meters and 32 centimeters. Then, Shikamaru sighed and formed a circle with his fingers. Kurenai was confused. I've never seen a seal like that before. Asuma chuckled. That is no seal. It just means that Shikamaru is planning ahead. She raised a brow. He can do that. He is one of the Nara, the smartest clan in Konoha. I tested Shikamaru with an IQ test and he has an IQ of 200. Her eyes widened. That's impossible. His grades at the academy don't show that. Yeah, well, he said it was too troublesome to even lift his pen so he just slept through it. Back then, I didn't even know it. I only noticed it when we played shogi and I kept on losing to him. Shikamaru lowered his hands and became somewhat serious. As Tamari fired another powerful wind jutsu, he hid behind a tree and took out a kunai. A few seconds later, a kunai whizzed past the trees and towards Tamari. She sneered at the attempt and parried it away. Following through, she sent a powerful wind gale towards the trees where Shikamaru is. As a result, Shikamaru jumped high and stuck to the wall. And, avoiding the continuous wind gale, he ran all the way around to the random holes in the ground. Tamari narrowed her eyes with suspicion before she jumped away from them, landing just in front of the rubble pile. I know your plan, Nara. Shikamaru returned narrowed eyes with narrowed eyes. I'm running out of chakra. I only one more use of my cage jutsus before I faint from exhaustion. I better make it count. Making a hand seal, he said, Kage main no jutsu. His shadow extended, dodged the various holes in the ground and went towards Tamari, who smirked. She slammed her fan down on the ground and flung it open, hiding behind it. I can use a K's bunshin to draw his attention and when he's open, I'll get him. But as she was about to form the seal, she froze. What? I can't move. How? She felt herself standing up. She then looked at Shikamaru, who released a sigh. He said, "You look confused." Temari said, "How did you bind me?" Shikamaru slowly turned his head back, forcing Temari to do the same. Her eyes widened when she saw a shadow extending from beneath a medium-sized rock. "Impossible. How could you reach here?" Shikamaru had his leg sweep nothing behind him, but Temari's removed the rock to expose a hole beneath it. He said, "A sewing needle pierces a cloth twice to sew. You didn't count the Kajbari, did you? As one enters, one leaves. But there was one who didn't come up below you. I had that one pierce through that spot. Then, I just feigned helplessness to lull you into a sense of false security. Then, I ran to these holes so that you would think that I would use them to sneak up on you from behind. Luckily, your sensoritiness paid off." Temari gritted her teeth as Shikamaru had her walk towards him, as he did the same. Then, both raised their hands. But everyone was shocked when Shikamaru said, "All right, I give up." Temari asked, "What? Why would you?" "I wasted enough chakra using the Kajbari no Jutsu and Kage Main no Jutsu. Frankly, I only have enough chakra to hold on to this technique for 10 seconds, tops." Genma announced, "Well, winner by forfeiture, Sabaku no Temari." As Shikamaru released the Kage Main on Temari, he rubbed his shoulders as he went back up to the fighter's box. Temari looked appalled at first before she shook it off, took her fan, and flew back to the box, joining her siblings. Genma then announced, "Next, would Omoi and Chikyu Unmei come down?" Both did so. "All right, prepare yourselves, and begin." Omoi took out his sword while Chikyu formed hand seals and said, "Doden, Kuroba, Earth Release, Black Blade." Then, he put his hand on the ground, which shifted, and pulled out an obsidian black blade. He brandished it and ended in a stance. Chikyu said, "On guard, Omoi-san." Both charged at each other and clashed blades. They broke deadlock and Omoi raised his blade high and slashed down. Chikyu raised his blade and blocked it. As he pushed it away, Chikyu quickly turned around and kicked Omoi in the face, narrowly avoiding the nose. Omoi flipped back and recovered to block it slash to the left. He circled the deadlock to the other side before he freed his left hand and backhanded Chikyu in the face. Chikyu released the deadlock, managed to compose himself, and slashed diagonally, blocking Omoi's downward slash. Chikyu pushed Omoi away so that he can stand up fully and threw a number of shuriken at him. Omoi dodged them and dashed towards Chikyu. Once within range, he said, "Kumo Ryu Mikazukigiri." He gave a wide slash that Chikyu narrowly blocked due to the strength of the blow. As Chikyu managed to secure himself, he ran towards Omoi, throwing a bunch of kunai at him. Omoi parried the kunai and quickly blocked the strike from Chikyu. But, he was unprepared for the punch to his face. As Omoi flew to the stadium wall, Chikyu stabbed his sword on the ground, made quick-paced hand seals and said, "Doden, Ryusa Earth Style, Quicksand." Once Omoi hit the wall and descended to the ground, he began sinking. He recovered and managed to remove both his hands and make hand seals. When he finished, he slammed his hands back into the quicksand and said, "Raiden, Bakuhatsu Shogeki, Lightning Style, Explosive Shock." The ground he was in exploded with electricity as Omoi gritted his teeth in pain but managed to escape the quicksand. As he lamented the loss of his blade, he held out his hand and said, "Raiden no Yeba, Blade of Lightning." Lightning coated his hand and formed into a guard-less blade. He whipped it to the side and charged at Chikyu, who did the same. As more clashes occurred between elemental blades, the Kage gazed up on the Hokage mountain, where a small dot was on the head of the Sandaime Hokage's head. Focusing his sight upon it, he saw the dot move in a particular pattern that signaled that everything was set. He gave a discreet shake of the head, showing that he wants to wait a little longer. With a shake of the hand, he sent a signal to the dot to add more to the plan as the fight goes on. The dot understood and vanished. Omoi pushed Chikyu's blade away and slashed at him, sending a small shock to his nerves. Chikyu fell to the ground as the shock finally reached his spine, paralyzing him. He narrowed his eyes at Omoi before he conceded defeat. Genma announced, "Shosha, Omoi." As everyone applauded the show of swordsmanship, Omoi and Chikyu returned to the fighter's box. Then, he said, Would Kinyuta Dosu and Sabaku no Gara come down to the arena? Everyone was quite stumped when Dosu said, I forfeit. Upon asking the reason, Dosu said, my attacks would prove fruitless against an opponent with sand manipulation. Genma nodded and gave victory to Gara. The Kazekage narrowed his eyes and had one of his subordinates take him for his desired jutsu. His death would further the ambition of Orochimaru, the strongest of the Sannin, as he so believed, the man who would become God. Genma said, for the last battle of the preliminary round, would Rock Lee and Uchiha Sasuke come down to the arena? As both came down to the fighting grounds, the Kazekage leaned forward, intent on surveying his, Sasuke-kun's, match with great interest. The other four noticed and frowned. He didn't seem interested when his sons and daughter fought but showed interest when a foreign shinobi fights a fellow foreign shinobi. Rock Lee's eyes flared with determination. Yosh, Sasuke-kun, let us have this fight with our great flames of youth. Sasuke raised a brow before grunting and activating his Sharingan. Whatever, Lee, let's just fight. As Lee charged, Sasuke's eyes flashed to his side and ducked under an overhead kick. Following through, Sasuke went for a sweep kick towards Lee's remaining leg. Lee was swept off his feet but recovered and put his hands on the ground and pushed himself away from Sasuke. Sasuke watched Lee land and dashed towards him. He dodged a punch to his chest and kicked Lee. Lee countered by placing his other hand to block the kick and followed through by slamming his elbow on his knee. Sasuke anticipated it and quickly twisted his body around to allow the back of his knee to meet Lee's elbow, thus, removing the risk of fracture, regardless of the pain. Sasuke flinched as the elbow made contact. That censoring hurts. Putting his hands on the ground, he exerted his efforts on his hips and twisted around, making Lee lurch forward. Sasuke locked his legs around Lee's neck, but he was too fast. Immediately after Lee landed on the ground, he rolled away and stood up. Sasuke frowned and stood as well. Both stared at each other before Lee put a hand to one of his leg warmers and took out a pair of nunchucks. Twirling it around him like Bruce Lee, the nunchuck went to his right hand while its match went under his armpit. Rock Lee's remaining hand outstretched Bruce Lee's stance with a nunchuck. Sasuke narrowed his Sharingan eyes before his hand went to his back. However, as he was about to unleash some sort of weapon, a voice within his mind spoke. Steady your arm, child. In times of war, such weapons are to be kept secret and only to be released as a last resort. Your opponent's weapon is nothing short of common. Yours is not. This would arouse suspicion and focus all attention on how you came to learn such knowledge. It would be best for you to analyze your opponent's movements and react accordingly. Yes, I understand. Forgive me for my impulse, master. You are forgiven, but do not forget this valuable lesson. Sasuke lowered his hand and drew a kunai. Naruto and the high-level shinobi narrowed their eyes. Sasuke seemed to want to draw something on his back but something stopped him. Instead, he drew a kunai. Something was helping him and it was unknown. Lee didn't seem to notice and charged at him. Sasuke's eyes flashed and he began dodging Lee's attack with ease. Then, Sasuke jumped back and threw a kunai at him. And while Lee blocked the kunai, Sasuke formed hand seals and said, Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. He breathed out a large fireball towards Lee. Lee jumped over the fireball and was surprised when Sasuke was in front of him, fist drawn back to punch him. As Lee crashed to the ground, the fireball was approaching the Lee-filled crash site. Sasuke landed and kept his eye on his opponent. Suddenly, a large outburst of chakra dispelled the fireball completely. Sasuke narrowed his eyes to avoid blinding himself with the intense chakra. A figure slowly stood from the site and walked forward. It was Lee with a tornado of chakra swirling around him. Every Jonin-level shinobi had widened eyes. Kakashi turned to Guy and harshly said, You taught him the 8 gates. Insert explanation. Sasuke suddenly had widened eyes as Lee suddenly appeared behind him, leg outstretched. He felt a sharp blow to his head and fly towards the tree. Lee wasn't finished and appeared above the tree mess, fist held back to punch. However, he was caught off guard when a log met his fist and he felt 2 feet slam into his back. And he was slammed into the ground. Following through, Sasuke grabbed the back of Lee's jumpsuit, threw him up into the air, and, as Lee fell, performed a difficult leg move and kicked Lee towards the wall, shouting, Kazuguruma, windmill. Sasuke panted as he nursed his sore head. That kick was powerful to destroy rock. Thank goodness I had the good mindset to protect myself with chakra. Lee slowly stood up with nothing more than a stream of blood going down his head. The fight continued on, until a series of large explosions occurred in key structures in Konoha. Sarutobi held wide eyes filled with horror before a large, purple barrier covered the cage booth. And the cage suddenly jumped off his chair and onto the farthest wall of the barrier. He shed his robe to show Orochimaru in his grinning glory. The invasion of Konoha has begun. As the explosions finally set in the audience's minds, a ton of feathers slowly fell from the sky and the audience was put to sleep. There was a chorus of "Kai," and the ninjas in the audience remained awake. Naruto narrowed his eyes as another explosion, this time, on the cage box appeared. Multiple clouds of smoke appeared outside the village walls and a number of multi-headed snakes sieged the walls. Looking down at the stadium, he saw the Sand Trio run off towards the village. He accessed his mental communication with Kyuubi. "Kyuubi, the Sabakus are leaving the stadium, go with Makoto and Haku to catch them." He heard a reply, "I got it, we're en route." Looking up, he saw Orochimaru quickly grab Sarutobi and jump off to one of the higher roofs. Just as the other cages were about to jump after them, a large cluster of Suna and Oto ninjas surrounded them and attacked them. They quickly destroyed the ninjas and were almost too late to join Orochimaru, just as a purple barrier arose, encasing them all. Naruto raised a brow as he spied the four corners of the barrier, which was maintained by four certain individuals. That must be the sound four that Kin told me about. They must be mentally controlled as I can't see any sign of rebellion. And that barrier seems more powerful than what I read from Ka-san's book. It seems more evil. Even the Jinchuriki can't get through it. Kel'Thuzad suddenly piped in. "I sense powerful shamanic energies empowering the barrier and holding the four as slaves to the caster, and its source seems to be this Orochimaru character." Minato blinked. "Shamanic, you say? Given Orochimaru's enthusiasm for knowledge, I'm not surprised. However, I am curious as to where he found the knowledge." Naruto watched as the Jinchuriki gave up trying to pierce the barrier and jumped off to help Konoha instead. Wherever he found it, I'm sure that those four will have the answer. Though, I have a question. Where is the fifth? He jumped off towards the barrier. The other three cage watched as Sarutobi calmly stared back into the eyes of the cage. Sarutobi said, "Now that you have all cage isolated, Orochimaru, what is your plan?" Orochimaru smirked and said, "I plan to keep you busy while I destroy Konoha." A said, "Don't think that you will succeed. If you haven't noticed, there are 7 Jinchuriki against your sole Aikibi Jinchuriki." Orochimaru gave a soft cackle. "Oh, I have a more destructive force than the trash of an Aikibi Jinchuriki. Your forces will be in for a surprise." A suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru, but he was surprised when Orochimaru simply vanished, letting Sarutobi go. As Orochimaru reappeared at the end of the barrier, A asked, "Only Namikaze Minato is able to perceive my speed and dodge me. Not even you could have a chance. How did you manage to dodge my attack?" Orochimaru grinned madly. "Did you notice something within you when you were encased in this barrier?" Onoki narrowed his eyes before they widened and he said, "This barrier severely weakened us." "Good, you noticed that quickly." "That's correct. I modified this barrier to decrease your performance and increase my own. In essence, I am absorbing your potential power." Sarutobi narrowed his eyes as he said, "Where did you get something like that?" "That is a secret, sensei." Then, he ducked under a kick from the Mizukage before he grabbed the hovering limb and threw her towards the group. Mizukage-san, it wouldn't do to be hasty." Opening his mouth to draw his blade, he said, "Why don't we start this match?" The Sound Four wordlessly raised their arms towards the direction of the fight and another barrier arose, protecting them from the fight. The Sand siblings are currently going towards the center of Konoha. And Gaara suddenly stopped and grabbed his head and muttered, "Mother is hungry, she thirsts for blood." Temari and Konkuro cursed, "It's not yet time to release her." A thump alerted them to a new arrival. Turning to the source, they saw a woman with blonde hair and dark eyes. The woman smirked, "Looky what we have here. I spy with my feline eyes 3 measly genin who have lost their way." Temari and Konkuro immediately went into their fighting stances. The blonde flicked a strand of hair back and said, I have no interest in you two mice. I want to fight the Jinchuriki. In a blur of movement, she was between the two eldest siblings and kicked them away, leaving her and Gaara alone. Now then, why don't we let loose, kid? Gaara looked at her with crazed eyes before he yelled out and charged at her with his sand. At the village wall, Ibiki and his fellow guard ninjas are fighting against the army of three-headed snakes. And they are currently losing. Ibiki shouted, don't let up. We must defeat these abominations and protect Konoha. A loud shout from above alerted Ibiki to a new arrival. The shout was, Kuchiyos. Sandai Gama, summoning, 3 great toads. 3 large clouds of smoke appeared from above and whatever came out of it squashed 3 of the 13 snakes. That, whatever, were 3 large toads with varying weapons. The first, and seemingly leader of the lot, has rusty red skin, dark red markings around the eyes, and a scar on his left eye. On his mouth was a smoking pipe and on his back was a large tonto. The second was a magenta-skinned toad with black markings along the arms, legs, and eyes, and horn-like things on the head. His weaponry consisted of a shield and a pole-like weapon, Sasumata. The third held aqua skin and 2 katanas on the back. An orange sash was around the waist and 2 circular markings covered the shoulders. A large person dropped in front of Ibiki. He had spiky white hair that reaches his thighs, has a red overcoat, and a large scroll on his back. Performing a wild pose, he shouted, people, prepare to be amazed. No need to fear, the mighty Jiraiya is here. Ibiki would have deadpanned at the entrance but the situation doesn't call for it, so he said, Jiraiya-sama, you came at a good time. I don't know how long we can hold out against these snakes. Jiraiya frowned. Neither Orochimaru nor his forces have the necessary chakra to make these abominations in such a large amount. He must have used some special jutsu that strengthens him greatly. I'll help you against them, Ibiki. Ibiki nodded and thanked him. Just then, several explosions rocked the gates as, to Jiraiya's and Ibiki's shock, the Ikibi to Hachibi, minus Sanbi, appeared. The head toad, Gamabunta, looked at the closest Biju, the Rokubi, as he sliced through 2 heads of his opponent. This is the first time I'm seeing a gathering of Biju. Nevertheless, they will help tip the scales in our favor. However, as if Murphy's Law was in effect, more creatures arose from the depths. This time, they were absolutely horrifying. Having an assortment of creatures with red, gray, and brown skin, these creatures mutated and titanic forms began holding off the other Biju. Oh shit, Kyuubi, Haku, and Makoto looked up at the battle up above in awe. Makoto asked, what are those things? Kyuubi replied, those look like the orcs that I once read in Arthas' library in Naruto-kun's mind. But somehow I smell 2 different scents on each of them, one human, one, something monstrous yet natural at the same time. Looking towards the fight where the Nibi no Bakeneko was fighting against the Ikibi no Shukaku, she said, well, since Nibi has got the fight with Ikibi handled, you two help the other ninjas in the village. I'll see if I can defeat some of those orc-like giants. Makoto and Haku nodded before they jumped off. Kyuubi stared up at the titanic forms before she showed great leg strength and jumped on top of the head of one of the weryorks. Giving a feral grin, she raised a fist and slammed it down on its head, causing a very deep hole that penetrated it all the way to the heart. As the weryork slowly fell due to both brain and heart attacks, Kyuubi jumped on the head of another and restarted her assault. Sasuke looked up in awe at the Nibi and Ikibi battling up high. So, these are the Biju. What terrifying chakra! If it wasn't for my training, I would have fallen from the heavy amount of chakra that littered the area. The same voice from before spoke again. Do you see these creatures, Sasuke? The Biju are mere spawns from a larger being that the Lich King has summoned from the demon realm. That is how powerful he is, and how powerful I am. We are evenly matched. Those orc abominations that fight against the other Biju and those toads will not last long against the combined might of the Biju. And the chakras that they are emitting are mere strands that have diverted from their original destination. Thank you, Sensei, for your teachings. But what do I do now? With my power as it is, I am no match for a battle between 2 Biju. Search for an opening. This time, this was spoken by a hissing, female voice. Power is nothing. if not used wisely. See those two ants who are attempting to damage both Ikibi and Nibi. Sasuke spied Temari and Kankuro fruitlessly trying to find a way to control the situation. That is an example of a foolish use of power. They do not assess the situation. They do not recognize that a fight between demons is not something to interrupt, lest they be killed in the crossfire. You are a ninja, Sasuke. Act like it. Sasuke thanked her for the advice and looked at the fight. There was no sign of a possible weakness that he can manipulate in Nibi. However, as he gazed upon the Ikibi, he saw a sleeping Gaara on the creature's head. There's the weak spot. Looking around for a good slinging device, he saw an antenna in one of the roofs. He smirked and used chakra on his feet to dash towards the antenna. Once he reached it, he grabbed the top and began spinning around it. Once he reached enough momentum, he let go towards the direction of Gaara. As Sasuke surprised both Ikibi and Nibi with his stunt, Sasuke took advantage of it and gave a chakra-enhanced kick to Gaara's face. As the sand creature slowly dissolved, Niyugito, who was in her Nibi form, shouted, "What was that for, Uchiha?" "That was my fight." Sasuke calmly landed on the top of a tree, looked at her, and said, "If you hadn't noticed, Neko," Yugito bristled, "your friends need your help over there." He jerked his head towards the group of snakes and warriors. "I will deal with the Sabaku trio. Focus on those beasts." Yugito glared at him before jumping off towards the other Biju. As Sasuke jumped down to start his fight with Gaara, Temari and Kankuro already met up with Gaara. Temari and Kankuro released their weapons and stood beside Gaara. Sasuke took out a kunai and said, "If you want to fight me, go ahead. But my fight is with the redhead, so don't get in my way." He suddenly dashed towards the trio, intent on winning this fight. Naruto stayed hidden from view as he saw Orochimaru fight against the Hokage with some degree of difficulty. After all, even when weakened, they still pack a punch. He stared at the Sound 4 and then at the barrier. It's an easy barrier, despite its enhancements. Its weakness is the spot where there is the least concentration, hence the top center of the barrier. Then, he noticed Orochimaru finally summon multiple coffins from the ground. Now, he knew that he should make his move. He jumped high, drawing Frostmourne. Orochimaru smirked at the surprised looks of his opponents and said, "Kuchiyos, Edo Tensai." Sarutobi finally remembered that particular jutsu and shouted, "No! Stop him!" Orochimaru shouted back, "Too late." The coffins slowly opened and a person left each of it. The first was a black-haired male who was wearing a red armor with a black shirt and pants underneath. The second had silver hair, blue armor, black shirt and pants, and head guards. And on his left hip, attached to his belt, was a cylindrical object. The third was a redhead woman, whose hair was tied into two buns with seal tags on them. She was wearing a regal kimono with various guards on her shoulders, limbs, and chest. On her forehead was a diamond and hidden on her sleeve was a kimono. The fourth, a woman, had an oval face, dark eyes, and a stoic expression on her face. Her hair was set up in a bun and her attire consisted of gray armor with black clothes underneath, like the first two. The fifth had spiky hair and a mask covering his lower face. His attire consisted of a purple robe that seemed to shout, "Power." The sixth person was a male with auburn hair, dark eyes, and a constant scowl on his face. The seventh seemed to be a spiky, blonde-haired man and the eighth, another redhead woman, but before they could take a step forward, they slowly dissolved into dust. Everyone looked surprised. Orochimaru shouted, "What?" The cage were frozen in shock and just stared at him raging about. Orochimaru immediately controlled himself and went stabbing the rest at the back of the resurrected people's heads with a sealed kunai. He fumed silently as he stared at the unmoving eyes of Abumizaku and Kinudadosu, the two sacrifices for the last two people of his jutsu. He sneered before he said, "Nevertheless, I don't need Minato-kun and Kushina-kun to defeat you. I'm perfectly content with the Shodai Hokage, Nadaime Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, Senju Toka, Nadaime Kazekage, and the Yondaime Kazekage." Toka slowly stared at her opponents and said, "I have been re-summoned to fight children." Tobirama's eyes swiveled onto her and he said, "Do not immediately compare our opponents with those you fought in the past, Toka. I can sense their power is overwhelming. They're not quite our level, but powerful all the same." Hashirama said, "Onoki, I see the years haven't been kind to you, you too, Sarutobi. Both elders nodded and Sarutobi said, I didn't want to fight you but, as you can see, we have no choice. Mito replied, strange powers seem to both strengthen and paralyze us while our controller put these seals on us. Orochimaru snarled, enough talk. Attack. A crack stopped all movement. Everyone looked up and a crash let them all brace themselves. Someone landed between the cage and Orochimaru's resurrected fighters. Upon closer inspection, it was Naruto, sheathing his blade. The barrier recovered above him. Everyone looked surprised at his arrival. Sarutobi asked, what are you doing here, Naruto? Naruto smirked and said, you looked like you needed my help, Tsurujiji. Mito frowned. A child managed to break through a powerful barrier, one that is somehow enhanced by an unknown ability. The Nadaime Kazekage, otherwise known as Kosa no Ribai, Ribai of the Sandstorm, stared at him, narrowing his eyes, but kept silent. Naruto felt Kushina's rage within him. Then, he said, Orochimaru of the Sannin. You look younger than I expected. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and replied, and you, Uzumaki Naruto, are more trouble than I realized. No matter, though, you are still no match for me and my army. Naruto smirked and said, do you know why your resurrection of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina failed? That got everyone's attention. Orochimaru snarled, what are you talking about? How do you even know them? Naruto ignored the question and instead said, their souls have already been taken. It surprised them all. Ribai's eyes gleamed in maddened triumph as Naruto bit his thumb and splattered it around him in a circle. He made a lot of seals and said, Chiden, Shishio Bunshin. The blood accumulated around him in 4 blots, which formed into 4 identical copies of Naruto. Even his tenants were curious about his intent now. After all, Naruto kept to himself for some of his training time. He gave a feral grin as he summoned a book and said, witness the reunion. Raising his free hand, he whispered the incantation, followed by, Akuridan, Tamashi Tenso, light style, soul transfer, self-explanatory. He heard the sounds of surprise from his tenants before they subsided. The 4 clones shivered as yellow, red, golden, and frosty blue chakra escaped from Naruto and went into each of the clones. As the chakra merged with the clones, their forms shifted into that of their respective chakra hosts. All 4 were surprised to finally see the world through their eyes. Minato said, Naruto, you. Naruto smirked. Orochimaru, respective cages, and the rest, may I present my fighting force. Orochimaru went wide-eyed as he shouted, impossible. Now then, shall we dance? Senju Hashirama is quite irritated and confused at the same time, irritated because he was spending some quality time with his wife before this, and confused because he senses 8 of the 9 Biju in his village. His eyes darted to the village square. Ikibi, through Kyubi, minus the Sanbi is here. Why? Then, he noted his opponents before seeing an armored individual. He said, you're the Lich King, aren't you? He saw everyone look surprised. The Lich King chuckled. Oh, someone knows of me. I'm touched. Hashirama replied, how could I not when they spoke so highly of you? Arthus raised a shadowed brow in confusion. They? Who? Ah, so when did the Biju tell you about me? That surprised all but the 2 speakers. A few days before I let them go into the other villages, he replied. Tobirama looked at his brother through the corner of his eye and said, brother, what are you talking about? This is a secret that I've kept from everyone, per their request. When I captured all 9 Biju, I was curious about them and decided to go to where they were, where I was currently restraining them. Naturally, they were cold fishes. It took me some amount of time before they started opening up to me. His eyes misted in reminiscence. I visited them regularly, during my free time, keeping our conversations secret to avoid any unwanted attention. After all our meetings, I asked them if they wanted to be free. They accepted, but in their own way. Orochimaru was intrigued. The Shodai Hokage was the first person who could hold a decent conversation with the 9 Biju. Oh, the possibilities are endless. Oh, what do you mean by that, Shodai Hokage? Hashirama sighed. They chose and willingly went to their future villages, according to their elemental advantage. They and I knew that the other cage would also decide the same, so there is no conflict of ideas. They also wished to see if there would another one like me, one who denied the barrier between human and demon, in these chosen lands. However, he gave a rare look of anger and disappointment. The words given to me by the Shinigami saddens me. I never should have complied with their wishes. Humans fear what they do not understand. Perhaps, I should have taken that to heart. He shook his head. Nevertheless, during our short time in secret, they told me of a small legend that happened even before their time. It told of a powerful being that is too powerful to be considered human and yet too much of flesh and blood to be considered a god. He was responsible for bringing the Biju into this world in the very far past. He was named the Lich King, recognized for his cold heart and aura of power. Orochimaru's eyes glinted in more desire. This is interesting. He grinned widely as he quickly stabbed all of the members of his resurrected army at their heads with his kunai, returning life into their bodies. Attack, but keep Naruto-kun alive. He can be a more powerful vessel after Sasuke-kun. All charged at them at the cage jumped to intercept them. But one person clashed with Hashirama. It was Arthas with Frostmourne that he grabbed from Naruto's belt. Well then, Arthus said, shall we start our dance of life and death then, Senju Hashirama? As Arthus led Hashirama away, Naruto shouted, don't send him too far. I've got something for him. Then, they all split away, with Naruto ignoring the departure of Kel'Thuzad from his body to join Ribai in the air. Yondaime Kazekage vs. Gadaime Mizukage. The cage of Kiri smirked as she arrived at a rooftop where the cage of Suna led her. This is my first fight with a Kazekage, she smiled at his passive face as she took a curtsy. I am the Gadaime Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Please take care of me. A brow twitched on his face. Are you flirting with me, woman? Oh, dear me, no, she put a hand to her mouth in a small laugh. I'm just greeting a fellow cage. You should do the same, no. From one cage to another, it would seem fair. Fine, he grumbled. He crossed his arms as he did a stiff bow. I am the Yondaime Kazekage, Sabaku no Kinsha. Dark rings formed around his eyes. Take care of me as well. So formal, she smirked as she formed hand seals immediately, shouted, Sweden, Tepodoma. Her cheeks bulged before she expelled numerous water balls at Kinsha. Kinsha's eyes scoured the area when his eyes found the massive beasts fighting in the distance. Upon seeing them, his eyes widened. Then, he immediately jumped high to avoid the water balls. He dodged more ordnance from Mei, who started to follow him around. Pouting, she exclaimed, you do know that running from a lady is rude, don't you? She then formed some seals and said, Yoden, Kazan Funka, lava style, volcanic eruption. Her cheeks bulged again. Then, aiming a few meters in front of Kinsha, she released a powerful blast of lava. Sensing it, Kinsha cursed as he was forced to stop just short of the lava blob in front of him. Turning to Mei, he muttered, I hate doing this. Raising his hands in one seal, he whispered, Sakin. He took a deep breath and released it around him. From his mouth emerged gold dust. Oh, Mei mused with a raised brow as she landed on an opposing rooftop. I finally get to see the fabled gold dust. Kinsha then redirected his gold dust beneath his feet to form a platform. As he rose to the skies, he crossed his arms, commanding the remaining sand to strike Mei. In response, she expertly jumped through various roofs to avoid them. Frowning, Kinsha followed after her while forming seals. Then, as he took a deep breath, he produced his jutsu, Fuden, Sakin aim, wind style, gold dust rain. Upon opening his mouth, gold dust slowly escaped it, only to suddenly shoot towards Mei, creating rapid and numerous damages to the houses. She knew that she couldn't outrun the shower forever, so she made seals and unleashed her jutsu, Yoden, Yokai no Jutsu. She quickly turned and stopped as her mouth expelled a continuous stream of lava, rapidly melting the gold bullets that were targeted at her. Seconds later, the lava shield started to crack, then it shattered just as Kinsha hovered nearer. Kinsha commented, odd that you elected to remain instead of taking the opportunity to escape while my eyes were on the lava shield instead of you. Mei gave a flirty smirk. As a woman, I consider it just as rude to leave a man. He narrowed his eyes. Nevertheless, he finalized, it would have been more strategically advantageous if you had left. He raised his hands and more gold dust rose behind him. I had just enough time to produce this much. Putting a hand to her cheek, she cooed, I hope those are all for me. No. It would be quite insulting if even a portion of those are saved for someone else. Brow twitching, he growled, that is downright misleading, woman. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. What indeed, he sighed. Bringing his hands down, the dust behind him then moved to devour May, who started to form hand seals in response. Kosa no Ribai vs. Kel'Thuzad. I never imagined that there still exists a faction not loyal to the Lich King, Kel'Thuzad hummed in thought. Most of all, I never expected such a young and weak necromancer like you rose to become powerful enough to become a leader of a village, Malkos. Reba darkly chuckled as his form was engulfed in flames. When it cleared, it revealed a skeletal figure robed in black, torn lich clothing, like Kel'Thuzad. Moreover, over the black robe was a white, torn haori with the kanji for, two. I still remember the words you spoke to me that day, Kel'Thuzad. You told me that my continuous failures made me a liability to the scourge. That's why I resolved to prove you wrong. While you and your pathetic lord were fighting that pesky alliance, he didn't notice the temperature dropping. I was getting stronger, even going so far as to force my way into the forbidden tones to reach that goal. Finally, I became strong that I broke off from your bitch king's control completely. When I noticed that your fortress was going past the seas, I followed you here. I then assimilated and joined the natives' culture, rising to become their Nadaim Kazekage. His skull shifting to form a smirk, he continued, I now have the power to control the Biju. Soon, I shall end you and that fool you call Lord. Growling in power, he snapped, You dare to target the Lord Arthas. Do not make me laugh. You are a far cry from reaching his power. However, I will not give you the liberty of living long enough to do so. Those who insult my lord shall cease to exist the moment their mouths spout such insults. Without warning, his arms were raised and ice spears slowly appeared around him before he shot them towards Malkos. The opposing lich sneered before he swiped the air with his left hand. Immediately, the spears shattered. He opened his mouth and some particles slowly crept out of it. With a grin, he hissed, My two successors are similar to me. All three of us researched on the Ikibi and produced our particular brand of particle weaponry. With my successors Satetsu and Saken, I present to you Keshatsubu crystal particle. Raising his hands, he willed the crystals to swarm towards Kel'Thuzad. Without hesitating, Kel'Thuzad started to fly through the air, dodging the crystals. Quickly flying around a water tank, he raised his hands, causing a powerful jet of frost to appear from them, freezing the crystals headed towards him. This had the effect of forcefully carving a path between him and Malkos. Malkos quickly flew to the side to avoid Kel'Thuzad's tackle. Turning to him, he opened his mouth and shot a large amount of fire at him. Stopping and turning, Kel'Thuzad pointed both palms at the fire and unleashed an ice beam that clashed with the flame. Without a break, Kel'Thuzad commanded the chains tied around his body towards his arms. Two sets of chain heads peeked from his sleeves and he shot them right into the cross of ice and fire. Toka Senju vs. Onoki and Hiruzen. I fail to see why this would be a fair fight, Toka softly murmured as she faced the two oldest cages alive. Think that 2-on-1 is unfair, young Senju, Onoki asked. I might have to agree with you. She gave a small laugh. I've faced worse odds more times than I can count. What is unfair is that I, a ninja brought out by my cousins Edo Tensai and in full use of my arsenal, am fighting against two elders. I respect the elderly as much as my cousins do and I find it insulting that you elders were sent to face an enemy instead of imparting your wisdom to the next generation. I don't know if I should be insulted or not, the Tsuchikage commented. Well, Sarutobi replied, Sensei always said that his cousin was not one to keep major opinions to herself. Just take it as a simple statement. He then became serious. He bit his thumb, placed some blood on his other palm, made some hand seals, and slammed his hand on the ground. A large monkey emerged from the smoke and Toka blinked. I see, you're Hiruzen, she said. She then looked at Onoki. And you must be the one known as Onoki, the student of Mu the Null Man. Hashirama and Tobarama spoke highly of you too. I suppose it wouldn't be too bad if I fought against two powerful ninja. Sarutobi, the monkey spoke. I don't recognize this woman. Who is this enemy? She's Senju Toka, one of the best genjutsu users in history. She's been brought back by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. I knew letting that monster live would bite you in the ass. He snorted. Whatever, what's done is done. He then transformed into a staff and Sarutobi grabbed it. Toka gave a small bow and said, "Shall we begin?" Then, she whipped out her hands at the side, where two kunai emerged. She first slowly walked towards them before starting into a run. Onoki put his hands in front of him and said, "Jinten, Genkei Hakuri no Jutsu." A white sphere within a translucent cube appeared in his hands and started to grow in size. Knowing that it would take time to channel, Sarutobi rushed forward and clashed with her. Separating, he then went for a sideward attack with his staff. Toka raised her armored arm to block it and retaliated by using her free hand to slash at him. Sarutobi then also raised his armored arm to block, but he was unprepared when she grasped both the staff and his arm and put both her feet to his chest to kick him away. As she landed, she threw both kunai at him. Recovering just in time, he sent both weapons flying. Just then, a glowing cube went past his shoulder to Toka. When it was a few meters from her, it suddenly expanded and Toka, as she jumped away, got her lower half cut off. As she slowly reformed, Onoki and Sarutobi didn't allow her the time to do so and worked on more hand seals. Onoki raised his hands and rocks broke from around him and circled him in a ring. Then, he quickly sent them one by one towards Toka, Doden, Ukiwagen no Jutsu. Sarutobi, on the other hand, put a hand to his mouth and spewed flames, Kaden, Karyu Enden. The flame stream shifted to a dragon's head and split off into the right, left, and front. Snapping open her eyes and suddenly reforming, Toka jumped and flipped backwards to create some distance. Then, she grasped the katana by her side and slashed in a wide arc, producing a very powerful gust of wind that dispelled the fire and blew away the rocks. Quickly sheathing her blade, she made some quick seals and finished the clap. Closing her eyes, she whispered, "Genjutsu, Senbon Sakura." Sakura petals appeared out of nowhere and surrounded her in a tornado. Lowering her hands, she raised her hands towards the two and some of the petals zoomed towards them. Narrowing his eyes, Onoki put his hands in a release seal and said, "Kai." "It is pointless," Toka coolly stated. "I am unequaled in genjutsu. Do you know why? They cannot be dispelled by normal means." "Worth a shot," he replied before he flew straight up to avoid the blossoms. Sarutobi, in the meantime, started making hand seals and was already announcing his jutsu, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He took out a single shuriken and threw it at the incoming petals. Applying his jutsu, there now was a large number of shuriken intercepting the petals. The shuriken then clashed with the petals, sending most of them to the floor. And the rest that passed through was also stopped as soon as they reached the tornado of petals around Toka. Afterwards, more of the petals zoomed towards the two-elder cage. Raising his adamantine staff, he started to spin it in front of him, establishing contact with the petals. "Sarutobi," Enma's voice shouted from the staff, "watch it. Some of those things are sharp." True enough, some of the petals seemed to be swatted away, causing small scratches on the staff, while the rest phased through his staff. He quickly stopped and jumped away, just as he felt usage of chakra from Onoki. Above them, Onoki smirked as some sort of white circle appeared on his forehead in a slightly glowing ellipse, in a manner similar to an eye. "Jinten, Chimei Shisen, Dust Release, Deadly Sight." Sarutobi immediately landed on the ground and said, "Doden, Mogaragakure no Jutsu." He was swallowed up by the earth just as Onoki unleashed his jutsu. From the eye burst a spotlight of chakra that disintegrated the petals, the buildings in the jutsu's line of sight, and Toka. When the jutsu ended, the Tsuchikage slowly descended to the ground, panting heavily. The patch of earth beneath him opened and the Hokage emerged from it. Onoki frowned as he saw some debris going towards a point. So it seems that even when the whole body's disintegrated, the Edo Tensei will not end. He sighed. "I really should have ended Orochimaru back then." He jumped towards the reforming Toka. "Come on, we should hold her down until Naruto accomplishes what he's planning with them." Uzumaki Mito vs. Uzumaki Kushina and Alexandros Mograine. "Kushina," Mito softly uttered, "you've grown into a truly fine woman. At the very least, It makes me happy that one of the Kyuubi's succeeding containers is treated well, despite such well-being is caused by ignorance of your status. Mito-sama, Kushina replied, I'm sorry that you were brought back this way. I promise that we will end Orochimaru's control over you. Of that I have no doubt. Oh, yes, she looked to the other redhead, we haven't been properly introduced. She gave a small bow. I am Uzumaki Mito. And I am Alexandros Mograine. He returned the bow before he flourished the Ashbringer, your clan's descendant from a long past. Then I suppose that there is some merit to being resurrected by the Edo Tensei, if I am blessed enough to meet my Jinchuriki successor and my clan ancestor. Then, despite her wearing a kimono, she dropped to a fighting stance. But please stop me, I cannot control my actions. She then charged at the two. Narrowing her eyes, Kushina ran to meet her. Both of the Uzumaki's hands were outstretched in a punch, and when they connected, it created a powerful shockwave that blew away minor objects. They split apart and Kushina started to form seals. Putting a hand to her mouth, she said, Sweden, Mizu Tatsumaki, water style, water tornado. A massive tornado of water emerged from her mouth and went towards Mito. In response, Mito quickly started to write in the air, her motions leaving a bright blue chakra imprint. Finishing her work, she slammed a hand onto the middle of the ceiling array and the water tornado was blocked by the array. Then, as her hand closed into a fist, the whole tornado was reflected back to its user at twice the speed. Alexandros immediately stepped forward and used Ashbringer to slice it in half. As the water split apart, he watched as Mito started another seal in the air. Finishing it, she once again slammed her hand onto it, sending the seal towards the duo. A paralysis seal, Kushina realized as she created a clone to take the blow. Upon impact, the seal covered the clone's whole body and covered her. She took out a pen and paper to write on it. As she was writing, Mito grasped the earth beneath her and, with an excellent display of strength, lifted a large chunk of rock and threw it at them. Alexandros acted and sliced the incoming object and expected Mito to be right behind it. That tactic is way too obvious, young Mito. He made to slash at her and was surprised when Mito held out both her hands and caught the blade. She was not without injury, however, as the force of the slash reached her torso and made her release the blade. Landing on a nearby wall, she lowered a hand to the surface and raised her other in a half-tiger seal, Omosafuan weight seal. Immediately, Alexandros felt Ashbringer become heavy and he strained to keep it raised. Sorry for the trouble, Kushina said, approaching the heavy blade and releasing it. I've finished my seals. She looked at Mito with a sigh. Mito-sama truly is frightening. She is the greatest of Uzushio's Fuinjutsu users, the only one able to write seals in midair with chakra alone. Yes, I noticed that, he replied as he hefted his blade over his shoulder. He eyed the writing on the paper in Kushina's hands. I assume that your seal will immobilize her, long enough for young Naruto to fulfill his plans. She nodded. But I highly doubt that the commands programmed into Mito-sama will allow us that easily. With that said, I will need an opening. You shall have it. Senju Tobirama vs. Namikaze Minato and A. What are the names of the people fighting me, then? Tobirama asked. I am Namikaze Minato. The blonde stepped forward and bowed. I'm the Yondaime Hokage. A. Yondaime Raikage, the other blonde added. Tobirama raised a brow. A Raikage and a Hokage fighting together, he mused. This is surprising, considering the actions of Kumo's criminals. The actions of Kinkaku and Ginkaku were their own, Ace said. We have nothing to do with their involvement during the Konoha Kumo meeting. Be that as it may, I would have expected at least some hostility between you two. There is some hostility, Minato spoke to him, but it is not because of the attack on you and the Nadaime Raikage. The white-haired Senju remained silent for a while. Then, he said, why are ninjas from Kumo in Konoha because of that hostility? In fact, why are all 4 Kage in Konoha? B and Yugito wouldn't shut up about something in Konoha. And their Biju wouldn't talk about why. Besides, my ninjas are in the chunin exams as well. I might as well see their progress. Biju. He murmured. I'll get the full explanation later. My body is starting to move. Putting his hands up for a seal, he said, Sweden, Suiryuden no Jutsu. Seconds later, Water appeared out of nowhere and bolted towards the two fastest men in history in the shape of a dragon. Minato replied by forming his own seals, Futon, Rinkuden. He expelled a wind ball that collided with the water dragon. On impact, the dragon exploded. A immediately followed through by charging towards Tobirama. The Senju countered by raising his hands into a one seal and saying, Sweden, Sujineki. Water burst from the ground and covered him in a dome. Upon hitting the dome, A was surprised to find that his arm didn't pierce the water even slightly. Then, the water seemed to lock his hand completely in place. Within, Tobirama said next, Sweden, Kokosujin. The water dome collapsed and coalesced beneath his feet. Then, Tobirama stepped forward and put a hand to A's chest, to allow him leverage to jump very high. Without warning, it erupted, sending A upward after Tobirama. Turning around, the Nadaime Hokage held out his right arm, where water appeared in a swirling vortex. As A neared him, his water-encased fist descended onto him. However, both Tobirama and A were surprised to see a yellow flash appear between them. It was Minato, with his signature Rasengan in his right hand. He raised his hand to meet Tobirama's and there was a powerful concussion that occurred. Minato quickly poured more power into his Rasengan before Tobirama could, and the sphere overpowered the vortex and drilled into the opposing arm. Then, Minato turned his jutsu to Tobirama's head, blowing it apart. Following through, Minato raised his other hand and grasped Tobirama's armor to bring him towards A, who has already righted himself, and then took Tobirama off Minato's hands. Turning back to the ground, A plummeted with Tobirama in tow. As they neared the ground, he yelled his technique, Liger Bomb. The very impact itself caused a big crater to appear on the ground. A stood and looked down on the barely holding together Nadaime Hokage and scowled. That was way too easy. Indeed, was it not? Tobirama's voice reached his ears. Eyes wide, he quickly spun around, intent on hitting Tobirama with an electrified arm. However, it was blocked by Tobirama wordlessly summoning a water shield at his side. Surprise, he dryly commented. Immediately, water coated his arm and he laid a lightning-quick punch onto A's torso. The force of the water-encased hand sent him flying. Letting the water arm dissipate, he watched as the body in the crater explode in a cloud of smoke. Hearing someone land a few meters behind him, he quickly turned around and said, You use Hiraishin, huh? This'll be interesting. Tobirama lowered into a fighting stance. Let's see which of our Hiraishins are superior. Minato blinked. You use Hiraishin too, Nadaime-san. I didn't know. He bowed. It would be an honor to face off against the original user of the Hiraishin. Quite the respectful Hokage, aren't you? Tobirama smirked. This'll truly be interesting. Then, they both vanished into flashes of sliver and yellow. Senju Hashirama vs. Arthas Menethil, Mokuden Haijutsu. Jukai Koden, Hashirama exclaimed as numerous trees burst from the ground around him and headed towards Arthas. Frowning beneath his helmet, the Lich King held out a palm and a very large, green-colored barrier appeared in front of it. Once the trees hit the barrier, it very quickly shriveled up and disintegrated into dust. You need more than trees to catch me off guard, Hashirama. Continuing, Hashirama slammed both palms on the ground and added, Mokuden, Jubaku Iso. As Arthas landed on a patch of ground, trees burst around him and encased him tightly. And while it was doing so, his opponent just finished another technique, Mokuden, Mokusatsu Shibari no Jutsu. He then extended his hand towards the now decaying trees and pierced its surface. Within, Arthas was surprised upon more wooden appendages piercing the trees that temporarily imprisoned him and now bound him tightly, covering most of his body, except for his head, feet, and sword. Then past the tree prison, he heard Hashirama shout, Mokuden, Mokusei Nui no Jutsu, wood style, wooden sewing technique. Oh, hell no, Arthas thought to himself. I am not going to become a pincushion. Despite being immobile, the Lich King is not defenseless. He unleashed his power around him, immediately freezing the wood around him. As soon as he broke out of the wooden prison, sharp wooden tendrils burst from the ground and attempted to pierce him. However, Arthas' release of power immediately froze them as well. Thus, they shattered into pieces when it hit his thick armor. He grunted. They may be frozen, thus making them easy to break, but that did not mean that they didn't hurt. Readying Frostmourne, he gave a quick spin, shattering the prison. When the ice shards fell, Arthas caught Hashirama finishing his next jutsu, Mokudan, Mokuryu no Jutsu. Channeling his power to Frostmourne, he stabbed it to the ground and said, "To my side, Frost Wyrm." The earth rumbled beneath them and cracked open. Beneath Hashirama, a wooden, bipedal dragon slowly formed with him riding atop its head. Beneath Arthas, a quadruped skeletal dragon with a blue crystal for a heart roared to life. Both dragons glared at each other before their jaws opened to the sky. From Hashirama's dragon, bright yellow flames emerged from its mouth and flew high. From Arthas' dragon, a blue cloud of frost originated from the crystal heart and shot up to the mouth and beyond. Then, they released a powerful roar, a roar that made all freeze in terror. Any shinobi who saw the battle between the two went pale and wide-eyed at the power that was displayed. The houses and buildings weren't spared the moment they went outside the stadium. Then, the dragons spread their wings wide and they flapped, at first, making them levitate a few feet. Afterwards, they took the sky. With the Biju, 2 orcs were defeated at the same time by both of Yonbi's hands while another was crushed by his tails. Turning to the fallen enemy behind him, he said, "For all your brawn, you lack brains." Nearby, Rokubi melted a handful of her opponents with her acid with Nibi right behind her, slashing at an approaching orc with ferocious force. Then, she snarled as she spat fireballs at the approaching enemies. In another area, Gobi gored 2 orcs with his 2 horns and flung them to the distance, where 3 snakeheads were battling with a toad. The man atop the toad looked at him but Gobi simply turned away to deal with more enemies. Up on the skies, Nanabi repeatedly fired off energy arcs towards any orcs that might sneak up on any of her siblings. Then, all Biju were silenced as 2 even more powerful roars reached their ears. Turning to the source, they saw a skeletal dragon and a dragon of wood took the skies and then remained in place staring at each other. Since she was closest, Nanabi saw a person on top of each dragon head. On the skeletal dragon was a man in armor reminiscent of a knight and wielding a glowing blue blade. On the wooden dragon was a man in red shinobi armor. "Isn't that the Shodaime Hokage?" Fu spoke from within her mind. "No way," Nanabi muttered in shock. "Hashirama, wait, why do you sound so shocked? Who dares bring him back?" Fu became incredibly shocked at what she heard. She can't remember the last time she's heard such ferocity from her Biju. Well, then again, Senju Hashirama did use his Mokudan to enslave all of the Biju and send them away to various villages to make them weapons. Then, she was brought out of her thoughts when Nanabi started to talk again. "Oh, no," she continued, "and he is fighting the Lich King. This is not good. Who's he?" Without even answering, Nanabi dashed over to the 2 dragons and gave a roar of her own. Arthas looked to the source and blinked in surprise, saying, "Nanabi, huh?" Hashirama also looked at her in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Nanabi stopped and looked at both of them. Then, after a while, she sheepishly chuckled. "I wanted to help out but I don't know how." The god of shinobi returned a chuckle of his own. "Yup, that's the Nanabi I know, acts before thinking. Well, since you're here, help the Lich King stop me. He is on your side for now and I am being controlled by the one known as Orochimaru." She replied with uncertainty, "Shouldn't the Lich King be enough to stop you? He is the Lord of the Undead. His purpose is not to stop me." The young Uzumaki who summoned him and 3 others said to not get too far since he has something planned. I assume it means both in distance and damage. The Lich King's attacks are intent on harming the soul, something that would be, in essence, too far. You 9, after all, were the ones who told me that. The Lich King let out a brief laugh. "You are truly blessed, Shodai Hokage, to be given the gift of acceptance by the Biju. You are right, most of my attacks are soul-based. However, I can will my Frostmourne and this Frost Wyrm to not harm to soul. But I would be inhibited by everything else." He turned to Nanabi. "Will you help me?" Nanabi nodded and flew over to Arthas' side. Then, Hashirama gave a serious look. "Prepare yourselves, I will not hold back." Then, the wood dragon opened its mouth and unleashed fire. Naruto vs. Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't know whether to praise his good fortune or curse his bad luck. At first, He thought that Uzumaki Naruto would be an easy target since he was but a child to him in any way. However, it seemed that he underestimated this boy. Then, he gave it a deep thought. If that golden armored man that he faced in the Forest of Death was similar, if not the very same, to the one who the boy summoned, it could very much mean that this boy was trained by him. And considering that the man had enough strength to push him back. Yup, curse his bad luck, it is. Fuden, Naruto shouted, Kami Orochi. He put his hands together and brought forth a swirling gust of wind. Kaden, Orochimaru countered, Hi-no Hisu, fire style, hiss of fire. Then, he clicked his teeth together and let out a hiss that caused fire to escape his mouth toward the wind. Since Naruto's hands were together, he simply clapped them and said, Yamiden, Yari no Shinya Kuro. He opened his hands where black mist appeared and formed into a spear that easily pierced through the fire that was headed his way. Orochimaru, on the other hand, felt something was wrong when he felt the loss of resistance against his fire. He instantly took measures. He cut off his fire and jumped back. True to his senses, a black spear quickly hurled past the flames. Narrowing his eyes, he bit his thumb and slammed a hand to the ground, Kushios, Rashomon. A gate burst in front of him and took the blow of the spear. He then burrowed deep into the ground and dashed towards Naruto. Naruto saw the dust cloud that was headed for him and retaliated. He formed his seals and slammed his hand on the ground and said, Doden, Kaido Shokatsu. The earth shifted and formed into a mini volcano that spat out a surprised Orochimaru. This brat, the Sannin thought bitterly. He wiped some blood from his still bleeding finger onto the opposite hand and performed the hand seals. As he landed, he slammed his hand onto the ground and said, Kuchio's no Jutsu. Cloud covered Naruto's vision for a few seconds before it was overcome by the sight of a snake emerging from it. With the Konoha Jonin, 18, Asuma counted as he sliced the throat of an Odo nin that approached him. 21. Kurenai replied in kind when she saw two of her opponents fall via kunai to the throat. Damn you two, Anko shouted, I'm still on 15. Then, keep up your game. Turning to face them, she responded, oh, you bet I will. Anko, Kurenai shouted in alarm. Look out. A smaller version of the disfigured titanic monsters got up to the snake mistress' face and punched her hard onto 4 buildings. When she landed, she was greeted by the sight of a 5 Odo nin leering down at her. Hey, what do we have here? One of them sneered. If it isn't Orochimaru-sama's failure, another cackled. She lived when 9 others died, a third grinned malevolently. That's got to be success enough. I wonder, though, would her luck be able to survive us? Anko glared up at them as they all reached down towards her. Damn it, my body's hurt from that monster's attack. What do I do? She then heard a giggle from within her head, stopping all time around her. What the hell? What are you doing, silly? A voice echoed in her ear. What was peculiar was that it was her voice that spoke. Why aren't you fighting them? If you haven't noticed, kid, I got hit by a monster high on ninja pills. Well, if she's doomed to go crazy either by these 5 idiots probably small censored and subsequent torture or by her own voice in her head, she might as well answer one of the two's call. Why haven't you used Naruto-sama's seal yet? Naruto-sama, she said. What did that brat do anyway? Wait. Yup, he was the one who was in your head back then and changed you. He removed your seal and replaced it with his own. I'm going to deal with his going into my head later. Replaced or not, that is still a cursed seal. There is no way I'm using it. Ah, you don't even know the power it has. Come on, Anko-chan, don't be afraid. Nope, I ain't using that thing. I think you need a demonstration. Here, let me show you. Then, she somehow felt herself lose control over her body and watched as time resumed and the Odo nin continued their approach. Anko let out a giggle, stopping their movements. What's so funny, bitch? One asked. You are all big bullies, she replied as fire seemed to creep from her left shoulder and onto the rest of her body. And bullies need to be punished. Then, just as the fire engulfed her body, snakes of fire formed from the main immolation and burned the 5 to a crisp. She steadily rose and watched as the fire seemed to burn her clothes. That's better. The flame formed fiery gauntlets, shoulder guards, leg guards, and face mask. Thankfully, It also seemed to create a pair of bras and panties to protect her modesty. "Anko, are you okay?" Kurenai exclaimed in distress as she and Asuma arrived. Then, she faltered upon seeing her friend's attire. "What is that?" She immediately rushed to cover Asuma's eyes. "This is something new," she gleefully stated. "I feel great." Just then, the monster that hit her joined their reunion. Asuma cursed. "This thing just won't go down." "Down, boy," Anko shouted as she made a punching motion and summoned a fiery fist that hit the monster through even more buildings that it had to her. Then, as the monster stopped somewhere, it burned to ash. Anko then let out a giggle. There must be more monsters to punish. "See y'all later." She then jumped off in whatever direction. "Kurenai," said Asuma after a brief pause, and Kurenai lowered her hands. "What is it? What happened?" "I have no idea, thanks."